they want to destroy Israel and the Jews who live there. I mean, it's just very offensive to most Jews to even think of Jews participating in these kinds of rallies. Enough wearing this kind of keffiyeh, talesim, and things like that. But anyways, that is the modern vestigial remnant of a theological objection to Zionism, which was more prevalent at the turn of the 20th century, but dramatically dropped off after Israel became a state in 1948. There was also a socialist objection to it, and you see this most dramatically in a political party called the Jewish General Socialist Workers' Party, known in Yiddish as the Bund. And this was a group that said, no. Zionism is a bad thing because it's going back in time to a kind of bourgeois form of government, whereas we want to move forward with a social democratic government, specifically a kind of a communist government. And so they oppose Zionism on political grounds. The Bund basically also disappeared with the 20th century. Stalin got rid of the most leftist sections of the Bund. It survived to a certain degree in America as a Jewish workmen's circle and so on. But that was also a principled opposition to Zionism on the basis that it was moving in the opposite direction of what all society should go. This is why social democrats tend to oppose Zionism, and there were Jewish social democrats at the turn of the 20th century as well. Finally, a much smaller group, but still nevertheless significant in some ways, the so-called diaspora nationalists, who were led by Shimon Dubno and had some success in implementing their notion of the appropriate form of Jewish political expression in the interwar period in the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and also in short-lived Ukraine before it was taken over by the Russians. Dubno's vision of Jewish political expression argued that they should in fact be more invested in their own communities around the world and not seek to go and create a state. In Dubno's vision, he felt that existing as a diaspora community actually represented a more advanced form of social organization than statehood, and that the Jews were in a unique place to actually express that into the future. You will see occasionally a kind of a diaspora nationalist objection to Zionism, but it was especially prominent in the 1920s. It faded away in the 1930s under the influence of integral nationalism and fascism and so on. Nevertheless, these are three principled oppositions to Zionism that existed when Zionism was still kind of like an idea as opposed to an actual expression in a state. Let us move now to what is anti-Zionism and what is specifically anti-Semitic about it, since I've just described to you three kind of reasonable forms of anti-Zionism, although they're very hard to find in actual people today. So let us understand that anti-Zionism is unfortunately basically the fifth stage of the evolution or devolution, if you prefer, of a form of ancient hatred. Jew hatred is, arguably the oldest form of hatred we have on the planet, just like the Jews are a very old people, antipathy to the Jews is also a very old phenomenon. But, we see it in much the same ways, and, when it happens, we recognize it. I'm thinking to myself, for example, how many times have I walked to synagogue on a Saturday and some car drives by and someone rolls down the window and yells, some expletive, F you Jews, that kind of thing. Nowadays, they roll down the window and they yell, Free Palestine. It's the same thing. It really is just a different form of expressing hatred of Jews. But I hope to demonstrate exactly Hundreds of Justin Bieber fans say they witnessed the singer shapeshift into a reptilian while greeting them at Perth Airport. One witness said that outbreak was in the airport after Justin Bieber shapeshifted in front of his fans. She claims there were girls hiding in the toilets crying, and guys running from the exits, jumping in taxis to get the hell out. Perth Now briefly published an article about the incident, featuring multiple interviews with witnesses. However, within an hour of publication, the article was mysteriously taken offline and scrubbed from the internet, but not before alert readers captured screenshots of the article and proof that it appeared on Google. The Perth Now article quoted witnesses who say they saw Bieber with eyes with a black stripe down the middle, big scaly claws that were lashing out angrily. Despite the removal of the article from the internet, the reptilian sightings continued the next morning. A local skater told reporters that Bieber was hanging around with this big guy, with this bodyguard, I guess, and we were just staring because he kept turning into a huge reptile. His bodyguard was preventing us, shouting that he'd kick our teeth in if we didn't put our phones away. There were multiple accounts of seeing Bieber with greenish-brown claws, while others claimed to have seen the singer in full female reptilian form. One fan described the reptilian version of Bieber as really big, like way over 6 foot, slitty little reptilian eyes, curves, and covered in scales. Experts claim that Bieber belongs to the Babylonian Brotherhood, a group of shape-shifting reptilian humanoids determined to control the world and usher in the new world order.
Adele shape-shifted into an 8-foot reptilian backstage at Auckland's Mount Smart Stadium after the final concert of her world tour, according to shocked fans and a reporter from the New Zealand Herald. The 10 superfans, invited backstage to meet Adele after her final New Zealand show, got more than they bargained for when the singer shape-shifted into a massive, at least 8 or 9 feet tall, powerfully built reptilian with greenish-gray scales, to quote one of the witnesses. Jim Joint, reporting for the New Zealand Herald, wrote that the superfans told him Adele had flickering reptile eyes with a black stripe down the middle and scaly horns and protrusions all over her body. She looked shocked, like she wasn't prepared for the change, a witness told the Herald. Adele fan Jessie Warren also told the Herald that Adele said the shape-shifting is crippling her and she can't go on until she learns to stop the reptile inside herself from manifesting itself in public. Adele said she won't be able to perform live or tour again responded to questions asking why they deleted the article from their website. I introduced you as original in 2019 and were reaffirmed another page as original in 2020. Others have had similar experiences. What about the Simpsons prediction? Wasn't the Simpsons man on Epstein's airplane? America, take a good look at your beloved Kennedys. They're nothing but idiot space reptiles. As Trader Carlson recently said, spiritual. That we are being acted on by spiritual forces that cannot see. That there is a war going on all around us, out of our sight, not perceived by our senses most of the time, between good and evil. What do you mean by the things that you had to unpack that happened and you explained? Just give me some idea of what that is. Well, like when I was taking the first time I saw literally turn into something else in front of my eyes. Like he shapeshifted. It was freaky. And, I can understand a lot of people think, okay, this girl's a bit more because she was on drugs and stuff, but I wasn't on drugs and I'm not. I saw this and I only saw once, 22 years ago. He suddenly turned into like this.
Yo, what's going on, Pimp? How are you?
Oh, we're out there.
What up, big dog?
Sorry, dog.
Watching William Montgomery.
Yeah, it looks like it on the screen.
No, it's right here. You can even hear him.
What are you learning about?
On William Montgomery podcast.
Like the Judaism thing on the screen.
Oh, he's talking about Professor Henry Abramson is talking about the various movements of anti-Zionism.
What are your thoughts on the anti-movement? Are you pro-Zionist or anti-Zionist?
When Israel's acting in a positive manner, I'm as Zionist as any person on earth, perhaps the greatest Zionist known to man. That isn't all the time, though. It's a contentious subject and has been for about 200 years within Judaism. There are groups, Jewish groups, three primarily Jewish groups that have been anti-Zionist. One is what's, for lack of a better term, ultra-Orthodox. A segment that feels that we should not return to Israel until Mashiach comes. And I understand the legitimacy of that argument. It makes a lot of sense to me. There is an argument to be made. The second one is the Bund, which was like a Jewish socialist movement, particularly in Russia. And that one argued that basically Israel shouldn't be established in its current form. It's too bureaucratic. It should be established as a socialist state, which I get that one too. That one makes sense to me. And then the third, which basically states it's another socialist movement that was popular during the interwar period. So from 1918 to 1939 or so, that makes an argument that Israel shouldn't be established in its current form, at least not in its current form, because It isn't built on the idealism of communism or a socialist strategy or philosophy, I should say, more than strategy. I think these all make sense, particularly the first. And while it's considered a fringe group within Judaism, it's not. There are major, well, there are at least 10,000 people, particularly focused in New York, who feel this way. There's a segment of Judaism, and I know that that echoes in the diaspora. The idea in that third one that I mentioned about a socialist future, um, I empathize with, but also one of the movements is focused on the diaspora and that Jews should be doing what they can within their own countries to be able to bring about Mashiach and then perhaps um, one day have Israel. I'm of the mindset that Israel is everywhere. And the reason why I say that, it doesn't say in the Bible the borders of Israel. It just doesn't. It doesn't say like, oh, it's from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River to the Sinai Peninsula to the Golan Heights. It does not say that. It does not say that at all. It's very vague. And I'm an, I'm someone who feels as if Israel eventually will be the whole earth. Now, does that mean that everyone on earth gets slaughtered who's not Jewish? I think people should have the opportunity to become Jewish if they're not, if they wish. And there's a certain contingent within Judaism now that is very, um, it's it's very exclusionary, even to Jews. Israel can be very exclusionary, even to Jews. Um, there are people, particularly in more, I don't want to even call them fringe movements, but like not mainstream centrist orthodoxy, who are not allowed birthright because they may not fit a certain political philosophy or religious philosophy. And then Israel allows people in that I don't think they should allow in. People who just go to like a reform temple or whatever they want to call it, reform synagogue, and they're there for like 6 weeks, and then they just did it because they married some rich guy. Like basically, there are ways to pay rabbis and bribe rabbis to be able to have a conversion that's really not seen as a kosher conversion, and so it's a very contentious. It's a very contentious and controversial subject. I am someone who feels that, in all honesty, Riser, no one is a good enough Jew. I'm not a good enough Jew. Benjamin Netanyahu isn't a good enough Jew. The um, the like Rabbi Lau, the Ashkenazi chief rabbi, he's not a good enough Jew. Rabbi Yitzhak Yosef, the chief Sephardic Jew, the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, he's not a good enough Jew. And compared to what we all idealize what a Jew should be, and thus I think we all need a conversion of some sort, or at least need to improve, and that would mean that when Mashiach comes, he's supposed to unite the nations, but also teach us all exactly how to uphold the mitzvot. So basically, like within Judaism, much of our teachings have just been passed on from the rabbis. And these are men who make mistakes. They are fallible, I should say. And it becomes an issue, especially when you get in the nitty gritty of Judaism, where it almost becomes like an obsessive compulsive way of living. And it, that's fine if it is consistent, but it's inconsistent in other ways. Like, um, so we're not supposed to drive on Shabbat. I don't drive on Shabbat. I've known rabbis in particular situations, I don't agree with this, who consider themselves Orthodox, who take Uber on Shabbat. I don't agree with that. That to me is a loophole that they're exploiting. And some
It's like, is the rule you cannot be in a vehicle, or
no, it's not that. It's not that either. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with combustion and the benefits of combustion. Basically, striking a match on Shabbat is prohibited. Now,
okay.
on the flip side of that,
That's a real deep.
isn't it? Yeah, it did.
What's an electric car? What if it's an electric car?
So that's an issue. Very good. Very an excellent observation. What about the electric car? So generally, we consider the electric car to be malachot or to ride in an electric car. We consider to be prohibited. However, there are. I mean, Judaism is an ever evolving religion, and there are arguments to be made that once you can completely program a car from start to finish, you may be able to take one because there's no combustion. So what does this mean? Once you have like a Waze situation where you can program it to come to your house, or Waymo, I should say, you can program it to come to your house on a certain time, pick you up at a certain time, drop you off at a certain time. There's an argument to be made that you are not violating any of the prohibitions of Shabbat, and you should be allowed to do this. Now, there are some really minuscule aspects of this because we're not supposed to. Here's the thing: there's a set of Judaism that says you're not supposed to interact with electronics on Shabbat due to that combustion reason. However, this was very contentious about 150 years ago, where people said, but electricity is not combustion. And the majority of rabbis said, yeah, but it's close enough. But when you really look at it, they're separate things. Fire and electricity are separate. In the Bible, it doesn't say you can't use electricity. So it's kind of been one of these things that, while people think that it's been something that we've done for 3,000 years, it's really not. It was a guess of the rabbis 150 years ago when electricity was becoming more popular. Are you able to use this on Shabbat?
I'm guessing it doesn't like mention electronics in the actual text. It's all just related to anti-combustion.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not even anti-combustion. It's just striking a match,
Oh,
basically.
so people have really taken that out of the literal context.
That's the issue.
Extrapolated version.
That's the issue. But there's a bigger issue. I mean, there are all kinds of issues here, and really, I think you see it gets very obsessive compulsive. That, like, before I started streaming, I had to fight and I mean fight. I could write a book, and I've thought about writing a book, and I think I will write a book one day on my journey of just it would just be a book on how to be an Orthodox Jew in the modern world, and what you, just in a specific part of this book would be the negotiations that you have to have with employers, and in order to observe certain holy days. Like here, there are all kinds of just confusing aspects. And I remember I was working on this project with a very large company, a Fortune 100 company. And I was working on a project in Irvine and working remotely on a project for Israel, for our Israeli segment of the company. And I'm in the diaspora, which is outside of the land of Israel, generally seen, like outside the borders. And traditionally, if you were in the diaspora, when you would celebrate a holiday, you celebrate 2 days. And the reason why you celebrate 2 days is because you didn't know specifically when the holiday was going to be sometimes because you didn't have phones and you didn't have telegraphs or email or anything like that. And so to ensure that you celebrated on the correct day, you would celebrate 2 days. And sometimes the message would take a while to come to your city to say, like, okay, it's sundown on this day. So you celebrate 2 days. So that means during Passover, the first 2 days are holidays, the last 2 days are holidays. During uh, a um, during Rosh Hashanah, that's 2 days. During Shavuot, that's 2 days. During holiday known as Simchat Torah and Shemini Atzeret, those would be 2 days. During Sukkot, those are 2 days. Everything is 2 days except really Yom Kippur. And the reason why that's different, and it's really not explicitly stated, is because that's a fast and it's just too difficult to fast for 2 days. We don't fast. When we fast without water and without food. And it's pretty difficult. It's not just like without food or like some religions. Okay, so everything's 2 days. But then I work with a team in Israel and I tell them, okay, we've got Yom Tov, or we've got a holiday coming up. I'm going to be off, let's say Monday and Tuesday. They're like, why are you going to be off Tuesday? And I say, because I'm in the diaspora and we celebrate 2 days. I know that you're in Israel and you only celebrate one day. So what is this? So here I am. We're both Jews. We're both they were more secular than I, but yet I'm having to take 2 days off and they only take one day off. And they ask me, what are you talking about? You're taking 2 days. And I say, look it up. It's 2 days in the diaspora. This has been a tradition for 3,000 years. And they look it up and they're like, oh, you're right. We didn't recognize that diaspora is celebrating the holiday for 2 days. And I say, and it's been that way for thousands of years. And yet, who the fuck really knows? I mean, we don't. We really don't know. But I remember this one incident, or incident where it wasn't an incident. I shouldn't say that. But this one time, this one experience that I had, where here I am thinking to myself, I'm working on an Israeli project with an Israeli team, and they're not able to advance the project because I'm going to be off, and I'm doing it for a mutual religion, and it's like I'm more religious than they are, and that's how it is in the diaspora. I just thought that this was a really unique. It doesn't happen very often, but it did, and so we had to delay the project by a day so that when I returned, we could continue, and we did, and it was very successful. It was one of my most successful projects we ever had. But
What was the project?
well, essentially, we were transitioning the Israeli part of the company from Asia to Europe, and we were um, doing a lot of software transitions, and basically like one segment of the company, it was being run out of Asia, but then the company changed, and this was pretty popular amongst Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies within the last 5 years or so, where they would be run from Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So that was like the section. They're like different sections of the world for these very large companies. There's APAC, which is Asia, Pacific Islands, and Australia. There's EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And then there's North America, and there's South America. It's actually called um, LAO, Latin American Organizations, but basically it's South America. It also includes like Central America and some other places, but those are the global areas for like major companies on which to focus. There's like Asia, Pacific Islands, and Australia, Europe, Middle East, Africa, North America, and South America. Those are like the big four. So we were transitioning. Is
Basically the entire world.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a global company, so um, that's what that's what we did, and we were transitioning part of the business, specifically in Israel, from one of those to another, and we had to do it by the end of the fiscal year, which would have been like June 30th, was it 2020? I want to say, and no, 2021, and we did it by it was like June 15th. We had like another 2 weeks, but we were all done, and it was really successful and everything. But anyway, previous to that, it was like May, like I don't know, it was like late May or early June. We had a holiday known as Shavuot, where we celebrate getting the oral Torah on Mount Sinai from Moses. And when we were celebrating it, I explained to the team, I'm going to be off Monday and Tuesday or whatever it was. I forget the dates. And they're like, okay, but why are you missing Tuesday? And I'm like, because I'm in diaspora. And don't you know we celebrate our holidays? They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I know you guys do it one day, but we do it 2 days. This has been, they're like, since when? I'm like, since at least the fall of the Second Temple. So at least 2,000 years, or at least 1,900 years. And they're like, actually before then though, it's like 2,500 years. And they're like, oh, well, we didn't really think about that. So I'm like, yeah, so we'll have to delay this one day. And they're like, okay. And we did, and we were still early with our delivery, and it was very successful. But now with all that garbage, and I call it garbage because who the fuck knows? With that being said, this all goes back to Genesis and when God created the world. And this is an argument that I make to even like the most orthodox of Jews. There are loopholes in the system, or anybody who's religious for that matter. For as good of a Jew as I am, I'm as good of a secular theorist as well. I see the world in both ways. So when someone says to me, well, okay, so I would say this, like when I was working and had a career, it was very important that I would take Fridays afternoons and leave a little early so that I could be home and at synagogue by sundown. And issues arise, especially during the summer months, or well, actually in particular the winter months, I should say. So from like October to May, where the sun, at least at my latitude in Southern California, it it starts begins to set as early, like about December 22nd or so. The sun begins to set 4:18 in the afternoon, which is very early. And you have to think, okay, I have to be home by then. I have to get changed. I have to shower, and then I have to walk to synagogue. So I was leaving I was leaving work about 3 o'clock. That's what I would. Um, that's those are the arrangements that I made. On Fridays, I leave at 3, and I would do all this work to do that. I would make sure all my food is prepared, and like everything. Like I didn't have to do anything for not just 24 hours, but 25 hours. And I would think to myself, I'm doing all this, but in reality, if I go back to Genesis and read, you know, on the seventh day, God rested. That's cool, but we don't know exactly what day that is. So what am I saying? Yes, traditionally we have an idea of what day it was, and we can calculate back 5,785 years. But in reality, that hasn't been necessarily accurate, just because it's very hard to keep track of time during such a long period of time. Exactly. So there's an argument to be made, an excellent argument, that any day could be Shabbat, meaning like today it's like a Tuesday, but today could be Shabbat. What do I mean? If when God created the world, if that's the story with which we're going as an Orthodox Jew, okay, He could have created it on a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, on a Thursday, on a Friday, on a Saturday, or a Sunday. There are 7 days in the week, and we don't know exactly which day it was when He created the world. We don't know. It's not a perfect science. So just through tradition, as we have fallen on or agreed that like Friday night to Saturday, Friday at sundown to Saturday at sundown is Shabbat. But that means that there's only a 1 in 7 chance that we're correct on this assessment. 1 out of 7 is approximately 14%. So basically, there's a 14% chance we're right. But that means there's an 86% chance that we're wrong, meaning a much higher percentage. So when thinking individuals really start to dissect the numbers, and even many people who are religious and they start to have these arguments with their rabbis, the rabbi says it's just something that we do out of tradition, and the people say, okay, well, that's fine, but doesn't it say that if we celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day, it's a punishable offense by death? And yeah, that's true too. So aren't you taking a very big risk by just assuming that Shabbat is on this single day? There's only a 14% chance that you're right. And that's when a lot of people fall out of favor with religion and say, okay, that's fine. I see these traditions being done, but nobody really knows. And that's why many Jews are secular. I mean, not just because of that, but these are excellent arguments to be made. So with all that being said, I do the traditions to the best of my ability while still maintaining my common sense and a secular mindset to some extent. And I wait on Mashiach, our Messiah, to someday teach us the actual ways. And until that day comes, we're on the best that we can. Whether it's that team in Israel with which I was working, whether it's the chief Ashkenazi rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief Sephardic rabbi of Israel, whether it's the chief rabbi of Britain, whether it's all of the rabbis in the United States, whatever it is. And that's just the Orthodox world. That does not get into the conservative world or the Reform world, which, Riser, I can tell you this, are foreign to me. I don't know really any conservative Jews. I know some who have become Orthodox, and maybe they were grew up in conservative or perhaps reform, but I just don't interact with those worlds. They're almost different religions to me. In fact, traditionally, I think if Judaism were seen in under a different light, they may be considered different religions, but they're not. I mean, we all consider ourselves Jews, but like even within even who they consider a Jew versus who we consider a Jew differs, and that causes a lot of contention. For instance, like I can trace my mother's bloodline essentially back to the Bible. Um, Someone in her family had a DNA test. It was for the National Geographic Genographic Project, which is something that happened in 2004. And I have an uncle who's a very intelligent individual. He's an MIT engineer, worked for Boeing, like very very smart man. Um, and he was like at the forefront of of genetic testing because he's just very interested in um, populations and such. And so this isn't like a 23andMe. All of the data on which 23andMe was based on these groups and or was based on this test. So this was a test that happened a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but like 20 years ago. And it stated that basically our matrilineal line could be traced back to the Bible, or at least back to four people who had this genetic ancestry, four women who had this genetic ancestry of the Bible. Okay, great. Does that make me better than anybody? No. But then and there, I'm not the only person who has this kind of bloodline. It's pretty common within Orthodox Jews. But then we run into an issue where, let's say, within Orthodoxy, we have someone who converts, and let's say their mother converted 3 generations ago, and she has children, and those children have children. And usually, what happens within a conversion is it occurs, and then we don't really talk about it again. We don't remind somebody of it. That's the past, and we look towards the future. All right, that's fine. But then those kids, let's say of this generation, think that they have the same bloodline as I do. And it just doesn't turn out to be that way. And it's very disappointing to them when they find out that they don't. It shows that they perhaps came from converts. And it can cause a lot of contention. Now, with all that being said, we didn't always within Orthodoxy determine a person's Jewishness by women. Back in biblical days, it was both your father and your mother. But that changed like 2,000 years ago. It's been very consistent since then. Okay, so then we have other movements within Judaism, specifically the conservative, but actually specifically the Reform movement, that in 1982 or so stated that you could become Jewish from both your mother or your father, which causes a huge amount of issues. That to me is a different religion, but it hasn't been determined that way. But okay, that's fine. So then what happens is we get people who are at like Jewish summer camps who are matrilineally Jewish, and that's seen as the gold standard of Judaism. And then you get people there who say they're Jewish because their dad is Jewish, and they're just looked at as non-Jews, and they're told that they're non-Jews. And then they go to their mom and dad and they start crying, and they say they don't consider me Jewish, and it's like, well, yeah, it's contentious, and it's very, very complicated. When in reality, these are human-made laws. They're not necessarily determined by anything but what somebody said, some rabbi said, either 100 years ago or 30 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. These are just some of the difficulty. So back to your original question, what are my thoughts on Zionism and anti-Zionism? It's very complicated, and that's why I feel whether you're Zionist or whether you're anti-Zionist, if you want to be a Jew, everybody needs. I don't want to say it as a conversion, but everybody needs to play by the same rules. And when Mashiach comes, I look forward to that day, and Mashiach will teach us what to do. So that's enough Jewish time with Rabbi Rothschild. What's new in your neck of the woods, Riser?
No, I enjoyed listening to that. Thank you for it.
Absolutely.
A lot of gears moving.
Absolutely. Hey, and whether you're Jewish or Christian or Muslim or Buddhist or Tao or whatever, never forget, no one really knows. I don't know. The chief rabbi of Israel doesn't know. The top imam in the world doesn't know. The Pope doesn't know. In the end, if we're being truthfully honest with each other, everybody is agnostic, which just means you don't know. You don't know. You just do the best that you can under the cards that you're dealt, essentially, under the in the environment in which you are, but nobody really knows. So if anybody says to you, or anyone out there, if you're watching,
Why are you taking an Uber in an electric car
on Shabbat,
Shabbat day?
yeah, I don't do that. I see that as a prohibition, and if you're playing by those rules. Now there are other rules to say that Shabbat could be today or tomorrow or anything but Friday. So if that's the case, then it's fine for you to take an Uber. It's basically like a chess game, and it's like, all right, well, I've got you in checkmate. However, I've got you in checkmate because of this move. And then somebody's like, well, I've got you in checkmate because of this. And it just basically comes down to nobody really knows. So that's that. What were your thoughts on William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Kill Tony?
I didn't watch it.
Why not? I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery's stand-up.
I'm not anymore.
Are you serious?
No longer and I decided to not support the Rabbi Rothschild as the official number one fan.
No, I must say, while I appreciate it, it doesn't surprise me because in my heart I knew I was the number one fan this entire time. And with all of the William Montgomery knowledge that I'm gleaning from his podcast, I think I could destroy you in William Montgomery trivia, perhaps.
You haven't watched the sequel episode.
Doug, I'm watching it. I'm watching it right now. It's here. You can hear it.
Supports the show and it supports your stomach 50%.
You really want to
I'm watching the William Montgomery podcast.
Your subscription is active.
Why are you calling it that? After William Montgomery?
It's William Montgomery's show.
Oh, no, you're not.
No. I am.
Any true William Montgomery show fan would know the name of the William Montgomery.
I'm watching the William Montgomery show, but you asked, you're really watching a podcast? Yeah, I'm watching William Montgomery's podcast. It's the William Montgomery show. I know about Tony Chin.
What episode are you on?
So I'm watching them in reverse, and I'm on episode like 34, maybe a little. Oh no, episode 39 of 168. So
Now, if we all take a little trip back in time and being here, we might remember the famous quote, something along the lines of, I listened to one episode of this podcast, and it's okay, but it's pretty boring.
that's absolutely true. I even said at that time, the best part of the show is the last 5 seconds when they go shh, dun 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 dun, and then he's like, "Who the fuck said that?" That to me was the funniest part, and I still think that's the funniest part. It's a very funny part of the show. Um, it is not the best. Well, I want to also go back and say that I think it's a good idea that um he does the um he has the people at the Record Austin podcast company or whatever do all of the editing for him, because I don't think Grant, I think they did allow Grant to do it, or he does it now or something. But when they were just starting off, he was doing all the traveling um for stand-up comedy, and he just didn't have time to be like talking about edits and stuff. So I get why they just paid to have it done. And I recently that Casey Rocket is no longer doing Kill Tony. Did you hear that?
No, I did not.
Yeah, he's doing like he's moving to, I think, Chicago for like, he's like was born in Illinois. He's moving to Chicago to work at I think it's Zany's for a month. He's doing like a residency, and I think he's gonna fly back and do the William Montgomery show. Yeah, William Montgomery show, but he's not gonna do Kill Tony. And a lot of people on Kill Tony are upset about this because he's one of the favorite people on Kill Tony. But he he says that it's very difficult for him to do 1 minute of stand up and be funny, which I get. You know, you and I study the art of stand up a lot more than most people, I would say, at least in a discussion form. And in order to be funny in front of that audience and Kill Tony, you can't go out and just be a storyteller. And a lot of these quote unquote stand up comedians aren't traditional stand up comedians, they're storytellers. Like who? Like Bert Kreischer, like Joe Rogan, like wait, that's fine, but they're observational, their humor is through a story, which is different than if you ever saw traditional stand-up comedians who would have like one-liners. They would be joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. And the thing is to
Like Casey Rocket is literally like I don't even know, like I can't really put it into like lines, but he's very like just completely sporadic.
very random. People
Like he the excuse he gave not because 1 minute isn't enough time. His jokes are like 3 seconds long. They're literally just like random like, remarks about like bullshit.
right,
Like every 4 seconds.
right. And it just could be like a little riff of like a song. Like one thing he always says that I don't know if he always says it, but he said it on one of them, and it just becomes like very popular on Kill Tony. Is he just goes, "Never made it as a wise man," and then like that's his joke. Like that's just a song lyric, but and then he'll like go do his like riff, and he'll do his crab walk or whatever, and that just people really like that. But what ends up happening on Kill Tony is there's like that there's a saying, you either die a hero or you live long enough to be a villain. And like what am I saying? Like basically if he gets out while he's on top, people will really like him. But if he keeps staying there, like David Lucas got to the point where he like wore out his welcome. The fans didn't like him anymore. They don't think he's funny. They literally, the Kill Tony subreddit probably has him as one of the worst comedians that they've ever had. And the thing is about David Lucas is he's just not that creative.
But they're racist and from Texas.
No, it's not that. It's not that. Because I don't consider myself racist and I'm not from Texas. I think that I could say as pretty neutral because I didn't like come in when he started or as a neutral party. He just reuses his own jokes. And he does do some joke theft, which, believe it or not, I'm okay with being a joke thief. And here's what I mean. Like the joke thief, the big joke thief event happened in 2006 or so. It could have been as late as 2008. Between Joe Rogan and Carlos Mencia. Do you know this story?
Possibly you mentioned that, but
Okay, so it's on camera. It's on camera if you ever want to see it. Okay, so basically, okay, do you know what the Chappelle Show was?
yeah.
Okay, so Chappelle Show was like a phenomenon from like the year 2003 to 2005. It ran like 2 seasons, but then it ran like a little bit of a third season. And then they basically said to Dave, we'll give you like a $30 million or $50 million contract, but you've got to put on a dress and you've got to play by our rules. And he's like, look, I'm not going to do that. He went to Africa and he disappeared for a while. But he had like the he had like a black or like African American, but like it was more than that. It was black, meaning like it had Africa and Europe, and it wasn't just American necessarily. He had like a black what do they call those kind of shows? Skit show basically. And Comedy Central thought, you know what, let's do this with one of a Latinx background. So they and make it like a Latino sketch show. And so he had a show known as Mind of Mencia. And Mind of Mencia was not as popular as Chappelle's Show, but still gave Carlos Mencia a lot of visibility and made him a very good comic. Well, what Carlos Mencia would do, is he would go to the comic store and see younger comics who had good jokes, and he would steal them. And Joe Rogan got sick of this, and a lot of other comics did too, to the point where they would dim the lights when Carlos Mencia would come into the belly room or the main room to warn the comics that Carlos Mencia was there and not to do any new material because he's going to steal it. And because he has his own show, he's going to be able to basically win the argument like, well, I'm a bigger comic than you are. That's my joke. Now, he's not the first guy to do this. One guy who was infamously a joke thief is Robin Williams, the actor and comedian. Robin Williams would steal people's jokes. He would just get drunk at the bar and just do coke and just watch comics and steal their jokes. And then the comics would approach him later saying, hey, you're doing my joke. And he would just get out his checkbook and say, okay, how much do I owe you for that joke? And he would just write him a check for the joke. Now, normally it's not seen as a bad thing to sell your jokes if you're doing it before the person starts using them. But if you're having to confront them, that's where it becomes an issue. So anyway, Carlos Mencia is at the Comedy Store, and this is early days. This before Joe Rogan podcast starts. This is Brian Redband, who would just follow Joe around to the green room and videotape it, just doing like random conversations with people. And Carlos Mencia gets up on stage, and they basically he starts doing somebody's joke, and somebody complains or something like that. Joe Rogan gets up there, and he's like, "What are you doing? You keep stealing the art of the people who are here and portraying it as your own. This is wrong." And he's like, "What do you mean? What art am I stealing? Like, who the fuck are you?" I have my own show. You're just like the Fear Factor guy. And Joe's like, fuck you, man. All our friends come here, or my friends come here all the time, and they complain about you stealing their jokes. And Carlos Mencia is like, what joke have I stolen ever? And Joe Rogan's like, you stole my friend Ari Shafir's joke. That is basically like, all right, so the president wants to build a wall, right? This was like a long time ago. This was like 25 years ago. The president wants to build a wall, right? Well, who do they think is going to build it? And it's like this joke, ha ha ha, because like Latinx people would like build the wall. And if they don't build the wall, who else is going to build it? And Carlos Mencia allegedly stole that joke. And Mencia is like, I don't understand. I don't remember stealing that joke or whatever. And then they go out of the Comedy Store and they ask Ari Shafir, like, did he steal this joke? And he's like, yeah. He still like I used to open for him and he would steal my jokes. And a lot of other people have these complaints. All right. With that being said, I know I'm getting toward joke after joke after joke after joke kind of a deal. So then Joe Rogan he was banned from the Comedy Store for like 5 years or so, more than that, like 8 years. And that's when he started the podcast. And he would do shows at other stand-up venues, but he wasn't allowed back in the store. And then his show gets really big, and Carlos Mencia is seen as a hack because he stole all these jokes. And then Joe Rogan is seen as the best of the person who won. So this is getting back to the argument about joke theft. So there's this issue that arises, and it happens in music too, that like, or any kind of art, all art is borrowed, no matter what it is. Somebody had to hear it from someone else to make it funny or whatever, or a song had to make it catchy. They borrowed it from someone else. All right, so what ends up happening is somebody hears something or reads something and they think it's funny and they add it to their routine. Well, or they think of it organically. But there's something known as parallel thought as well. For instance, like you and I could both think something is fun. Like we come up with a joke that's exactly the same, but we didn't talk about it. We just came to the same conclusion with the same joke. It's not super common, but it does happen. It happens in marketing. It happens in music as well. So who deserves credit for it? Should I get credit? You get credit for it. And it's usually for market is the person who gets credit for it. All right. So moving into the modern day, every joke, I mean, I even see this with comics, and you do too. There are certain categories of jokes, and very few people think outside the box, but they have like racial jokes, they have gender jokes, they have political jokes, they have like fart jokes. They're just like certain categories. Back like maybe 40 years ago, there were other popular ones. There were like blonde jokes, dead baby jokes were popular. There were racist jokes, and you'd read a joke book. And if you read a joke book, it would be like they have different categories of jokes. And basically, we're at the point now in comedy where I don't want to say every joke has been told. That's not true. But especially with how many comics there are, that let's say I'm going to just go do stand up. If I come up with a joke that I think on my own, let's say with you, and then let's say we come up with a William Montgomery looks like a red Sasquatch joke. That's our joke. And we'd probably get a few people to chuckle at that if they knew who he was. Someone else has made that joke somewhere. That's not that creative. And because of that, we came up with that joke on our own. I mean, I just came up with it right now. But somebody come out and say, you stole that joke from me. And the thing is, we didn't. We just came up with it right now. It would be parallel thinking to the same punchline. And so I'm at the point where, because all of the jokes have basically been told, maybe 100 years ago, it was true as well, but not everything had been recorded. So it was very difficult to prove. But now we've been in like at least 50 years of stand-up comedy consistently being recorded, that all of the good jokes out there, or not every single one of them, but many of the good ones have been recorded, and um, they've been documented in some way that you can go back and say, well, this was Chris Rock's joke, or this was Dave Chappelle's joke, or this was Rodney Dangerfield's joke, or this was George Carlin's joke, whatever. And then what happens in comedy as well is people just slightly change a joke and make it their own. And is that a new joke, or is that just, oh, that's just an old Louis C.K. joke, or oh, that's an old Dane Cook joke, or whatever. It's like it's just one person's opinion as to what they feel the comedy is um, is who owned that comedy. So I'm at the point, and I think that this would be, I think it'd be fine to do, but I'm almost like I don't think joke theft should be a thing anymore. If you can tell a joke better than I can, go ahead and tell it. Because even if it's my joke, if you can make an audience laugh more with my joke, then that's fine. If you want to give me credit for the joke, then that's fine too. But if you don't want to give me credit for the joke, I almost am okay with that, because was it really my joke? Couldn't somebody else have come up with that on TikTok, or come up with that on Instagram, or on YouTube, or saw it on an old comedy special, whatever it may be? Like, basically everyone has built on everybody else. So for one person to say, well, you stole my joke, is to me not that valid of an argument anymore, because everybody stole everybody's jokes. So with that all said, I think that these comedians now who go out, and this gets to David Lucas, who says that David Lucas just steals people's jokes. That's that may be true, because what allegedly David Lucas does is he just goes on Twitter and looks for funny jokes, and then he puts those in his act, and that's how he gets jokes. And which is considered like a hacky way of doing it, but it is what allegedly he's done. Um, what I'm saying is, I think that's fine. Basically, it's best to, if you know where you got the joke, to credit the person. I think that should be seen as a very high act. But no longer do I think that someone shouldn't be able to tell a joke because someone else told that joke back in the day. And why do I say this? Because there are a lot of jokes out there, a Lenny Bruce joke, a George Carlin joke, a Richard Pryor joke, that nobody's going to hear anymore because those guys are dead. So why shouldn't you be able to bring those jokes back? With that being said, what are your thoughts?
I mean, you had a comedy club, right? And there's 5 comedians, and only 5 comedians have no Wi-Fi. And all 5 of them are joke stealers, and they're all just like the Spider-Man meme, where they're all just like pointing to each other, be like, you tell the joke, you tell the joke, you tell the joke. Then no jokes are gonna get told. I think if you're like plagiarizing other people's jokes, you're not actually contributing to the larger encyclopedia of jokes. And I don't think that we even scratch the surface of actual jokes. I think that there's way too many combinations of things in the universe to combine together, that there's just too many variables. And I got like, there's like obvious ones that are like on the surface of, I don't know, maybe like current events or whatever the fuck. But there's still, you shouldn't like go out of your way to just only feel jokes. I don't think I do totally hear you in what you're saying. We build on each other and your ideas, all the things that you've seen and experienced in your life that led you to that moment. But if you're trying to be a comedian, it shouldn't even be like an effort. Like you shouldn't have to go out and steal people's jokes or stealing people's jokes because you have no talent. Like it's not very difficult to suck in up with something original.
I get that. I'm not going to argue that. And I think that you're right, probably, that to some extent we are just scratching the surface on what could be funny. However, if you use the argument that you can't tell that joke because someone else told a similar joke 25 years ago, well, then you can use that argument to.
I don't think that, but that's different than just like if we're stealing it word for word versus talking about the same subject. Those are two different things.
Right. You understand how they could have some overlap, though, basically.
No. I mean, like, if you're, like, literally, like, really, I don't know. They could have, there's, like, a little bit of a gray area, but, like, yeah, if you can modify it, figure your own twist on it, actually, you know, something different, but it's, like, the exact same. Okay.
Are you okay with someone just saying, this is an old Lenny Bruce joke that I'm going to do in honor of Lenny Bruce, and then they just do their stand-up?
Yeah, but you just have to say that, like, you're stealing it. So, A, I thought it was funny, and the world is here, and B, I'm actually not good at comedy, so I have to steal other people's.
I don't know if you have to say the second part, but I'm in agreement with you. I think that kind of stand-up, I don't understand why people don't do that kind of stand-up. I don't understand why I've seen it done a little bit, but okay, for instance, okay, there was this guy on Kill Tony, like almost 2 months ago or so. His name is Timmy No Breaks, and he was very popular. I talked about him last time we spoke, and he did this whole like, "Yo, I'm from Jersey, and we eat pizza, and I like to have sex with a lot of chicks. You know what I'm saying, dog?" Like that kind of mentality, very much like Andrew Dice Clay. And when he got up and he started doing it, Kill Tony or Tony Hinchcliffe was like, I usually hate when people do someone else's act, and you're obviously doing Andrew Dice Clay's act. But you did a good job of it, whatever. Here's a big joke book or whatever. And then Timmy No Breaks said, "I don't write," and throws the book into the audience. Like he just rejected the book. But if you actually like look into Andrew Dice Clay, Andrew Dice Clay said that he didn't come up with that character, that it was just a riff on John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone. And he used to do a bunch of characters, and they were okay. But when he would do that character, it killed. People loved it. And so he just made that his act. So basically, like, even Andrew Dice Clay didn't come up with that originally. So for Tony Hinchcliffe to say that this Timmy No Breaks is just stealing Andrew Dice Clay's act, isn't that like, not really. He's stealing John Travolta and Sylvester Stallone's act from whenever. Basically, what happens is in a comic's mind, a joke gets associated with someone, and then that's like their joke forever. When in reality, they didn't necessarily come up with it. And so I think that it's great to. I think it'd be great. I think that somebody should do other people's acts, word for word, but just give them credit. And I think you could tour with that. I think you could be very popular with that. Like, hey, I'm gonna do an old Dane Cook album. I really used to like this. Shout out to any Dane Cook fans out there, and here we go. And
People do cover music.
100%, 100%. They should have cover.
I stole that idea from you. You mentioned.
Yeah, but yeah, there you go. So
How
comic,
does it feel to have your own idea stolen?
and then to say that that's brilliant, and then to say that that's brilliant. Yeah, I love it. Full circle, because
you hearing your own idea stolen, and you're like, wait, this hurts. I don't like this idea.
yeah, no, I think it's really good, and I think it could be really popular. It's almost like people doing a play, like, you know what I mean, like Shakespeare.
They're stealing Peter Pan and making it dance.
That could be, and you could add your own jokes to it, but it just could be the structure of it. So here's what happens, and this is what modern comedy has become, and it gets back to Casey Rocket. So these comedians, it's very important for them to have like an hour to be a big touring comic, and it takes them like an entire year to come up with an hour of material, and it's much easier to tell a story to fill an hour than to do joke after joke after joke after joke after joke. When you do joke after joke after joke after joke, like a Gatling gun, it takes a lot of work to remember all of that, and also to come up with that much creative material, as opposed to just telling a story, which is like can take up like a chunk of like 5 or 10 minutes. It takes a lot longer to come up with, like within a story, you might have 5 jokes in it, but if you're doing joke after joke after joke after joke, you might have 60 jokes in 10 minutes or so. And I find that comedians are much more leaning, at least big time comedians, they're much more leaning to political commentary and stories, and they've moved away from that fast hitting joke after joke after joke. And with Casey Rocket, as he said, he's more of a storyteller. All of these comedians say that, though. They all say I'm a storyteller. Joe Rogan says that. Bert Kreischer says that. Tom Segura says that. Even Dave Chappelle is a storyteller. But what they do is they build you up for a really big punchline. And that's cool. I don't find that many comedians anymore doing joke after joke after joke after joke. Rodney Dangerfield was great at it. Like the one-liner.
William Montgomery.
Yeah, exactly. He is rare that he does joke after joke after joke, and that's why his comedy set works really well for Kill Tony, because he knows how it works. He's got 1 minute to make people laugh as much as possible. So instead of him going and just telling some joke that could flop at the end, telling some story that could flop at the end, he's going to tell you 3 to 5 jokes. Maybe 2 or 3 of them are going to land, and you're going to think he's a funny person. And because he has to do it so often, he writes them on a piece of paper, and people are okay with that. And then he tells his jokes. And I think that works much better. That type of joke delivery works much better than telling a long story. And what Casey Rocket, what he allegedly said was something like, I'm more of a storyteller. I want to tell you a longer joke than just 1 minute. In order to make people laugh in 1 minute, he's got to do all that sticky shit that I'm going to crab walk and never made it as a blind man and all that other shit. Or never made it as a wise man and all that other shit. And he's kind of a zany guy, and it's hard to keep the momentum going week after week after week when you're doing that. When if you have a bad week, the people on the Kill Tony subreddit just absolutely shit on you. and they say, "Oh, I remember when he was good. He's not as good as he once said. He's a hack." All these other things. So by Casey Rocket saying that he did kill Tony for a few months, he's been a comedian for 15 years. That's a long time, and now he's just gonna do this residency. He's gonna continue to do the William Montgomery show. I'm sure he'll be back on Kill Tony eventually, but I see why he made that decision. Basically, to be funny within 1 minute is very difficult. To be funny within 10 minutes, I think it's, some people may say it's much more difficult, but in a lot of ways it's easier. If they say to you, you have 10 minutes, not you have to fill 10 minutes, just you have 10 minutes to make people laugh as much as you want, okay, that's fine because you don't have that cat or the bear at the end that they're going to cut you off. And so I understand why Casey Rocket has made a decision that he did.
Dave Chappelle would do fine on Kill Tony.
No. His stuff is usually longer than a minute. He has a story to tell. He wants to make you.
No, in the story, it's like it's almost like it's alternating. Like there's parts of the story where it's like rapid, like not like rapid, but like every sentence is kind of like a punchline.
Right, or at least people will laugh, even if it's not a joke. People will just laugh at his delivery.
How do you define a joke?
That's exactly right. What is funny? I mean, it's a very philosophical question.
A joke is anything that someone says cause amusement or laughter.
But what if?
Especially something funny with a punchline, but it doesn't necessarily literally anything they say cause laughter.
But what if they didn't mean to make it cause laughter and it makes somebody laugh?
That's still a joke.
Okay, well, you said it had to have the express purpose, essentially, to make someone laugh.
I didn't say that. I said this is anything that causes laughter.
Oh, okay, I agree with that. You said, I think you said something. I mean, we can go back on the tape, but it was anything that someone does to cause laughter. And I'd agree with that. It should be just anything that causes laughter.
Yeah, it's anything that someone says. Oh yeah, it does say to cause laughter, but that laughter could be caused unintentionally.
Right.
I guess, yeah, does the intention matter?
I think
like it.
I think that it doesn't.
Anything someone says.
Right. Which is very vague. Hey, Zoot and I have been playing this game. It's the oldest game. It's the oldest board game in human history. Do you want to play it? No, it's older than Go. Oh, wait. That's been continuously played. Let me look. Let me look. So it's called Mancala. And it's pretty simple, but it's fascinating. It was played in Egypt, like in the pyramids. So it is versions of the game date back past the 3rd century, and evidence suggests such games existed in ancient Egypt. It is among the oldest known family of games to still be widely played today.
Oh, I have a board with these stones. Around.
You do?
I have one in my notes, yeah.
All right, well, I'm sending you an invite. We're going to play.
No, I don't. Maybe later. playing games is like a.
Okay. Well, I want to play it with you. It's kind of a fascinating
I
game.
feel like there's got to be some AI strategy. Right?
I get what you're saying.
I feel like there has to be like some optimal way to play.
Yeah. Let's look it up. I'll look it up right now.
I haven't played in a long time. I need to watch the
Yo, dog, is there some kind of like strategy that always wins in Moncala, like there is basically in tic tac toe or other games like that? Yo, great question. So here's the deal with Moncala, specifically the most common version of the U.S. often called Kala. Is there a perfect strategy like tic tac toe? Yes, kind of, but it's more complex. In 2000, it was proven. The person who goes first in standard Kala, 6 pits per side, 4 seats per pit, can always win if they play perfectly. Oh man, so there is it is rigged. So yeah, there is a perfect strategy, but it's a lot more complicated than tic tac toe. Most humans can't memorize it. Oh, so maybe there's not. Key to winning.
Yeah, I'm getting a car that I'll pick it up. I'll be glad about it. You actually talking?
Yeah, dog, how you living, pimp?
Bro, why don't you talking to Amos?
Because they have people who aren't 18 in there, and I only want to talk to adults.
Oh, gotcha.
How you living, big dog?
Chilling. I was watching your stream the other day, bro. What you streaming over there?
Jewish history lectures.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was trying to get you to talking Amos. I was like, what's going on?
Word, dog. Are you a big Aiden Ross fan?
Yeah, that's
Okay, what do you like about him?
good question. She's entertaining.
Okay, very well. What other streamers do you like?
DBG.
Who's that?
He's
Okay,
he's same group.
I gotcha. Do you like any games, Slumpy?
Yeah.
You like Halo? Very cool. Halo Infinite?
I haven't played that.
What one do you like?
Everything up until Infinite.
Did you ever play Halo 2?
Yeah, it was good.
Word, dog. What's your favorite weapon?
In the whole series or the game or two?
In any of them.
You say what?
In any of them.
In any of them?
Word, dog.
I'm gonna say maybe Reach's battle rifle.
All right. What are your thoughts on the plasma sword?
Oh yeah, you're right. That's another go-to weapon.
Do you like it?
Huh?
Did you ever play Team Swords in Halo 2?
No, I didn't have online with Halo 2.
Oh, okay. Well, it's pretty baller. What's on your agenda for tonight?
I just
just came in here. Let's see. What's his name in here with you?
Riser?
Yeah. I didn't know you were streaming, but you can stream it every day.
24/7, 365. Welcome, Zoo. Word dog. Zoo, how's your day going?
All right.
Yeah.
What happened, Zoo?
Oh, it's okay.
What happened? Come talk to me about it.
I'm just learning.
You're lonely. Oh, did you get on any dating websites?
That's not gonna happen.
Why won't it help?
No, I've been, I made them make fun of this.
Zoo,
Do you have a general chat in here?
I do, but I don't let anybody chat in it because people spam it.
How are we supposed to communicate?
With VC, dog.
What?
Say anything you want in the VC.
How are we supposed to send clips?
You can DM them to people.
Hey, I got like multiple things.
What are you talking about?
Like 2 accounts.
So that I can watch Jewish history lectures on one and talk on another.
Oh, got you. Yeah, because I was seeing you had like 6 months.
Word dog.
Are you like 6 months over?
33 devices, son.
33 devices is crazy.
Word. Pardon me. So what are your hobbies? What are your favorite things to do?
Shit. Go ahead.
What are your favorite things to do?
Halo yesterday.
Oh, tight. Do you play on Xbox?
Xbox Live?
Yeah.
No, I'm not on Xbox.
Oh, you play on. What do you play on? How was that? Is it a good? Is it a good experience?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, tight.
The Master Chief Collection, they got the bundle for it.
Very cool.
Yeah, it comes with all of them.
So it comes with Halo 1, Halo 2, Halo 3.
Yeah, all of them.
What ones are there?
Except Infinite. It don't have Infinite.
Okay, what Halos are there?
Reach 1, 2, 3, 4, and ODST.
What was the last one you just said?
ODST.
What's ODST?
It's like a side story.
Oh, okay.
You played it? You played? What was you played?
Just really like Halo 1 and 2.
Yeah, those are classics.
Weird dog. I played a lot of Halo 2 though, online.
Yeah, I never got to play it on. I I start playing online too. Maybe Reach. Halo 3 or Reach.
That's baller.
Play I did a tournament. Sometime for Halo 3.
How'd it go?
I lost.
Why'd you lose?
Because I'm not sweaty.
What's it mean to be sweaty?
They're really good.
Very cool. Do you like sports?
Not really.
Why not?
This is like a UFC. That's pretty good.
Okay, you like UFC. You know there's a UFC this weekend?
It's fun.
Let's find out. Pejoria, I think. UFC this week. All right. UFC or Poirier. So we've got UFC. It's going to be Holloway versus Poirier 3. You going to watch it?
They'll probably stream it in Aiden's.
Word, dog.
They usually do.
Word. You going to check it out there?
Probably. They usually do like a couple streams and everyone goes in there and watches it.
Right. Do you ever buy them?
No, I've never bought it.
Fuck yeah.
Especially for the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight.
Word.
I was
What were your thoughts?
I already knew the outcome. It was going to be Jake. Because he was fighting Mike Tyson. He was like, you got to think, bro. They're not in the same class.
Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game?
Huh?
Do you want to play a game?
What do you play?
Do you know what Plato is? Plato?
No, I've never heard of it.
It's an app on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. Download it. It's got like 30 games on it. Things like mini golf and archery and darts and billiards and like poker and checkers and chess and Uno. It's got like every.
It's going to give me a virus.
No, it's not going to give you a virus. I'm playing it right now.
Is that what you do when you're sharing and play the game?
Yep. If you download it, it'll and it takes like 1 minute to create an account, and then you can play all these games for free. And it's really a smooth game or a smooth platform, meaning it doesn't crash and it's not really heavy on your system. Do you have an iOS or an Android device?
I'm on Windows.
Okay, do you have an Android phone or a Windows phone? Or an iOS phone?
Yeah.
Do you have an iPhone or an Android device?
Nokia.
Okay, so that's an Android device.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
Is it?
Well,
Android made that?
hold on. Is it an old Nokia or a new Nokia?
Yeah, the OG one.
You have an OG Nokia
Yeah.
with like Snake?
Yeah.
Why'd you have that phone?
It's iconic.
Yeah, so you decided I don't want an iPhone, I don't want an Android device, I want like a phone from 1998.
Yeah, it's indestructible.
How do you even get that phone to work?
Put it on the charger.
No, I mean you get like cell service with it.
Yeah,
Can you get email on it?
yeah. Email, picture, video. Just don't get apps.
Okay. Wow. Why did you go with that and not like an Android or an iPhone?
Because if you drop it, it won't break.
Yeah, but you could always put a case on your other phone that makes it pretty strong.
Just the photos on the screen. Right?
That's true. So why? How long have you had a Nokia?
You can get a screen protector.
That's true. For how long have you had a Nokia?
Since 1998.
Dude, are you just messing with me?
No, bro.
You've had a phone since 1998?
Yeah, same one.
Shush. They didn't even have email on cell phones back then.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't have cameras on them.
My bad.
Well, it's not from 1998 if it's got a camera on it.
When did they come out with cameras?
Like 2003?
Oh, I don't know, something.
What kind of music do you like?
Bruno Mars. You know who that is?
Bruno Mars?
No, you know Mars.
Who's that?
The best artist in the world.
Is he from 1998?
He's probably from, when did he start making music? I think maybe like 2020.
All right. And you like him?
Yeah. Biggie Fan.
Have you ever seen him in concert?
Yeah.
Did he give you a shout out?
Yeah. Yeah.
You were the only person there?
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Because nobody's heard of this fool.
Yeah, he was pretty popular.
All right. Do you like oldies music?
No.
Why not?
Depends. What do you define as oldies?
That's a great question. I define music from the 50s, 60s, and early 70s as oldies.
60s.
You heard me, son. 50s, 60s, and early 70s.
They heard anything from that era.
You've never heard of the Beatles?
Huh?
Have you ever heard of the Beatles?
Yeah, listen.
Why not?
It's not my genre.
What is your genre?
You know Miles?
Is that what kind of music is that?
Like trap. Like rap.
Have you met Mas?
Yeah.
Are you guys?
I'm his manager.
You're his manager. Does he have a Nokia from 1998?
Yeah, I bought him
Oh, that's tight. Does he play Snake on it?
He got the next model.
Does he play Halo 1?
Yeah, he does that too.
Does he use Xbox Live?
See what he does is he'll take his Nokia and he'll run like a fishing string into a potato and he'll stick a wire coat hanger into it.
Oh, that's tight.
He gets signal that way.
That's tight, and that works well.
That's how you gotta get the Wi-Fi.
I got you.
What was that? What was that infrastructure?
What is what? Where?
Yeah,
That's Jewish history lesson. That's Jewish history lectures. You want to listen to them? Do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear it? All right, Doug, you're going to hate it.
How that's happened. Let's go through the first four ideological forms of anti-Semitism, and then we're going to focus on anti-Zionism specifically. The first form of antipathy to Jews is actually the most normal of them, the most kind of like human and understandable, and that's basically xenophobia.
Yeah,
this is something we see in the ancient period among Greeks and Romans in particular. You see it in Greek and Roman literature, and it basically refers to like nasty things said about Jews, largely because the authors did not understand Judaism and Jewish culture. For example, the fact that Jews would refrain from work one day a week. They were therefore considered slothful because that was on the Sabbath. That was something that was not familiar to Greeks and Romans, and they just didn't understand it. So they assumed that Jews were lazy. Because Judaism requires, if you want to convert to Judaism, it requires a fairly high bar of commitment. For example, circumcision for men. So they felt that Jews were clannish and were, like self-selected and things like that. And so it basically represents a form of misunderstanding of the basic functions. So here's another one. For example, Jews keep kosher. And so if you want to invite a Jewish neighbor over to your home and say, hey, we're having pork or shellfish or something like that, and the Jew says, sorry, I can't eat that food. You say, oh, what's wrong with you? How come you won't share with me? So that's just misunderstanding the reasons why they're not eating with you as a form of misanthropy, of hatred of other people. So this is something that happens when cultures meet up against each other and don't quite understand each other. It's still not so nice, but nevertheless, it's something that happens, and it happens to all peoples. The second form of anti-Jewish antipathy is something we see more with the birth of Christianity, because Christianity is a daughter religion to Judaism. And as a result, there's a special mother-daughter relationship that Judaism would not have, for example, with Hinduism, or to a lesser degree with Islam, which is kind of like sort of a granddaughter religion. But the relationship of the mother and the daughter is especially important. In this context, this early form of Christian anti-Judaism is basically a theological debate. Who are the Jews as a chosen people? If they're the chosen people, what is the Christian people? What does God think of this relationship? Who is Jesus, and what does he mean for the, we have the Jewish Bible planted at the beginning of the Christian Bible. How do we define our distinctions? That can sometimes express itself in an antipathy to Jews, and that's something that was especially prevalent for, let's say, the first millennium of the Common Era. The third period is when Jew hatred really goes off the rails, and criticisms are leveled at the Jews, which are just, mind-boggling and bizarre, like this crazy idea that Jews must drink Christian blood in order to avoid some kind of strange smell or, various other nasty things. The idea that Jews must somehow ritually murder a child in order to fulfill some kind of bizarre ritual purpose. These are like weird ideas that in the 12th, 13th century in particular began to take hold of the European imagination. They connected especially when printing became popular and it was possible to disseminate these ideas cheaply and widely. And unfortunately, we are still dealing with this form of medieval Jew hatred as well. The fourth form, which unfortunately until recently I believed was likely the final form, but that was optimistic, is what we would call today modern anti-Semitism. This is when the actual term anti-Semitism was invented in the 1880s as an attempt to try and sort of couch these old antipathies in a modern sort of scientific sounding term. And basically the content of modern anti-Semitism represents
I got banned
the
from
departure
for life.
from the religious moorings of anti-Jewish hatred.
Yeah, because I spam people. So now I just spam people.
One, that the Jews constitute a
I'm live on Twitch right now.
Separate from a religious confession, for example, or a national identification, but now they have some kind of quasi-scientific
I'm live on 22 different YouTube
association with their very beings, their very bodies. And secondly, the idea of conspiracy theory.
If you want to find me on
the
Twitch,
way this race works is that
I'm
they
live
are all
on,
connected
just a moment,
in
I'll tell you.
some grand, awful, diabolical plan to dominate the world. And that's basically where we were living from the 1880s through the entire Nazi period through the late 20th century up until recently. Finally, we come to this fifth form, anti-Zionism. What is this? How does it differ from the legitimate forms of objections that we talked about earlier? And why is it fundamentally still Jew hatred? Anti-Zionism is basically this position that ascribes a fundamental illegitimacy to the modern state of Israel, saying that unlike all other countries in the world, Israel somehow should not be allowed to exist, that it is based on fundamentally flawed, fatal flawed principles, that means that it is something that must be eradicated completely, something we don't say about Canada or England or any other state. We only say it about Israel. And secondly, anti-Zionism argues that all Jews, not just Israelis, but all Jews around the world are somehow equally culpable for establishing this so-called illegitimate state, that they are so-called complicit in this crime of Israel's existence. And that's really what this anti-Zionism is all about. So what I'd like to do now is to walk you through a few examples of how we see just how inappropriate and illogical and fundamentally hateful this argument is, and how it distinguishes itself from the earlier forms of opposition to Zionism that we can understand based on legitimate grounds, whether or not we agree with them. Let's take, for example, as a lit test, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. It's not, for me, it's not my favorite form of defining anti-Semitism, but it happens to be something that is in the news because a lot of political debate is whether or not we should formally accept this definition, not this. But let's just use it as our litmus test. So if you look at where I've pointed the arrow here, we should say clearly that criticism of Israel, similar to that leveled against any other country, cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. I mean, if you were to say anyone who criticizes the government of Israel is an anti-Semite, you have to say half of the population of Israel is anti-Semitic, because they have a very vigorous democracy. They have protests, they have arguments. It's actually a raucous kind of thing. The Israeli Knesset and politics there, there's tremendous amounts of criticism of the government, the current government, previous governments, and I'm sure future governments. So there's certainly no boundary in this definition that says that criticizing the decisions of a given government or political orientation in Israel is honest. There are, however, some things which go way beyond it, and that's what we really want to focus on. So here, have a look at the second page, which sort of expands with lots of examples of the definition. Let's look at some of them in detail and see why anti-Zionism really goes beyond the level of appropriate criticism of government and gets into and
You know me so well that
first of
whenever
all,
I do, they
accusing
ban
the
me.
Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Right? We sometimes call this Holocaust revisionism, and the reason why an anti-Semite might want to do that is because part of the reason why the need for a
You
state
raise a very
Israel
good point.
is
Where am I
present
live?
is because of the
We're gonna find
genocidal
it.
attack on the Jewish people in the Second World War that necessitates some kind of refuge for them. Okay, fine. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. This is also a very old criticism. It's the dual loyalty charge that it's saying that it's not possible for a Jew to, let's say, for example, serve in the United States Armed Force because they're really more dedicated to Israel. I mean, if that is the case, again, you'd have to wipe out, you'd have to remove from its ranks a tremendous number of people in the armed forces who come from other countries or have various, affinities for other countries. So we're going to set that one aside here. Anti-Zionism means denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, for example, by claiming that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor, meaning all other countries seeking to establish national homelands for their indigenous peoples, that is somehow okay, but for Jews to do that, not okay. We see it perhaps most starkly in the 1975 UN resolution that equated Zionism as a national movement of the Jewish people as a racist endeavor. There's no such UN resolution that says that French nationalism, American nationalism, Russian, Venezuelan nationalisms, that they are somehow racist, but Jewish nationalism is somehow racist. It's a fundamentally flawed argument. And as you can see from this map that indicates the nations that sponsored it, primarily the Arab League, and those that voted in favor of it, probably primarily those who are deeply beholden to some of the petroleum resources of the Arab League, that you get the sense of like where this is coming from, as well as those who, objected to this particular resolution. Building on this idea of equating the Jewish national movement with racism and not other national movements, applying double standards by requiring of it, i.e. Israel, a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation, and hold Israel to a different standard of what is acceptable. And we see this especially today, and we can see this in actually a rather brilliant article that was just published yesterday by Zach Goldberg in Tablet. And basically what Mr. Goldberg did was he went and looked at some of the major media resources, and he said, okay, how many times is the word genocide used in connection with, and then he identified, half a dozen odd recognized massacres that may reach the level of genocide. I won't go into the details of the separations between them. But as you can see, when you connect Israel to genocide, that's a phenomenally popular topic, far more than connecting, for example, the Cambodians to genocide or Rwandans to genocide and so on. When you say Israel and genocide in one sentence, you get a lot of hits. And so therefore, that has suddenly become a tremendously popular in much of the media space. And he points out here, I'm going to actually read a quote from that article, which is rather remarkable. He says, if Israel's war in Gaza qualifies as a genocide, it would constitute a striking historical outlier, perhaps the first such case of genocide triggered by a mass terrorist attack involving the slaughter of civilians and the taking of hostages, the first in which the genocider, quote unquote, permitted food, fuel, and humanitarian aid to flow into the territory of its purported victims, and potentially the only instance in which the perpetrators lacked any prior plan or ideological commitment to extermination. It may also be unique in that the targeted group's combatants have deliberately embedded themselves in civilian infrastructure and sought to increase civilian casualties for strategic and propaganda purposes. And it could be the only genocide that might plausibly be halted on the spot, not by the genocider, but by the group claiming victimhood. Specifically, were Hamas to release the hostages and lay down its arms, Israel's military campaign, having achieved its core objectives, would likely cease. And I don't mean by this discussion to in any way diminish the horrific suffering of the civilian population in Gaza. It's a horrible thing, and you know, my entire being rebels against it. But the bottom line is there's so much focus on Israel saying, stop trying to rescue your hostages. And hardly anyone is saying, Hamas, let go of the hostages. You took civilian hostages, murdered many of them. You still have 20 of them. Why isn't the world screaming at Hamas, screaming at the Arab world that is in league with Hamas and saying, force them to release the hostages and the violence will cease? That's something that still bothers my mind. Next, using symbols and images associated with classical anti-Semitism, such as claims of Christ killing or blood libel to characterize Jews or Israelis. Lots of examples of this, very offensive metaphors of Jews or Israelis drinking blood, harming children, God forbid, these kinds of things. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israel policy to Nazis. That happens everywhere all the time. You know, you see a swastika on the Star of David flag, things like that. And finally, holding Jews collectively responsible for the actions of the state of Israel. And that's why we're talking about this right now. This is something that we've seen for a long time. If it wasn't Israel, it was other things, such as the horrific massacres at the Tree of Life synagogue that occurred actually before October 7th. Of course, we see it today in the terror murder of 2 Israeli staffers walking up a museum in Washington, or the horrible attack on the peaceful protesters in Boulder. Okay, I hope this video sort of explains, you know, what is anti-Zionism, why it is fundamentally a form of Jew hatred, that yes, there is a possibility of disagreeing with the policies of the state of Israel. Yes, there are so many people who disagree with how the current government is waging this war, and that's not the topic of this video. But the purpose of this video is to illustrate that by allying yourself with a group that calls themselves anti-Zionist, you may be buying into a much larger agenda than you're actually thinking of initially. I hope this video was useful to you, and I hope that we get an end to the violence, a return of the hostages immediately to their families, and the cessation of all of the attacks and suffering in Gaza. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, I've been conducting research for the upcoming Rhone cruise, and I came across something yesterday that just blew my mind, that even though it's not dealing with the Rhone material, it's in a very close by area, the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne, which we will be going to, God willing, next year. It was just such a fascinating thing. I figured I've got to do more research on this, and I can't wait to share it with you. So let me talk a little bit about the region of Bordeaux, and specifically to the south, the region of Bayonne. I was reading a one-volume study of French Jewry by Esther Benbassa, a fascinating historian who is also a politician. She is a senator in France. And I came across this amazing story of the Jews of a place called Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonnes. I chased down an article by Anne Zink on this to read a little more, and it's just absolutely amazing. So this place, Saint-Esprit-les-Bayonnes, you can see where it is here. It's sort of like perched on the very western edge of France, just above the border with Spain. That, by the way, gives it a very important role later in the colonization of the Americas, and Jews were part of that story, and I'll return to that in a second. It's also especially important because it was the destination for a lot of Portuguese Jews. And let's just quickly explore why they're coming to this spot specifically. Let's recall, Jews were not allowed in France at the time that the Portuguese Jews began to move there. The Jews were expelled from, and France is not unified like it is today. There are different, territories controlled by different powers and so on. But basically, the Jews are expelled first in 1182, and then invited back, and it goes, they're expelled again several times until the end of the 14th century. And in Provence, the region that's close by here, finally expelled at the beginning of the 16th century. However, there's a little footnote in that King Louis XI wanted to resettle the region of Bordeaux, which was devastated by the 100 Years' War. So in 1474, he invites foreigners, except the hated English, to return to Bordeaux and to settle them. And there he explicitly allows these so-called Portuguese merchants, and later they're openly called Portuguese New Christians, are given residency rights in this region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Now, who are these Portuguese merchants, also known as Portuguese New Christians? These are essentially Jews who were forcibly converted in 1497 in Portugal and were looking for ways to get out of that country. And many of them made their way to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example. We've spoken about that quite a bit. And many of them went out to the New World, to Brazil and other places. But this is really close by. It's just over the Pyrenees, just over the border. And there's a lot of these Jews who are given technically the rights of Christians, but still wishing at some level to live as Jews. These are called crypto-Jews. They used to be called marranos, which is in itself a derogatory term meaning swine. So crypto-Jews or conversos is considered a more acceptable term. They're Jews who, they're along a whole spectrum. There are some who really become true believers and are ultimately absorbed into the larger Catholic population. There are those who deeply, deeply resent the forcible conversion and are doing everything they can to live underground as Jews. And then there's a whole bunch of Jews who are in the middle of that, who are trying to maintain their safety as living as Christians to the outside world, but in their own homes, they're still marrying other crypto-Jews, practicing some Jewish traditions, and so on. So they're making their way now to the region of Bordeaux and Bayonne. Everybody knows that they are of Jewish extraction, and there's a degree of persecution that goes along with that, even though they are technically baptized. We know that the Jews were useful. Like, look at this chart here. You can see that in 1751, 51% of the Jews, a very small number of them were impoverished. Almost all of them were, producing for the economy. About half of them are involved in trade. About 30% are involved in banking. That is a little bit skewed from what we see in other parts of Europe where Jews are allowed to live. Banking and small commerce might be a little bit larger, but nevertheless, there's 12% involved in crafts and 5% involved in other things. In terms of the trade, this is Saint-Esprit is on an important river that opens out into the Atlantic. So they're involved in all kinds of things, in wool sales, in chocolate, in tobacco, and you name it, all kinds of soap. They're making soap. All kinds of things are going on there, and they are definitely very useful to the economy. So by 1550, King Henri II specifically assures their residency rights, even though they are Portuguese New Christians. Now, what's especially interesting about all this is that what's going on in Bordeaux and Bayonne is not necessarily what's going on in the entire country. By 1615, King Louis XIII requires all Jews, including crypto-Jews, to leave France. And that, by the way, affects a lot of the Jews who have made their way to the New World. A lot of French holdings, like in Louisiana and elsewhere, Jews are technically expelled from those regions as well. But in Bordeaux, here's the really interesting part. In Bordeaux, the Jews are allowed to remain there because the local parliament refuses to obey the king on the expulsion of the Jews. And in fact, they develop a legal remedy. They sell naturalization rights to Portuguese merchants. 260 of them take advantage of this, and they buy the right to be naturalized in Bordeaux specifically. And essentially, they just sort of ignore the king on this regard. And by 1723, the people living there are openly referred to as Jews, despite the fact that the legal ban on their settlement in French territory is still fully in place. It's absolutely amazing. The legal nomenclature of what we call them, Portuguese merchants or New Christians or even Jews, reflects a reality that is developing on the ground in Bordeaux. Throughout the 17th century, all kinds of measures that are cataloged in an exhaustive manner by Anne Zink, who really went down into the local archives, demonstrates that they are more and more openly returning to their Jewish practices. For example, birth rates seem to be pretty much stable, but the number of baptisms, especially baptisms in Portuguese families, declines. They employ a parish priest to serve as this kind of go-between, to buy a plot of land to allow them to have their own cemetery with Chevra Kaddish and their rights, and they develop all kinds of traditional institutions like you would have in a much more well-developed Kehillah in, let's say, Jewish Eastern Europe. So by the last quarter of the 18th century, the Jews of Bordeaux are openly flouting what's going on in the rest of France. They're living without any restrictions on their movement within Bordeaux and Bayonne, can own real estate. They don't have to wear the ruelle, the Jewish badge. They don't have to wear the yellow hat. They have, an incredible amount of freedoms within this region. Now, I want to point out one thing here that I, can't miss this. Just think about this. I was just describing things that happened at the end of the 1700s. But they were the descendants of people who were forcibly converted at the end of the 1400s. So we're talking about 300 years, right? From, let's say, 1500 to 1800. So we're talking about how many generations is that? If a generation is about 25 years, that's 3 times, that's 12 generations. I mean, can you imagine living as a submerged identity for 12 generations? And if you want to say that the Jews were sort of coming out of the woodwork in 1800, well, it's been a good century of tolerance in Bordeaux and Bayonne, much greater, I would think, in many ways than the famed convivencia that you see in the south in Spain during the Muslim period. But that's still 100 years after that started. So if we go back 100 years, you're still talking about 8 generations. Could you imagine returning to your ancestral identity after 8 generations of living as a submerged individual? It really is mind-boggling. Here's the thing that Anne Zink really drives home in her article on this topic. And maybe she's thinking of the darker history of the 20th century, when this kind of tolerance was sadly hardly in evidence. The fact is that national leaders, kings, and so on can make all kinds of pronouncements. They can make so-called political statements. They can pronounce ideological purity, like saying, hey, France is going to be Judenrein. We're going to be completely Catholic. And of course, France had a lot of difficulty with non-Catholic Christians as well. But it only really matters when it can be enforced on the ground. And if there is a gap between these national leaders who are playing to all kinds of different agendas and the people who actually live there together with their Jewish neighbors, if there is a gap, if there's any daylight between those two positions, that's a moment in which you can have real humanity express itself. The non-Jewish population of Bordeaux and Bayonne saw the Jews in the 17th and 18th century as essentially their neighbors. We know that they were linguistically very well adapted, that, looking at Anne Zink's studies of rental agreements and purchase agreements and all kinds of contracts, that Jews were basically treated like every other citizen of Bordeaux and Bayonne. And so it's especially fascinating to see how these crypto Jews were able to emerge from their submerged identity and yet find a welcome place in this corner of France. Wow, I can't wait to visit it. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research, as I prepare for another Kosher River cruise in France, this time in Bordeaux in the southwestern part of the country, I came across this absolutely fascinating discussion relating to the liturgy. And many historians have pointed out that one of the best ways to study Jewish history is to simply look at the Siddur, the prayer book, because so many events and experiences of the Jewish people are layered into the fabric of the prayer book. And as you peel away those layers, you can see a lot of fascinating things about Jewish history in general. So I came across this one passage in the work of Gerard Nahon. He's a phenomenal historian, perhaps the greatest historian, certainly of the Bordeaux and Bayonne region, which he's been studying all his life. His family was originally from Algeria, although he himself was born in Paris. He was a student at the Sorbonne, and he taught at many universities. And Nahon is especially associated with L'École pratique des hautes études. He was a major scholar of French and Sephardic Jews. I found something really fascinating in his 2003 publication, Juifs et Judaïsme à Bordeaux, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux. So here's what it is. So the first part of his book goes into some of the Bordeaux antiquities, like when did Jews first come to this region? It's certainly lost in the sands of time because by the time we first get records of Jews, they aren't referring to their settlement. These are referring to Jews that have lived there for some centuries. Most likely they came in the early first millennium, maybe the first or second century with the Romans, but we'll get into some of the details. We have some interesting archaeological discoveries. For example, in Bordeaux, a gold ring was discovered in the vicinity of streets later called Rua Judaica, or Rue Juive, the Jewish street. And if you look at this amazing ring here, it was first published by Camille Julien in 1890, who presumed that it was an engagement ring of a woman named Esther. When you look closer at it, you can see that, in fact, it does have the name Aster, which is, in fact, a Roman equivalent of the name Esther. We know that from this remarkable first century epitaph that was set up for Claudia Esther, who was one of the slaves who was taken from Jerusalem in the first century to Rome, and it was put up by her husband. But looking more closely at this particular image, why would you think that this Aster is definitely a Jewish one? Well, it is obviously the representation of the menorah on both sides of the ring. And you can see that's a classically Jewish symbol. The 7-branch menorah in particular really goes to the heart of Jewish symbology. You see it from very, very early, and it's very popular in the first, second centuries. So whereas Julien argued that it was an engagement ring, Nahon says that's probably not the case. He says it probably belonged to a man named Asterius. I'm not sure how strong his argument is personally, because why wouldn't it say Asterius, although those last 3 letters kind of indicates like a nominative case. It really should be in the ring itself, unless it's a short form, but who knows? At any rate, everybody agrees it's from the 6th century, right? So we're talking the 500s. We know that there were Jews already living there at this time. We also have a really fascinating document that goes back a couple hundred years earlier, and this one is really interesting. It is the document of the Pilgrim of Bordeaux, which is really fascinating. It goes back to the year 333 or 334. And it's regarded as one of the very earliest itineraries composed by a Christian pilgrim make way to the Holy Land. In this case, from Bordeaux, all the way over the northern Mediterranean, and then down into the land of Israel. And it's been studied for centuries and centuries as a work of history, of geography, of piety, and so on. But what's really interesting is that there's this Professor Klein who already published in the 1930s an article saying that, wait a second, are we sure that this pilgrim from Bordeaux was in fact Christian? Because when you look at the itinerary itself, he zips right through Galilee, where Jesus was active for 2.5 years for most of his stuff. He doesn't talk at all about Nazareth or Capernaum or any of the important places in the Galilee. He goes straight down to Jerusalem, and he talks and talks and talks about really important Jewish characters like Elisha and King Chizkiyahu and all kinds of people who are really important in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures. But he only has 2 references to Jesus in the entire document. One of them seems to be entirely in passing because he was going through Bethlehem or Bethlehem. So Professor Klein suggested, maybe this guy's actually a Yid. Maybe this guy's actually a Jewish pilgrim, but he left this very rare travelogue, and that's how we have it today. And it was a mistake to ascribe it to a Christian. At any rate, that's sort of an open-ended question. What I want to talk about today is this Vehu Rachum prayer, which is well known in particular to men and women who pray the morning service. In the Orthodox world, typically women do not pray this section called Tefillin, which are penitential prayers that are read immediately after the central part of the prayers, or the Amidah. And on Sunday through Friday, there's a short version. But according to Jewish tradition, since Mondays and Thursdays are the days when the Beit Din sits, that is, the court of Jewish law sits, so this happens also in heaven, and therefore it requires additional prayers, to expiate our sins. So that's basically what this Tachanun prayer is. And there's this longer Mondays and Thursdays called Vehu Rachum, which is the first 2 words, and it means, and he is merciful, meaning God is merciful. So where does this prayer come from? So looking at some of the standard reference works, like the Otzar Tfilos, there is a reference to some people who were once in danger, somehow connected with a boat, but not too much discussion there. And they composed this prayer, and it was considered so beautiful that it was included in the regular liturgy. What Professor Gerard Nahon brings forth, however, is a 1407 manuscript from Troyes, elsewhere in France, where a student of Rabbi Menachem named Yehuda Bar Eliezer Tzvi records the actual story that occurred much earlier. So we're definitely now talking in the realm of legend. This is something recorded in the 15th century, describing something that happened in the 1st century, but it happened in Bordeaux. So the story goes, as we've discussed previously on this channel, there's a legend that Vespasian, as part of his peak with the difficulty of putting down the Jewish rebels in the Great Roman Jewish War of the 1st century, he loads up 3 boats full of Jews. He removes the rudders, and he puts no skipper on them, and he just pushes them out into the Mediterranean. This is considerably less comfortable than what we enjoy in kosher river cruises, let me tell you. At any rate, according to the legend, which has been recorded from the 12th century onward, these 3 boats went to largely southern France. One went to Arles, one went to Lyon up the Rhone River, and one somehow got to Bordeaux, which is hard to imagine geographically, because really it would have had to go all the way around Spain to enter from the Atlantic Ocean. But never mind, this is a legend anyhow. And the Jews disembarked there, and they established really early settlements in what would have been Roman Gaul. It would have been a Roman territory. So according to the legend recorded in this 1407 manuscript, there was a king in the region of Bordeaux, and originally he treated the Jews very well, but then he died. And just like we have in the book of Exodus, a new king arose who knew not the Jews, and he began to persecute them. And so there were 2 brothers named Joseph and Benjamin, and a cousin of theirs named Shmuel. It's interesting that the specific names Joseph, Benjamin, and Shmuel adds a degree of verisimilitude to the whole story. But then these 3 people get together, and they each compose a section of a special prayer. They recite this prayer to God, and then the king forgets about persecuting Jews and decides he dies a horrible death. After this, the prayer was considered so successful, and actually it is very beautiful. I will tell you that we tend to rush through it because nobody likes saying Tachanun. It's very sad kind of prayers, but it's actually very beautifully written. So I actually enjoy it when I have plenty of time to daven. This prayer spread throughout the entire Jewish world. It has been incorporated into both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic rites because of its great antiquity. It predates the separation of Ashkenazic and Sephardic cultures, and it is included and appreciated to this very day. So it has its origins, apparently, at least according to this legend, in Bordeaux. I hope you found this interesting. And I hope you'll be able to join us on this fantastic cruise to this really unusual part of France, where we hope to discover a lot more Jewish history along the way. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. A few weeks ago, we spoke about the Bordeaux itinerary, which is this fascinating sort of travel log taking a pilgrim from Bordeaux in France all the way to the land of Israel and back. And I had come across this article that suggested that perhaps this Bordeaux pilgrim from the year 333, 334 was possibly Jewish. So I want to dive into that just a little bit more, because I just think it's so fascinating that we should have some kind of artifact like this all the way from Bordeaux at this very early period of time. So first of all, what is this Bordeaux itinerary? It's known in Latin as the Itinerarium Burdigalense, or Itinerarium o Burdigala usque Jerusalem, meaning the Bordeaux itinerary, or the itinerary from Bordeaux to Jerusalem. And basically, it's really boring. It's a text of a few pages that basically describes, really, really dull information, but important if you're traveling, of how far it is to go from stop A to stop B, meaning you got to break this into a lot of stops, because you're going to be doing a lot of overnights if you're traveling by donkey or by horse or by foot. So how long it takes to get from one place to another one, and where you can change horses. I think it's really fascinating that you would, you have like horse rentals, like Hertz horse rentals, stopping at places, switching horses out, things like that. The oldest versions of this document that exist today are from the 8th and 10th centuries, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them omit most of it except for the section in the land of Israel itself, which is especially relevant for people all over, but 2 of them do describe the route all the way from Bordeaux to Israel. And here you can see a map representing the Bordeaux itinerary, both there and back, and with several stops along the way of important places. Now, the text itself, however, looks something like this: like, change at Stomatae, 7, change at Senone, leagues 9, city of Astates, leagues 8, right? Most of it's pretty boring until you get to the land of Israel. And then, of course, there's a lot more detailed information about what to see in connection to the Bible and things like that. So that's basically what this really early pilgrimage account is. And it has lots of fascinating things that associate with it. Now, there are a lot of questions for scholars, like, for example, are the actual sites as they are described, meaning can we link the sites described in the Bordeaux itinerary to the events actually described in the Bible? Or were these places kind of like made up, especially in the 4th century, because then when there was a huge kind of like quote-unquote discovery of Christian holy sites, which scholars affirm to one degree or another. There was a lot more, fascination with Helena, for example, from Constantinople, coming saying, I found the true cross and things like that. So perhaps these sites aren't actually representing actual historical locations. And it's also some really interesting literary discussions of, is there a subtle adversus judaeos tradition here? Is this fitting into church father writings around the same time, perhaps criticizing Judaism by the contrast of various holy sites? These are all great questions. But we're going to look at one set of questions in particular, which was advanced by this tremendous scholar named Shmuel Klein, who was born in Hungary. He moved to Israel in 1929, where he's one of the first faculty members of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had a rabbinic background. He had served as a rabbi and served as a chaplain and so on. But his real love was historical geography, and especially the historical geography of the Holy Land. His PhD dissertation was defended in 1909, and it was on the topographic and historical material in the poetry of the 7th century liturgical poet Kalir. Absolutely fascinating. He wrote, a list of articles as long as my arm describing various historical and topographical aspects of the land of Israel. Huge influence on later geographic studies. Now, Professor Klein opined that, maybe we shouldn't take this itinerary at face value. For example, he says, why is there so little material in the itinerary on the Galileo region, the Galilee? I mean, that was Jesus's main area of activity. Why is there no reference in the itinerary to Nazareth, Capernaum, Magdala, Cana, sites that are so prominent in the Christian scriptures? Why does the pilgrim spend this huge trip making his way in the land of Israel and then just skip over all those things, just go straight to the coast and then spend time in Jerusalem? Important question. Second one, why are there so many references to Hebrew scriptures, especially, events that occurred to particular kings as described in the Book of Kings or the Book of Chronicles, and like lots of things which are fascinating in Jewish history, but they're not really that closely followed in Christian history. Some scholars preceding Klein, and he quotes them in his article on this topic, suggest that, perhaps it was a Jewish Christian or a Christian Jew, maybe someone who was part of that generation who was of Jewish ethnicity, but was practicing Christianity. And, there's something to be said for that argument, but it's really quite late for that. We're already in the 4th century, and the split between Judaism and Christianity was pretty profound by the time you get to the 4th century. And then finally, perhaps most fascinatingly, there's lots of references in this text, not to the Old Testament, the Hebrew scriptures, but to Jewish legend, both materials that are discussed in rabbinic literature, but a lot of material that appears to be like local popular lore that is not exactly agada in the technical sense of things contained in the rabbinic text, but nevertheless a tradition handed down in a Jewish community. Is it not possible, asks Professor Klein, that the pilgrim is actually Jewish? Now, a spoiler alert, he says no. He says, I don't think so. I don't think the author of this particular text was Jewish. First of all, the text has lots of Christian references to Jesus as Savior, which would definitely be not okay for a Jew. Perhaps the pilgrim was writing for a particular audience and included those things in there for the audience. Possible, not especially convincing, but possible. Perhaps it was added by later copyists, also possible, but if they're going to add stuff, they could have added so much more stuff. Why only add a few toss-away references? What Professor Klein argues, and many scholars believe the same, that it was not actually written by a Bordeaux pilgrim. It was rather written by someone living in Bordeaux, cobbling together reports from other people who had made this journey. And he argues that the author of the itinerary actually collected information from Jews in the region of Bordeaux. And they had made this itinerary, and he pulled material from them into it. Jews in Lyon in particular, which is fascinating because we do know that there are Jews in the region already from the 1st century, but we have only tiny little scattered references. If Professor Collins is correct, then there's a lot of detailed information available to the author of the itinerary because there's significant Jewish populations in Bordeaux and in Lyon at this time. We know from rabbinic literature that there are a couple of interesting figures. For example, there's someone called Rabbi Menachem Ish Galia. Rabbi Menachem, the man of Gallia, that is, of course, Roman France. That's mentioned in the Tosefta of Eruvin. There is a Rabbi Yudan Demin Gallia, or Rabbi Yudan from Gallia, and he's mentioned in Psikta de Rav Kahana. These are all very old texts, which suggest that, yeah, in fact, there are, some kind of quasi-rabbinic populations there that so much so that they would produce at least these two figures who are cited in very, very ancient texts. So this is actually Professor Klein's contribution and thesis, and I think it's really quite convincing that the pilgrim who wrote this text did not actually make the journey himself or herself, but most likely cobbled it together from lots of other sources, including from at least one Jewish source who traveled to this region from Bordeaux. And I think that is absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching this short video. And I'm so glad there are other people who find this stuff so interesting. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so grateful to have had another opportunity to visit the Douro River Valley with kosher river cruises. It's so fascinating to see evidence of crypto-Jewish communities living in that area over 500 years since the Inquisition. But we're going to move on now because in November, God willing, we're going to go to another location. We're going to go visit the area of Bordeaux, which is in southwest France. It's a new area for me. I've never been there before, and I'm quite fascinated to see what that place is like and to discover the Jewish history inherent in this very unusual region. So what I'd like to do in this short video is to just go quickly over the history of Jewish settlement in Bordeaux. It's quite fascinating and unusual, and very much related to the discussions we had regarding Portugal as well, because a significant number of Portuguese Jews made their way to Bordeaux, particularly in the 16th century. To start with, have a look at this map here. Here's where Bordeaux is. You can see it's on a waterway that opens to the Atlantic Ocean, and like many centers of Jewish civilization, it is an important mercantile site. Of course, the entire region is suffused with wine culture, and I'm going to have to learn a lot more about that before I go there to understand the role of Jews in the history of wine. But for today, let's just look at settlement. So we have a medieval legend that speaks about 3 rudderless ships being cast adrift in the Mediterranean Sea by Vespasian in the 1st century after the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. These rudderless ships wandered throughout the Mediterranean and landed at the city of Arles, located at the mouth of the Rhone River, and made their way upstream to Lyon, a little further on that same river. And then another one went somehow all the way around, I guess, the Strait of Gibraltar to land in Bordeaux. And this is the legendary origins of the Jewish communities of these 3 very important cities. But if we move past this fascinating legend and look at the archaeological evidence and the literary evidence, we do have a fascinating signet ring that looks at a ring that appears to have menorahs on it and the name Aster, which could be an abbreviation of the Latin name Asterios, not especially Jewish, or Esther, which of course is very Jewish, and that dates from the 4th century. In the late 500s, we have a literary report of a Jew in Bordeaux who got into trouble because apparently he ridiculed a priest's belief that a particular saint would cure him of an illness. We don't know the specifics of that particular story, but it does have certain ring of truth in some ways. And then we also have much more evidence by the time you get up to the 9th century, much of it coming from anti-Jewish sources, but nevertheless pointing to a fairly well-developed community for the 9th century in Bordeaux. By the 11th century, you already have geography. You have a place called Mont Judaïque, which means like the mountain of the Jews, or the Jewish mountain. That's outside the city walls. There's a Jewish cemetery in place. There's a Jewish street, and a port is called Porte de Jeux, which was known earlier by the name Porta Judea, clearly meaning the port of the Jews. So certainly by the 11th century, this is around the time of Rashi, this is around the time just before the Crusades and so on, you actually have a very significant Jewish family. Where they came from exactly is not clear. But we do begin to see clear migrations from other regions afterwards. This is largely because France went through kind of like this paroxysm of desire to expel Jews from its environs at several points during the High Middle Ages. The first of them was in 1182, which did not actually affect the Jews of Bordeaux, because during this time, specifically from 1154 to 1453, Bordeaux was not under French control. It was under English control. And even though this part of England was located on the continent, it was nevertheless, impervious to the demands of the French kings. I think it's also interesting to observe that the 300 odd years that Bordeaux had independence from France, being attached to England, may have contributed to a certain cultural orientation that we certainly see more of as we move into the early modern period, of being willing to defy central authorities, specifically with regards to the treatment of their Jewish populations. So if we go back to our expulsion situation, the Jews of Bordeaux were not affected by the expulsion of 1182, but they did get exposed to 3 rapid expulsions in swift succession in 1284, 1305, and 1310. And as you might wonder, wait a minute, how can you expel a population in 1284 and then expel them again in 1305? Did they get invited back? That certainly happened in other parts of Europe. And then expel them again 5 years later in 1310? I mean, it doesn't make sense. In the case of Bordeaux, it seems that the expulsions were not actually implemented. There were orders of expulsions, but they were really just, tools to extort bribes from the Jewish community to allow them to remain in place. This is another illustration of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival, that when confronted with various threats, including expulsions, the Jewish communities could elect to simply bribe the parties, the nobility or the kings that were demanding their expulsion, and remain in place, or they could simply say, well, it's too dangerous or the price is too high, and then they could flee. So it seemed that the fee strategy was working at the turn of the 14th century in Bordeaux. In 1320, however, the Jews of Bordeaux suffered horribly from attacks by a group called the Pastoreux. These are the shepherds. It's a populist movement, very similar to the Crusades, which of course began in 1096. So this is like a century after the first crusade, but they continued for some time. It was originally an anti-Muslim movement, the idea of the European Christian effort to wrest Jerusalem and the Holy Land from the Muslims had lots of very negative spillovers in Europe proper, and particularly for the Jewish communities living in Europe, particularly because if the whole idea of the Crusades is to reclaim the Holy Land for Christianity and drive out the infidel, well, a lot of locals, the populists said, we have infidels living right here in our own communities, obviously referring to the Jews. So there was also a class element specifically to the Pastoreux uprising, in that they wanted to, try and attack communities that had concentrations of wealth. The Jews were unfortunately an ideal target because they were concentrated in urban centers like Bordeaux, and also they were more openly associated, like money lending, minting, like craft, goldsmiths, things like that, by the Pastoraux, and they suffered horribly in that year 1320. Church, and the Pope in particular, the Jews, like they did with blood libels and things, we should not be doing these things. However, when the Pastoraux had their rioting, the church would not allow them to return to Judaism because, as we've discussed many times in connection with the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era, that baptism being a sacrament meant that once a person was baptized, forcibly or otherwise, even though it was forbidden to forcibly baptize someone, that meant that they were nevertheless considered Christians. A lot of sad stories about that, but I won't get off track. So at any rate, 1453, Bordeaux returns to French control, which was technically at this time Judenrein, because there had been a major expulsion of Jews in 1306 from a large amount of French territory, and it's not certain if this decree was imposed on the Jews of Bordeaux. What we do know, however, is that there were significant populations of Jews, and especially crypto-Jews, who had been making their way up to Bordeaux from the 15th century and on. Again, you'll recall that in Spain, there was a massive wave of pogroms and forced conversions that gave people the status of new Christians. And as I mentioned a second ago, they were officially Christians, even though they did not necessarily want to regard themselves as Christians, but they had the privileges of free movement as Christians. There would be attempts to lock this down by both Spain and especially by Portugal, where a lot of these Jews fled. But in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, there was periods of time when this was relaxed. And a lot of these nominal Christians, these so-called new Christians or conversos, sometimes called Marranos, which is a derogatory term, they made their way out of the Iberian Peninsula and looked to other places to live. Amsterdam, Hamburg, very prominent sites, the New World, Brazil in particular, and also just across the Pyrenees Mountains, the region of Bordeaux. And we begin to see an unusual sort of cultural combination of these new Christians moving into Bordeaux, identifying as Portuguese, later as the Portuguese nation, and ultimately openly as Jews. That combines with the sort of contrarian spirit of the Bordeaux population, and the Jews begin to get more and more privileges for their independent communities, even though they're still technically considered Christians. We see that they develop separate cemeteries. We see that they're developing unique processes for marriages, which are recorded in church documents as, these people were married according to the Portuguese rite, which means essentially they are married Jewishly. And by 1723, they just totally give up on even bothering to call themselves Portuguese. Even though technically Jews are not allowed to live in France, they are openly living as Jews in Bordeaux specifically. At this time, we also begin to see Jews migrating from papal states, where there were also holdouts of Jews that were not initially affected by the expulsion of 1306. Increasing pressure we placed on the Jews of Avignon and the Comté Venaissin, which are regions that were controlled directly by the popes rather than the French kings. And so Jews begin to make their way over to Bordeaux as well. And over the course of the 18th century, you have two distinct communities living in Bordeaux, the Portuguese Jews and the Avignon and Comté Venaissin Jews. They're not exactly Ashkenazic. They have their own ritual, their Provençal, but you have these two communities living together, and they begin to really establish significant communities which were technically illegal. They set up yeshivot, right, schools. They set up bikur cholim, which are like Jewish welfare associations, especially for the sick. They set up all kinds of charitable organizations for the community. And eventually, the Jews from Avignon claim a similar communal status as the Portuguese, even though they had never been new Christians at all. By the time you get to 1806, which is where I'm going to cut off this, because we're going to enter into the modern world and some amazing things that affect Bordeaux Jews at this time, you have 2,131 Jews living in Bordeaux. 1,651 of them were Spanish/Portuguese. 144 were from Avignon, and another 336 were attracted from other Ashkenazic lands, Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands. Absolutely fascinating community with all kinds of different strands of thought coming in. I'm really looking forward to visiting Bordeaux in November, and I hope you'll be able to join me. Thank you very much for watching this video.
She's in mid-season. Yeah, this one's on a date with judgment. Can she come watch me before? She has to bag up her phone. No, she wouldn't have to. No. Was that a dress? Her sense of style is interesting because she's like trying to be like, I am a
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to tell you about one really interesting moment in the year 1755 when a great scholar named Chida met another remarkable scholar from Bordeaux. It's a really fascinating story, and it's got a little bit of humor. Here it is. So first of all, who was the Chida? That's an abbreviation for his name, Rabbi Chaim Yosef David Azulai. He was an incredibly important scholar who lived in the years 1724 to 1806. I've actually studied personally many of his books, and one of his books I've actually read multiple times. This is a great encyclopedic scholar, tremendous special interest in manuscripts, and fascinating. Now, for the reason that he's especially useful for us, because in the year 1753, when he was in his 30s, he was asked by the community of Hebron, he lived in Israel, he was asked by the community of Hebron to make a circuit through some of the larger communities, particularly in Europe, to collect money for this struggling community. And so he did this. He went and he became like a mashulach, as it were, a messenger to collect funds for the yeshiva in Hebron in particular. He ended up being especially good at it, and he did it for about 2 decades. On the course of his many travels, he wrote down a travelogue, which is called Magal Tov. It is one of the most remarkable rabbinic documents of the 18th century, which also produced a whole series of amazing documents. But this book, Magal Tov, is just, first of all, it fits within the long history of Jews going on trips and describing them everywhere from Benjamin of Tudela to, your Aunt Sadie going to Boca and writing about it on Facebook. This is a long Jewish tradition of describing faraway places, and the Chida does it phenomenally. He writes with a sense of adventure and curiosity, and he provides all kinds of fascinating details, many of them really quite scurrilous. It's really surprising, quite fascinating how he gets deep into the community and understands the kind of stresses they have going on. And it's a remarkably important source for an understanding of the nature of Jewish communities throughout Europe in the 18th century. He also has a great, amazing sense of humor, which you would never know from reading his standard rabbinic books. But in Magal Tov, this comes out right. He went to Bordeaux several times. That's the reason for the particular research is that preparing for the Kosher Riverboat cruise to Bordeaux this November. And he has a lot to say about Bordeaux in specific, but I want to talk about one encounter he had with a remarkable Bordeaux Jew whose name was Jacob Rodriguez Pereira, also known as Pereira. He was born in 1750, a rough contemporary of the Chida, and he lived until 1780. His story is, like many Bordelais Jews, he came from Spanish-Portuguese roots, especially after his father died. His mother picked up and fled Portugal, and he ended up in Bordeaux, where they readopted Judaism. Jacob at this time was 6 years old. He was circumcised, and he dropped his baptismal name of Francisco, and that's when he became Jacob. He had a brilliant creative mind, in many ways a lot like the Chida, although obviously without all of the rabbinic background. He didn't have the advantage of that kind of training, but he invented all kinds of fascinating things. Like, he's considered one of the fathers of modern computing because in the 1700s he invented an early calculator, a mechanical calculator. He met people from Tahiti who were traveling Bordeaux, you recall, as a port, and so he wrote a dictionary of the language of Tahiti. He was an engineer. He designed a method to allow sailing ships to dramatically increase their speed on transatlantic voyages. Really, really fascinating things. He was an educator, and he was also, not only a tremendous advocate for the Jewish community in Bordeaux in particular. We'll talk about that in another video. But he also believed in public education, and he taught the poor children of Bordeaux for free, giving them basic life skills, vocational training, and so on. He was a well-regarded, well-revered figure. His main claim to fame, however, was that he was one of the first early people to teach people who were deaf and mute how to speak. He actually demonstrated the effectiveness of his techniques before King Louis XV, who awarded him with an annual pension of £800, and he was a big hero for inventing this particular method of using finger shapes to represent sounds. He wrote about this in a book in 1778 entitled Observations sur les sourds et muettes, was published by the Académie Royale des Sciences, Observations on those who are deaf and mute. Absolutely fascinating. Now, in his travels, the Chida went to Paris and arranged for a meeting with this individual. They met on the 12th of Av in the year 5515, which corresponds to July 20th, 1755. And the Chida was just overwhelmed with Rodriguez. You can imagine that personality-wise, they probably had a lot in common, very curious, very eclectic, and so on. And now I'd like to read to you from this passage of their meeting, because it's really quite fascinating. I should mention that Magal Tov is really quite an amazing book. published many times in Hebrew in the original. There's a very, very hard to find English translation, which of course we from the University Library, translation by Dr. Benjamin Zimmerman. He published it in 1997. Now listen to this little incident. Now, an astounding thing of wisdom did the said Senor Jacob relate to me. With his wisdom and by exercise of his intellect, together with painstaking care, he had succeeded in taking a person who was deaf-mute, to whom the sages refer, and this is interesting because in the Talmud, a person who is both deaf and mute is considered an invalid in all kinds of ways, not only in terms of the obvious disability, but also in terms of legal agency and so on. And there's a question about their level of intelligence and so on. And Professor Pereira really changed that dramatically. So let's go back here. Who could not hear and could not speak from the womb and from conception, meaning he never was able to speak from birth, and bring him to a state of speaking by he could reply with his mouth orally to something they would ask him in writing, for yes, yes, and for no, no. He could also write with his own hand in the French language and in the Holy Language. He's teaching Jewish deaf mute kids to be able to write in Hebrew as well. And with his mouth, he read in the books of both languages. Amazing achievements. And he could understand Tanakh. He could understand the Bible. And he, Rodriguez, was also competent. And he gave with them signs on the joints of his fingers, right? These are the finger shapes. And each joint he made as a sign for one letter. And when he wanted to speak with him, with great celerity, would he take and move the joints of his fingers, indicating the letters of the word he desired. And the mute person, after much practice, straightway understood his question and would respond. And now with my own eyes, I saw in his house a lad who they said was a mute, neither hearing nor speaking. And I saw him talking to me in the Holy Language and in French. Now here's the funny thing. And my eyes watched Senor Jacob indicating with his fingers to his mute, and immediately would he indeed reply to his question. And as I was making a jest, I did make some signs with my fingers in a random manner, right? The Fidah decided to hey, I'll do it, and started making gestures with his fingers. For I did not know the signs which Jacob had selected to him, meaning I was just making it up. I didn't know the system he taught all. And I saw that the lad was perplexed by the sight and was upset that he did not understand. Then his master said to him, right? Then Professor Rodriguez said to him, "Oh, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean to send the finger." Right? So that is actually what it sounds like. This phrase, "send the finger." I looked it up in the Hebrew. The original here is "shalach etzba." It's a literal translation. And of course, the Chidah, with his tremendous erudition, is quoting a verse from Isaiah 58:9. Which has that phrase there. And the commentators explain, the Tzudaf Savage says that this phrase to send the finger is like an aggressive gesture, kederech b'nei adam hamaritim, like people who are arguing, one will send the other a finger. And then the Shadal, very important Italian commentator, quotes a Latin commentator named Marshall, who refers to it as the digitum medium, which means the middle finger. So essentially what happened was the Chidah, in attempting to communicate with this person, or at least jesting, at least joking about it, accidentally made an offensive gesture, which caused the boy some consternation, but Professor was able to assure him that the rabbi didn't mean that actually. You really get a sense of the humor that the Chidah records in this Magal talk. It's really worth reading. At any rate, the Chidah is clearly very impressive. He ends his description of his visit to Professor Ferrer with the phrase, Baruch Honein La'adam Da'at. Blessed is the one who gives knowledge to human beings. Meaning, what an amazing scholar to be able to develop a method of teaching people who are deaf and mute to speak. And that was Jacob Rodriguez Pereira. Amazing story. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, so it's not that much money. So you would do it for 750? Yeah. Yeah, because what would a kilo of soft be in the slammer, I wonder? $100,000 easily kilo of soft. Yeah. In the slammer, like you could
Hello,
really
fellow
set your shit
students
up like that.
of Jewish history.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in looking at the figure of Abraham Furtado, very important activist who was from Bordeaux and had a lot to do with the transformation of French Jewry from the medieval period to the modern period. And this actually, it's not a slow process at all. We talked about it in videos in the past about how, after the French Revolution, there was this dramatic change from the medieval environment, which had essentially a corporate structure, into a modern environment in which Jews were citizens of France. And what exactly that means, that also didn't happen automatically. They had to petition for it. It took a couple of years, the Sephardim first, then the Ashkenazim, all kinds of interesting things like that. But right now, I'd like to just take a few minutes and look at Abraham Furtado and specifically his role in the last years before the revolution. One really fascinating moment, and I think it illustrates the complexities of French Jewry. Just fascinating. Okay. So first of all, he was born in 1756. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experience, but the story goes that at least his mother, possibly his father, left Lisbon, where they were natives, after the tremendous earthquake that happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake, not only because of the tremendous damage that it caused. A fire broke out that destroyed much of the city, and then a tsunami. Imagine all three of those things happening at the same time, totally destroying Lisbon. It allowed, however, for a new creative force to step in and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern principles. This is the middle of the 18th century, but also there was a kind of a mood in Lisbon that, we should just get rid of all of this old stuff. And the Marquis de Pombal in particular, very, very important political figure, who was one of the major reformist activists who led the country at that time, and in fact got rid of some of the most noxious aspects of the Spanish Inquisition. At any rate, focusing on Furtado, however, according to many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, his father was killed in that earthquake. His mother moved to London, and he was born on the 30th of July of 1756. Now, this is kind of confusing because if his father died in the earthquake and he was born 9 months later, it's an incredibly tragic moment. His father would have died shortly after conceiving his son. However, Francis Molino, who is definitely the greatest authority on the Jews of Bordeaux, especially the Sephardi Jews of Bordeaux, wrote this great book. She argues that no, the couple left together after the earthquake to London. So it's possible that the accounts are mistaken. At any rate, our protagonist, Abraham, is born in London, and then when he gets married at age 19, he moves to Bordeaux, where he becomes very successful, like many other Jews of Bordeaux at this time, in the maritime trade, working in insurance for that international commerce that's just burgeoning in the 18th century. Now, let's just recall what's going on with French Jewry at this time. Remember that as of 1306, and then later confirmed in 1394, there are no Jews officially in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France in a couple of different ways. And there's distinct populations with very different rights and privileges, even though they're all technically illegal as Jews. There are, of course, the Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in the Bordeaux region and also in neighboring Bayonne. These are Jews who are technically Christians as well. The Bordeaux experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted a few hundred years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identities, openly or otherwise, by the time we get to the 18th century, as we've discussed in a few videos now. Then you also have an interesting population of Provençal Jews who live at the mouth of the Rhone River in regions that were originally under papal control. Here, Jews were allowed to live quite a bit longer. You have the important communities of Carpentras, for example. Avignon is an extremely important place. Sometimes these are called the Avignonese population of Jews. And many of them later actually moved to the Bordeaux region, so they're also living in Bordeaux. They're not the same as Sephardim. They have their own rite, the Provençal rite, which has largely been lost. But they were never converted to Christianity like the Portuguese Jews were. And then, of course, you have on the eastern part of France, neighboring Germany, you have a mass of Ashkenazic Jews. And they are very, very different. Again, like the Provençal Jews, they have never been converted to Christianity. And certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have largely no interest in adapting to non-Jewish culture. This would be changing over the 18th and especially the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilationist pressures brought to bear on the Ashkenazi Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is very close to German, not at all close to French. They dress distinctly. They tend to be much more pious, much more scrupulous about observance of traditional Judaism. So they're a very different population and largely considered an undigestible mass in France. And again, all of these populations as Jews are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity, and they don't really know how to deal with it. A lot was changing in the 18th century, however, and a lot of the change was a result of the work of this man, whose name I will now attempt to slowly pronounce, Guillaume Chrétien de Magnon de Malesherbes. That's really hard to pronounce. And I know some French, but that's really hard. Malesherbes is how I'll refer to him from now on. He wrote a really important essay that ultimately resulted in a 1787 edict giving Protestants civil rights. Because focused on the history of the Jews here, the Protestants posed a much larger problem for technically Catholic France. And they persecuted them at one point, and they discriminated against them later, but they didn't go away, and they constituted a massive population in France, and they had to somehow come to terms with them. So ultimately, in 1787, with this edict of tolerance, they said, okay, fine, you'll have civil rights Protestants. France will still be technically a Catholic country. This is before the revolution, but we're going to stop, like, for example, not registering your marriages. When you get married, okay, that will be marriage, even though you're not getting married in the Catholic Church, for example. Essay and this edict that came out in 1787, the Jews would say, shouldn't we be emancipated too? So it turned out that the state responded, no, we weren't thinking about Jews, although Malesherbes himself may have actually been thinking of Jews. But this sparked a whole feverish activity in the last years before the revolution, trying to figure out what should be the position of the Jews, or more specifically, what should be the position of the various Jewish communities, because they were all so very different. And this is where Abraham Furtado stepped in. He's a successful man. He's very articulate. He's wealthy. He became one of the most important representatives of the Portuguese nation in Bordeaux. The Portuguese nation is kind of like the term they use to describe the Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Lopez Dubec went to Paris to argue for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Malesherbes, and they explained, how they felt that they should have the same kind of rights. Now, let us recall that because they were technically Christian, because they had been converted, even though they were identifying as Jews, they still had the Christian driver's license, as it were, and they could go anywhere they wanted. They could attend universities, things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would get an increase in rights if Malesherbes' project would be advanced. They did not, however, have the imagination to think of all Jews being equal with all French citizens, or they weren't using the term citizens, and they would be subjects, but they didn't quite think that far. They wanted to make sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in its rights, and they're thinking maybe some advances could happen to the other population. Now, we can read this in a couple different ways. It does seem, as Molino was prepared to argue, that the Portuguese, who enjoyed already a much higher status, wanted to preserve that distinction, and they didn't want like chaos to erupt where they lost any special privileges, but they definitely did approve of this general direction that Malazan was proposing. What they did was they hired a historian named Beaufleuri, who wrote a 150-page memorandum defending essentially the uniqueness of the Sephardic. Let me read one page here from Molino's work, which is interesting, in which Furtado and Lopez Dubec write a little commentary on top of it. It says, a Portuguese Jew is English in England and French in France, but a German Jew is German everywhere because of his customs from which he deviates rarely, right? So actually when he says a Portuguese Jew, he means a Sephardic Jew. Sephardim, he says, are able to adapt to the civilizations in which they live. They can culturally, hold themselves to the cultures in which they live, but not the Ashkenazi Jews. Thus, one can look at the English and the Germans as brothers who, although sharing the same mother, have nevertheless developed characteristics which are absolutely different, nay, even incompatible. When he says the English and the Germans as brothers with the same mother, but the brothers are very different, saying we are not like those people, those Ashkenazi. That's essentially what they're saying. So we're getting a sense of some of the seams of the internal Jewish community at this moment of great change. Now, what ended up happening was the Malazan was won over to their cause and says, yeah, I think it's a good idea. We should move forward in this. We know from other things that he wrote that, he wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the route that the Jews would essentially have to follow was conversion and assimilation to the larger French body politic. But all of this was rendered new by the French Revolution that would break out just a few years later. And a much radical solution would be proposed. And that's something that we've talked about in previous lectures, and we'll definitely talk about on this cruise in Bordeaux as well. Okay, fascinating stuff. I hope you enjoyed listening to this video, and thank you very much.
So the thing is, we wanted to make on May 31st. It's right around the corner. Baby is about to be born. You're pulling our legs. I believe in 6 months.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the reasons why I'm so fascinated with Bordeaux, and I can't wait to go visit that place, which was really cruising this year, is because Bordeaux was right at the very beating heart of the changes that affected the Jewish community of Europe and brought them into modernity at the turn of the 19th century. I'm speaking specifically about the movement towards emancipation, which occurs primarily in Paris. That's where most of the debates and discussions were held, and the Great Sanhedrin, which I'll talk about in a second, was convened and so on. But the transition from pre-modern state, from the medieval state, modern state, is so crucial for the development of modern Jewry all around the world. And in many ways, American Jews, Canadian Jews, Australian Jews, we all have to look back to what happened in Paris and in Bordeaux in those few decades that traversed the turn of the 19th century to really understand how did we get to where we are right now. So let's just think about this for a second. What do I mean by this emancipation, this change to modernity? The term emancipation is kind of a weird term that was decided upon, towards the end of the 19th century by Jewish historians to try to describe the shift from pre-modernity to modernity. It's not precisely the right term. It's a term that was borrowed primarily from the American context, with the emancipation of the African slaves in America, which of course happened in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not enslaved, but they clearly were of a much lower status. They had all kinds of legal disabilities, residence restrictions, lots of institutions were closed to them, like universities and so on, and really the only way to get ahead was to leave Jewry altogether and to convert to Christianity, because in the pre-modern era, these states did not really have a conception of a secular identity possible for all citizens. Again, that term is also unusual for the term within a given state. And so the transition from this kind of like legally disabled status to equal status with other citizens is really the seed of modernity for Jewry. And it happened on a very sharp date, 1789, with the French Revolution, as we shall discuss. Now, the reason why it's not precisely the same as emancipation is because they weren't enslaved. I mean, within they had freedom. They could not move anywhere they wanted. They could not even have as many children as they wanted, the familial laws and so on. All kinds of special restrictions on them, but nevertheless, within those contexts, they did have freedom. But this is not the case, obviously, with the African American slaves in America, who were enslaved in many ways far worse than they had been in ancient times. It's not even like a comparable type of emancipation, which happens right around the same time, the emancipation of the serfs of the Russian Empire. Like the African Americans, the serfs of Russia were also emancipated, thank you very much, freedom of movement, things like that, but they were not given any resources to actually take advantage of that emancipation. So a lot of the things that were actually their supports in the pre-modern era, like the fact that they did have certain privileges on the land, those things all disappeared, and now all of a sudden they were expected to pay rent for their keep, and that meant that, if they weren't producing quite enough in their agricultural output, they had to find other sources of income, which led to the slowly burgeoning industrialization of Russia, which took much longer than it did in Western Europe, and it led to the decrease of the population in the rural centers and movement to urban centers, lots of major changes. These are not the same things that affected Jewry, and especially French Jewry. So let's go very quickly to what happened in the French Revolution, how it affected Bordeaux and Parisian Jewry, and later, Jews all around the world. If we look at this key document here, this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen that was passed by the National Assembly in August of 1789, immediately after the French Revolution. And this is like a really important document in the history of the world. It basically declares the same kinds of things that you see in the American Constitution, the Bill of Rights, things like that. Fundamental commitment to equality. All citizens living within the realm. Now, this was a massive shift from the pre-modern period, because in that time, there was not equality. You had nobility, high ranks, you had the clergy, had their own little box, you had the peasants, you had the burghers in the cities and in the villages and so on, and there were all kinds of different rights and privileges. And we saw this not only with the Jews as an entire corporation, an entire class, but even within Jewish communities. We've spoken in the past about the distinction between the Sephardic communities, who were primarily located in the area of Bordeaux, you can see in this map here, towards the southwest, as very distinct from the population of Ashkenazim, who were primarily in the northeast. Huge distinctions within the Jewish community, and especially between Jews and non-Jews, and all of that was thrown out the window, theoretically, with the French Revolution. When they promulgated this document, a lot of Jews, and incidentally women, said, hey, that includes us, right? And all of a sudden, the authors of the document said, well, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking quite that broadly to include Jews as citizens, women as citizens. Wait a second. So they put the brakes on that, but they couldn't put the brakes on it forever. So by 1790, they had made the decision, okay, the Sephardic Jews of Bordeaux, they're French-speaking, they're fairly well assimilated or acculturated to French norms. We'll give them citizenship. The Ashkenazi Jews, it took another year, but by 1791, they were fully emancipated. Now, with this emancipation, there were lots of tensions, and the tensions really lasted for 2 decades. As these Jews who had been, pent up with all kinds of artificial restrictions, suddenly found that they had an open and level playing field, all kinds of areas where they already had natural and cultural strengths. Like, for example, a long, long tradition of literacy and numeracy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors, primarily because of the prohibitions on owning land and the discouragements of owning land and various other being barred from trades and things like that. So they had developed quite a bit of expertise in all kinds of fields that were especially useful to modern and growing economies. And this provoked a lot of backlash from local populations who said, wait a second, the Jews are taking over. So by the 1800s, this level of complaint from the non-Jewish residents who felt that, especially in the Ashkenazic lands, they were being taken advantage of by Jews, who were now equal citizens, which was something that was deeply resented. They eventually went to Napoleon, and he said, Napoleon, you got to figure this out for us. Napoleon, in his characteristically large way of thinking, said, okay, fine. Have you got a representative body of Jews that we can consult to find out exactly what do they think about this new experiment? And his advisor said, well, there is this thing called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't met since ancient times. He says, fine, let's bring out the Sanhedrin. And so he assembled a massively enthusiastic group of Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe to come together in Paris and to answer a few questions that Napoleon had for the Jews. And he posted to the Sanhedrin saying, okay, you guys speak to the entire body of world Jewry. Obviously, the Jews themselves had differing opinions as to the authority of the Sanhedrin, but they did have a very important figure at its head, the respected Talmudic scholar Rabbi David Sinsheim, who you can see here. He was given this amazing hat to serve as the president of the Sanhedrin. I have never seen anyone wearing a hat quite like this. I personally would love it. I think it would be great if I showed up in short wearing one of these. But at any rate, the Sanhedrin, which had a lot of controversies behind it, obviously in this short video, I don't want to go into great detail about it, but ultimately the Assembly of Notables, which was the predecessor of the Sanhedrin proper, had 12 questions posed to it by Napoleon. These are they. First of all, do Jews believe in polygamy? Are Jews allowed to marry more than one? And that was a pretty easy question for the Jews to answer. I think it's more interesting to think about why is Napoleon asking this question in the first place. I think the reason is probably because he wanted to kind of assess, and he wanted the Jews to sort of reflect on just how prepared are Jews to accommodate themselves to French realities. Now, in the Jewish tradition, of course, if you have any familiarity with the Bible, as Napoleon would have, you would know that Abraham had 2 wives, that Jacob had 4 wives, and so on. And he was wondering, like, what are Jews doing today? It's interesting to note the degree of his ignorance of the Jewish community, because since the year 1000, more or less, the Jewish community of Europe, the Ashkenazim in particular, had already banned polygamy, and it disappeared for like 800 years by that point. Polygamy was still practiced in African Jewish communities, and Eastern Jewish communities, but not at all in European Jewish communities. So they could simply say, with confidence, no polygamy. And then he asked a question about divorce. Of course, the Catholic Church did not permit divorce. They had something called annulment, which had some common features, but he wanted to know how closely the Jews to this idea. Jews do permit divorce. He asked about do Jews intermarry with non-Jews. That was probably one of the questions that the Sanhedrin had the most difficulty answering straight up. And they basically kind of fudged the answer and said, well, wow, look at the time, it's ready, and tried to really distract the representatives from the answer, which is that basically Judaism forbids intermarriage, but if it happens, the Jewish community don't really have a lot of tools to prevent it. And of course, this was important to Napoleon because he's thinking, okay, how long am I going to have this problem? How long am I going to have this assimilable mass of people living in France who don't necessarily regard themselves as French? So then he goes to the heart of the question, are Frenchmen considered brethren or strangers? The Assembly of Notables knew what kind of answer he wanted. He said, of course we Frenchmen are brothers, not strangers. Is there a double standard? Same kind of question. He said, no. Do Jews born in France consider this their country? Will they defend it? Will they obey its laws? This is especially important because the Ashkenazi Jews live right up against Germany, where there are a lot more Ashkenazi Jews as well. What would happen if France went to war with Germany, which they did with some regularity? So would French Jews side with France or join with Ashkenazi Jews in Germany? He was very concerned about this. Then he delves into the last 6 questions, which really focus on how do the Jews organize themselves. Like question 7 is, who appoints the rabbis? And do rabbis have police? And 9, are Jews bound to obey the rabbis? And Napoleon wants to know, am I setting myself up to have a state within a state where the Jews have their own legal system and police system and they'll manage themselves? What happens if their laws don't correspond to French laws? What are you going to do about it? So the rabbis, this is really where you see a lot of the break between pre-modernity, where the Jews essentially did have their own legal system. They did have their own enforcement system, which was typically supported by the state. But in France, in a modern citizen-based democracy, you can't have 2 different legal systems, 2 different police systems for different populations. The police is for everybody, the law is for everybody, and so on. So they found answers that satisfied the whole. Then he asked some economic questions, but are Jews required to engage in usury, which is, of course, kind of like a negative term for money lending? Are Jews forced to engage in that? What happens if they want to pursue a different occupation? I don't know, medicine or accounting or ping pong, whatever it is. And of course, they gave the answers, yes, Jews are free to pursue all kinds of occupations as long as there are no barriers set up for them and so on. The bottom line of all these questions was, we wanted to know, are you prepared to become French citizens and take on for yourselves the burdens of equality, or do you want to try and retain some kind of distinctiveness within our society that would be unacceptable to our way of life? That's essentially the gist of it. The Jews of the Sanhedrin and its predecessor, really the Assembly of Notables, when these first questions were posed, they essentially, yes, we want equality. We will, figure out how to deal with the ways in which Jewish particularism does not fit with universalism. We want in the society as a whole. And those decisions were essentially the ones that affected modern Jewry for the next 20 odd years. Now, it's really interesting to try and think back on what was the thinking of the Jews when they gave these answers. Did they give the right answers? Did they sacrifice too much? The enthusiasm with Napoleon's war was so significant, they were soon disappointed by some of the decisions he laid out later, which reimposed certain restrictions on them. But if you want to get a sense for the somewhat slavish admiration that many of these Jews had for modernity, again, not shared universally. Many of the Jews in Eastern Europe were quite hesitant to endorse this venture. But have a look at this remarkable medallion, which was coined by the Jewish community to specifically celebrate the achievements of Napoleon's Sanhedrin. On the left, of course, you see the profile of Napoleon himself. It says French, the emperor and king. And then on the right, you see Napoleon actually delivering the 10 Commandments to an obsequious, genuflecting Jew, which essentially is placing Napoleon in the position of Moses. What a mind-boggling piece of coyness, right? That's a quick talk on this. There's so much more to say about it, but I don't want to take too much of your time. I really appreciate your watching, and I hope somebody will be able to join us on this cruise. And if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing some of the things I see while I'm there in Bordeaux this year. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the course of my research for this upcoming trip to Bordeaux to explore Jewish history in this remarkable region of France, I came across another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the imperial decree of July 20th, 1808, which was concerning Jews no fixed first or family names. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss what exactly is this strange Napoleonic law referring to. So what we discussed in the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791, 2 different populations, largely as a result of extremely hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, there was still a backlash in larger society. And Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time curbing the ridiculous excesses of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a huge backlash as well. And so he wanted to establish some kind of calming devices, speed bumps, as it were, along the road to a new France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case for so much of the revolution, was what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are, an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as Portuguese citizens or Portuguese subjects. But on the other hand, you also have the mass of Ashkenazi Jews in Alsace and Lorraine who had long been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted and they were allowed to participate on an equal footing in the marketplace, their long-honed skills of literacy and numeracy and so on had really given them a huge advantage in the marketplace. And as a result, there was a backlash from that region as well. Napoleon is trying very hard to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look for this specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews with no fixed or first names, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the Bordeaux region. So here's Article 1. I'll just read the translation. Those amongst our subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, not had fixed surnames or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this, our present decree, and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What? Let's try and figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about Jews not having fixed surnames or last names? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for the obvious reasons people need names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like marriage contracts and business contracts and all kinds of things. You have to know who exactly this contract is dealing with, and so the idea of having a fixed first name, to be sure, is ancient in practice. The surname is a little more complicated, however. Jews historically used to have always a patronymic and a matronymic, meaning they would be named son of or daughter of their father for a whole host of reasons, specifically contractual agreements. They would always be, let's say Reuven, the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Shimon. And it would always be the patronymic used in that case, that a woman be the daughter of her father. In other cases, particularly in certain ritual situations, like, for example, if you're praying for the mercy for healing of a person who's sick, then you would use the matronymic. So you would say, may Reuven, the son of Leah, have a refuah shalema, a complete recovery, that kind of thing. And so, speaking, that you would either use the patronymic for most legal purposes, the matronymic for other purposes. And those are not surnames, but they were universal and, fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation would possess, That is only applied sporadically in Jewish history, and it depends on region, it depends on the local culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a surname that was used, but it's not necessarily fixed, and that's basically the practice for European Jews up until late 18th and early 19th century. And so what Jews would use for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from, I don't know, Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Rouvain Paris, because he's the Rouvain who came from Paris. You might also have a surname that's based on, a profession of a father or a grandfather or something else. Rouvain Schuster, Rouvain the shoemaker, for example. So and these things, of course, could change because there was no real reason to fix them into law until Napoleon. So Napoleon wanted to put an end to that. He says, okay, that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which of course they already had, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. And this also applied Article 2 to non-French Jews who came to live in the empire, which has a lot of interesting things about what does that mean about immigration rules and how do people just show up, and you see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside because I want to concentrate on the names. Now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating because Article 3 says names from the Old Testament, which you would think as being a pretty popular choice for many Jews, and names of towns are expressly forbidden. The only names permitted are those authorized by the law of 11 Germinal of year 11. What is this article? What are we talking about here? So it happens that only a few years later, this particular article was abandoned. At least the Old Testament part of it was abandoned because Jews would take names from the Old Testament, especially for their first names. It's unclear exactly why the names of towns were forbidden. Perhaps this was a sense of the, wanting to make things a little bit more formal. But to really understand Article 3, we have to go back and say, well, what is this strange law of 11 Germinal of year 11? Let us recall that after the revolution, there was a huge surge of changing everything. Not only are we changing the government, we're going to change every way we measure things, the metric system. We're going to even change the way we measure time. And so a new calendar, a Republican calendar, which was metric in the sense that it had 10 months and it had 10 days in the week, which wreaked havoc, of course, on any Sabbath observance. And all of the names of the months were changed and things like that. So this law of the 11th of Germinal of year 11 refers to actually in the Gregorian calendar, April 1st, 1803. And in case you're wondering, yes, the French abandoned that Republican calendar because it was just crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it sounds like April Fool's, but at any rate, this new law came out. This law of 11 Germinal outlawed all unusual names for French people. The law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to names that were recognized from antiquity, like ancient Roman and Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that had been adopted during the revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who may later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year under the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and the opponent said, no more using those names. You got to focus only on the list of names, which apparently was never actually published. And the idea was that by giving people names that people recognize, this would develop stability. This would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past and things like that. But it lets a gap because what about the Jews? The Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with that? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Germinal did on the French population as a whole. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who is a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne. And he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that was affected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Yidel or Gidel became Julie, Rachel became Regine. All kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law. And it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. And it's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall project. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century.
Dude, how you live in camp?
Adopted French names with enthusiasm. And it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we really begin to see.
I think you have two.
Reversal.
Sucking dick at mini golf. You're a prodigy at it, dog. I've never known anyone better.
I think I can be a stand-up comedian.
Incorrect. You're not funny enough. Next one.
No, fuck you. I asked ChatGPT if I could be had Savant syndrome here. If like someone with severe autism could have the Savant syndrome in stand-up, and they said it would be hard. It would harm the ability to find human connection with the audience. And then I asked ChatGPT if it was able to connect. And then I realized ChatGPT has like severe autism.
Okay, do you want my opinion? You don't have severe autism.
I don't.
No, you've never met anybody with severe autism. Someone with severe autism generally is nonverbal.
Sorry?
Someone with severe autism is generally nonverbal.
It depends.
It does. That's why I said generally. But you're not even close to that. You're just some dude. You're some dude who does have some things. You have Tourette's. I'll give you that. You spent $2,500 at a doctor to basically diagnose you with anything they wanted. So they said that you have ADHD and Tourette's and autism and all this other shit. Okay, cool. And then they also insulted your intelligence, which you can't get over. They also insulted your intelligence, which you can't get over.
Okay, here's the thing. And I'm going to say something a little bit offensive. The American Psychiatric Association has overtaken the psychological, psychiatric mental health conditions all over the world. It used to be the International Classification of Disease with 11, which was it's gone from like 9, 10, 11, whatever. The International Classification of Disease used to be the global standard, right? And now, in the Western countries, we've put the DSM-5 as the global standard for psychiatric conditions, which are causing inflationary overdiagnosis for profit, where they just put you into the most categories with the most awareness.
I'm in agreement with you. Did you know that you have an invitation? Dude, and I still think that you may be a savant at sucking dick at mini golf. There's no doubt. Someone could not play over 1,000 games as much as you play and suck so much dick without having some type of special ability.
I do have a special ability. Rabbi, I'm going to do stand-up on Monday and tell you how it goes.
You're going to bomb so hard, it's going to make your head spin.
Good.
Tell me a joke.
A joke about what?
You need jokes to be a stand-up, big dog. What?
That's hard.
Doug, you're gonna buy, dude. I do not recommend you do stand-up. At least not. At least not yet. You need a routine, dog. What's your routine? Let's hear it.
I'm just gonna improvise.
Yeah, dude, and you're gonna bomb so hard, it's gonna cause you massive embarrassment.
So
And
no one's gonna be around.
it's gonna be very depressing to you.
Sounds don't worry, Rabbi.
What was
I will build more fucking money blue or have more. My network will be higher than what is blue by the end of the performance.
Zoot? I'm telling you right now, I watch more stand-up comedy than maybe any person on earth, and you are not ready for it. I'm not saying that you couldn't do it, but you need a routine and you need to practice it.
Yeah.
How long are you going to go up there? For how long are you going to go up there?
2 to 5 minutes.
Dude, that is so difficult to do without any routine.
So, anyway, comedy's
Yeah, and Zoot, you aren't you're not like naturally incredibly funny that you could just go up there. So we'll do a pretend. Okay, so just pretend. Zoot, you're gonna be on stage in the next 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Get your routine ready. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and now to the greatest comedy club in Australia, we have Zoot. Go ahead, Zoot. Yay, take it away.
my performance. Well, actually, you wouldn't still have
Zoot, go ahead. You're on stage. What are you going to say?
What?
Zoot, you're up.
I'll come back to you.
No. You can't do that. Zoot, you're going to do that on stage, and you're going to be really embarrassed, and people are going to boo you, and then you're never going to want to do it again.
Rabbi, my phone's nearly dead. I gotta go. After this game, I gotta go.
Okay, Zoot, just pretend you're on stage. You ready? Make a joke.
No, because I don't want to repeat for Monday. No.
Zoot, you're going to do so badly, you're going to cry.
Go.
It's going to destroy you.
Yeah, cool.
You're never going to want to do it again.
Cool.
Zoot, what's a joke? Tell me one joke.
Tell you one joke.
That was my question. Or what's your joke was my question. So pretend you're on stage.
29 years. It
it took me 29 years to get diagnosed with ADHD. I just had too many things to do, and there was too many questions on the test.
Where's the joke?
Where's the joke?
Yeah, that's not a joke.
I don't know. I think it's just easier to say that I'm retarded.
Dude, but you're not.
I'm not retarded?
No, are you ready to play Mancala?
No, I gotta go.
All right, come back when your phone is charged. Come back when your phone is charged. He's fucked if he does that.
big guy's shoulders. It's like, you pick this side, you pick this side. You're like, no, I don't want to do this. I don't know how to wrestle. But then, I have this joke where it's like, if I was a big guy, I think I'd enjoy putting men on my shoulder. Better hang out. Told me before the wedding. It's a different trip. Always. That's our language. There's reason I don't know. I change my head. There's a reason I don't know. Just go to Miami. Have some dinner, hang out. Told me before the wedding. It's a different trip. Always. That's our language. There's reason I don't know. I change my head. There's a reason I don't know. It's a different trip.
There she is. How you doing, girl?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, I'm on the air.
All right. You're going to have an invitation in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, Miss Aquarius. I set the all-time record yesterday.
You did.
And your time, you're going to set it tonight, maybe. Nice strike.
Well, thank you.
Look at us.
There you go.
Look at us.
I don't know.
Get it. Nice spare.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Oh, girl.
Come on, everybody, you got this. Match me.
I tried.
You did. You got this too. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
This fit. You welcome.
Get another strike. Get another spare.
It's okay. Come on, you got it, everybody.
Ooh, girl.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. All right. Get it. Almost.
You got this. Come on, everyone.
Ooh. Ooh. Get it. $97.
Yeah.
Pretty good. All right, Miss Aquarius, it's your turn. It's your turn.
Yeah.
I win, you win.
Yeah.
That's still really good. Get it. Oh, you just kissed it. That was beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was terrible. That was awful.
You got this.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Get this. Miss Aquarius, good job. That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
God. Oh, that was a nice bear.
That was beautiful.
Red line.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Miss Aquarius. That was dirty. Good job. That was dirty. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get it. Look at it. Look at that shot. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Ooh! On fire. This girl is on fire. This girl is on fire. She's walking on fire. $98. Miss Aquarius with 98. No one's touching that. No one's touching 98. Look at you, girl. I win, you win. Good job. That was really great. We both had really good games, really high games.
Yeah.
Excellent work, ma'am.
You too. Thank you.
Absolutely. You take care. Sweet dreams. And I look forward to playing with you tomorrow, God willing. Take care.
You too. And I'll spend that with you this weekend, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
trend as Jews begin to wonder, was emancipation really a success overall? I hope you found this as fascinating as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thanks for watching.
Spy versus spy. Interesting. Why do I bring that up? It's a little colonial. I've never heard of that. That would have been the worst part about.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. I'm really excited to see this place. Has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, and specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I am not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers.
Throwing up drinks on it.
You have a 109-year-old great-grandfather. Where? Yeah, I don't know if this is just a kidney forest talking, but I'm starting to feel like I have a 109-year-old great-grandfather. There he is, Mr. Todd. Oh my God, it's grand. It's from Mr. Todd. Last name Todd. Mr. Todd. See the guy who's the peanuts person? Yeah, Howard Schultz. Yeah, Charles Schultz. Charles Schultz, yeah. Peanuts and Snippy. Was best friend
In Babylonia, we only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine in a significant level in Christian Europe, already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades and the blood libel and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onwards, owning land actually became a very poor investment, because if you were expelled from the region as a result of anti-Semitism, then you would lose your investment. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vintners. And it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Agobard of Lyon complained about in around 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open, and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand, what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher? For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, pigs, not a kosher type of food. Shellfish, not kosher types of food. And then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which could make it not kosher for Pesach, and water, like how does it become non-kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual and purpose. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of like a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. And that's why, Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine will be kosher in the end. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, there's a lot more Jews at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia. I really should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and in alcohol. Now, if we look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from the 15th century and onward, but there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the Barons Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clark, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, which you realize is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm even using that word right. But still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux. And so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting some of these wines myself. Thank you very much for watching.
She's my lover. I don't want her to have an AK-47. Probably. Do you think if you went up, this is still her as a whole lady? I don't know, man. She's super intimidating. Something about her is very disquieting.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews of Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish history in particular. And today I'd like to look at something that I really didn't understand until I actually started delving much more deeply into the sources, in particular Gerard Nahon's amazing book, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which has a fantastic section on this. Specifically, specifically the role that Bordeaux Jews played in founding the Alliance Israélite Universelle, which is one of the most important and longest lasting, and I believe the first international Jewish organizations defending specifically Jewish rights all around the world. So let's have a look at this story. It's actually an amazing thing. Alliance Israélite Universelle, which let's just call it the Alliance. In translation is just like it sounds in French. The Alliance of Israelites, that is universal, the Universal Israelite Alliance. And Israelite is like sort of like another term for Jew. In some languages, particularly in the late 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite or Hebrew. We see that, for example, in Russian, the term Žid is definitely derogatory, not necessarily so in Polish or in Ukrainian. And so they preferred the term Yevrei, which means like Hebrew. In French, the term Juif is not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israelite, meaning member of the House of Israel. So anyways, this organization, we'll call it the Alliance in English, was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Yisrael Chaverim. All Israel are colleagues. All Israel are comrades. It also has an allusion to a very famous passage in the Talmud that says Kol Yisrael Arevim, not Chaverim, but Arevim, which is part of a larger sentence that says all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this particular organization, which, as I mentioned, is, I believe, the oldest international organization currently still in existence that is dedicated to Jewish causes worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, things like that, and it had some diplomatic efforts, especially up until the Second World War, when it was severely depleted by, of course, the Holocaust. And its roots are in Bordeaux. Here is a look at the logo of the Alliance. You can see it has, the globe that captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law, and the word echad in Hebrew, which means, God is one. Fascinating kinds of things in their initial statement, but I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea for the alliance, which was born in the mind particularly of one individual, Jude Carvalho, who's shown here. He was born in 1820, died in 1893. He was one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Bordeaux. He was one of the first to really raise the idea that Jews need an international organization to defend them. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus Affair and the Mortara Affair, 1840 and 1858 respectively. The Damascus Affair was this terrible story where in Damascus, a Capuchin monk and his Muslim servant disappeared in February of 1840. And this crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for the disappearance as a recrudescence of that bizarre medieval myth called the blood libel. This is something that had first appeared in England in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe, this insane notion that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes. Absolutely, ridiculous libel, lie that had been perpetrated through much of medieval history and has no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to let go of this thing. The Nazis made a big deal about it and so on. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid the torture, and the remaining 4 issued a false confession, much like under the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Monk Thomas and his servant Amar. And no information was ever found. An absolutely horrific and awful medieval revival in the 19th century. This is the era already of the telegraph and things like that. And the Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 1840s. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen. And so this a lot of the European powers get involved and say to the Ottoman Empire, what are you doing there? Moses Montefiore, a very important, wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East, and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Adolphe Crémieux, a very important French Jew, that the case be transferred out of the backward judicial center of Damascus to the much more advanced Alexandria, where the case could be tried properly, and of course they would end up being released. In fact, what happened when Moses Montefiore pressed on this, Damascus ultimately had to admit that this was just a sham, and they released the prisoners, and so they were able to scramble out of prison after this horrific event. And the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it was a tremendous example of a horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international effort, particularly from wealthier, more powerful nations that had Jewish populations in them, like France and England, was a resolution able to be sought. And so this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe Jews should establish some kind of organization that could dedicate themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards this goal, but 10 years later, another major event, absolutely horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that created the alliance. Specifically, I'm referring to the terrible story of the kidnapping of Edgar Mortara. Basically, what happened was in Bologna, Italy, which was part of the Papal States at this time, there was a young child named Edgardo Mortara, a Jewish child. The Mortara family employed a Christian maidservant named Anna Maurici, and when the child Edgardo was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill, perhaps with some kind of scarlet fever, and Maurici worried for the eternal life of this unbaptized child, and so she secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now, officially part of the church, albeit unwittingly. Now, later on, when he was about 6 years old, Maurici happened to mention that she had had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican got very involved, and they actually came and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1858. This is really quite late, and the church is going and following a medieval doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes a Christian, even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on. The church insisted on taking him within their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event by Moritz Oppenheimer that really captures the horror of the family must have experienced at that point. So Pope Pius IX was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and they took young Edgardo from Bologna to Rome. And despite the protests of Jews worldwide, including in New York at this time, and including the prodigious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, Pope Pius IX refused to release the child back to his family. Incomprehensible tragedy. The young Edgardo ended up growing up and becoming a priest. He specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult was he finally reunited with his family, as you can see him here on the right, with his mother and his brother. You can imagine what kind of a family reunion that would have been. Mortardo lived the rest of his life as a priest and ultimately died in Belgium just shortly before the Nazis invaded. The Nazis would have certainly considered him a Jew, regardless of his baptism and Christian heritage. Nevertheless, this example of the incredible power wielded by the church and the helplessness of the Jews led specifically to the foundation of the alliance. A gathering was held in Paris in 1860. Paris, of course, being the capital of France, was the logical place for the alliance to be founded, and it was its principal center of activity. Of the 6 founding members, 2 of them were from Bordeaux. Most prominently, Jules Carvalho, who is shown here. He was the elder statesman who was the first one to begin to really express the idea that this should be created. And also Eli Aristide Astruc, who was a rabbinic figure. He studied in the rabbinical seminary in Metz, very, very prominent, in particular in drafting a lot of the key statements of the alliance at this early period in their activity. The 6 charter members, including Carvalho and Astruc, developed 3 main goals for the alliance. 3 goals that basically they have stuck through for the duration of their existence right up into the 21st century. First, to work everywhere for the emancipation and moral progress of the Jews, and that phrase you hear a little bit of the Eurocentrism of it. 2, to offer effective assistance to Jews suffering from anti-Semitism. And 3, to encourage all publications calculated to promote the same. Very strong publication-oriented activity that we'll see also in the formation of a central library and things like this. The alliance was especially active for the next century and a half in the Middle East, in North Africa, areas where France was much more involved in general. They set up schools, a major network of schools throughout the North African coast and into the Middle East, into Persia as well. And they were especially known for promoting the education of women. They were also quite active in helping migrant Jews flee from persecution in the Russian Empire and so on. And their heyday was really the last half of the 19th century, moving into the early 20th century. The Holocaust, of course, was a horrific blow that would be very difficult to come back from. But the alliance nevertheless continues to be active. If you have a look at their website, you'll see, although it does offer an English option, it doesn't seem like there's very much translated into English on the website, but they have a relatively active YouTube channel, specifically interviewing people who visit the library and things like that. They remain in this unusual space where they are promoting an understanding of Judaism that is faithful to tradition, but is tolerant and open to the modern world. And they continue to do a lot of really tremendous things all around the world. And at its core are 2 Jews from Bordeaux, Carvalho in particular, the elder statesman who came up with the idea of the alliance. I think it's so fascinating. I hope you'll be able to join us on this trip to Bordeaux, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you some of the research that I conduct as I prepare, and hopefully some videos from this amazing part of the world and the Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
I believe some of those exact words that I don't want to so like talking shit out I think it's a mixture of things they just fucking took in jail and kicked out to take your shit. Now I said that I think it's in China.
This morning we're docked in Libourne in the region of Bordeaux. Beautiful, much more rural area than the city of Bordeaux, which we left last night. And we're going to be visiting a vineyard in this region of Saint-Emilion. This is the beautiful river as it enters into the Gironde estuary. And you can see the city or it's really a town, Libourne. It's a rush hour now, morning rush hour. So you can see quite a few trucks and cars and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is up by the church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities, because of the settlement of Jews typically is in the oldest parts of the city, since they tend to be the oldest residents. I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't study very much, because we tend to focus our energies on larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating, and you tend to have like great minds involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Spanish expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees into this part of Bordeaux, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages and smaller settlements. And it's fascinating that they retained their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of Libourne, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it later today. Here we are, coming up to the synagogue of Liborn, a really great example. Okay, so you have this hallway here, which is really cool. And look at this, they got a sukkah here in the courtyard. It's so nice. A beautiful sukkah here in the court. And then check this out. This is great. It says, "Let us go to the house of God with feeling." 1847, very important date. Very typical kind of architecture with the inner courtyard, like protecting it from the street. There's just a fairly quiet gate up front. Then we come into the synagogue itself. Walking in for the first time. This is the whole synagogue. Very, very excellent example of a tiny little provincial synagogue for a community that we know in 1840 numbered less than 100 individuals. They got the women's section up there. Wow, just fascinating. Look at this. What an amazing thing. Excusez, Miguel, est-ce que je peux ouvrir le Aron Kodesh? Et le voir? Okay, très bien. And now we're going to look inside and see the Aron Kodesh. Ah, beautiful. So it's Sephardic and Ashkenazic style synagogue. I really enjoyed visiting that beautiful little synagogue in Liborn. It's just such a great illustration of what it must have been like to live in a small community like that in the 18th century. It's important to note that the synagogue actually existed much earlier to that, but in a private home, and finally they were able to build that modest little structure that lasted for centuries now. What a wonderful, wonderful little visit. We're now headed south. It's the next day. We had a fantastic concert last night, a classical concert that was just amazing at a local chateau. And now we are headed to Bordeaux, where we're going to see a synagogue that contrasts tremendously with that tiny little sort of like French steeple. Now we're going to see the grand synagogue, a phenomenal expression of the cultural might and power of the Jews of Bordeaux. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
FaceTime with Bella Hadid. At least see her via a computer screen or something. I just want to say her better. Yeah. But we want to meet Kenny Ford's in person. I want to meet the manager of Kenny Ford's.
Here we are at the gorgeous, massive edifice of the Bordeaux synagogue. A really interesting looking sort of menorah right in the middle there. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the, I think it was 1812, and then it was burned in a fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, during World War II, was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported to the death camps. And then after the war, it was renovated and rededicated. And with the great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa, it was repopulated as well. I'm so grateful to be here with Kosher River Cruises and Rabbi Moshe Tayeb from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. And he speaks English, so he's going to share a few words with you about the history and so on, and whatever it is he would like to say about the nature of Bordeaux Jewry.
I'm very pleased to receive all the group of the people in the synagogue today in Bordeaux. And in a few minutes, when the group will come, I will try to explain the history and the particularity of the Jewish community of Bordeaux.
All right. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world watching these videos, what would you like to say to them?
I say then that we are very pleased to receive all people, all Jewish people or not Jewish people, to see our synagogue and to come in Bordeaux to see and to learn about the history of the community and the history of the Judaism and of the Jewish people in the city in Bordeaux.
Thank you very much. Okay, très bien. So this is the entrance here, and here are beautiful mosaics and so on. And as we come into the main entrance, it's just gorgeous. Wow. And look, there's that motif of that gorgeous menorah again. Wow. Beautiful synagogue. Here I am at the top of the bima in the amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like old wood polished for decades and decades, coming from the pews here, the seats. You can see there's a massive menorah right in the center. It's evoking the menorah that's on the exterior wall. And here is the Ner Tamid. This is a really interesting Aram Kodesh. Got these huge theatrolite curtains that go up. It looks like about 4 stories worth. And there's a skylight bringing natural light in over the Aron. And you can see that the Aron itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes, and then the stones on the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol. And then they have a full statement of the, not the abbreviated text, of the 10 Commandments. They're all spelled out as per the biblical text. Just gorgeous. They have a large women's section on the top, and it looks like they have, it goes all the way around the back as well. Beautiful acoustics, gorgeous. And look at this, there is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the history a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on Shabbos. That was a huge bone of contention in 19th century Europe. Do you use the organ, not use the organ? Because it is possible to play an organ without electricity using hydraulics, for example, and compressed air. But the question is it appropriate on Shabbos? It was a hallmark of reform to use them. Orthodoxy was really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah that is used for circumcisions. The Sandek, the godfather, as it were, who holds the baby on his lap, would sit there. And there's a spot here for his feet. It's like the Bordeaux synagogue is just a tremendous statement of the status that the Jews had achieved after so many hundreds of years of living, first secretly as Portuguese merchants in this region, and only in the 18th century beginning to assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged. And then ultimately, by the time you get to the 19th century, when they built this great edifice, they'd come of age. They had pioneered the emancipation of Jews, not only in France, but also of all of Europe, and by extension, North America, where a lot of the articulations of how Jews were to exist in modern society were finally expressed in a contemporary society where people's membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a community, which has its upsides and its downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures, but it's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux with Kosher River Cruises and actually see artifacts like this, great architectural artifacts like this in real life. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here. And check it out. Very grand kind of approach to the top. And it looks like you can enter into the center section or to the left section. Let's go to the center section. Let's see if it's open. Yes. Here we go. Okay, it's got these banked seats, kind of like, like a bleacher style. Not terribly big, but this is 19th century. People were, as you can see, it's actually used. We have a sitter here, and look at that. Actually, it looks like this sitter is with the photograph from Bordeaux itself. The sign here says, "Please don't forget to put your books back on the shelf." And this synagogue is active. They have a minyan. We just saw them coming out this morning. As I don't think they probably don't pray in this here. They probably use a smaller room somewhere else during the week. But on Shabbat and holidays, they have quite a crowd here. That's beautiful. Here is the law that Moses gave to the children of Israel. Most of the original Sefer Torahs were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis, but several were saved by the community and hidden away, and later returned. And there are also, of course, new ones that have been added since then. So immediately behind me, see there is a plaque that memorializes the 1,600 Jews who were actually interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis. So that's ironically the reason it was not destroyed like so many other edifices were. But the Jews of Bordeaux were all held here until they were later deported to Drancy and then from there to Auschwitz to meet their deaths. And someone pointed out that it is a sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial to Jews who were interned in this synagogue during World War II. And on the front doors here, we have photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the historic adage, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same.
Serbian film. It doesn't look like a photo. Oh, it's bad. And then there's another haircut to get up. I had a bad toenail issue.
Hello, fellow students of history. I'm very happy to have something special to offer you today. I'm working with Touro University Berlin and some of their esteemed faculty on a new project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing this remarkable book on tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular, and this happens to be a really fascinating book that looks at both the historical devolution of politics in the modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in some fascinating ways. Perhaps controversial, but I'm really looking forward to having these discussions with the faculty of Touro University Berlin. In particular, we want to highlight the really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Touro University Berlin. And today I want to invite Dr. Stefan Leinstadt, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Leinstadt.
Welcome. Hello.
Okay. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in this first chapter?
So this book is basically a manual how to prevent or how to deal with tyranny. And the first chapter here is called Anticipatory Obedience, and it basically means don't be nice to dictators and don't have them become dictators if you're not forced to do so. And this obviously makes a lot of sense, and on a general level, it means you should pay attention to the things that are happening around you. But on the other hand, he comes up with some historical examples from the history, especially of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, but also with on a smaller scale, also with examples of the Soviet Union. But his historical analogies are sometimes a little bit, well, they are often not convincing, I have to say, or at least this very first chapter.
Well, let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, and I should because I just reread the chapter this morning, he gives three examples, right? He gives the example of Austria immediately after the Anschluss has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with Kristallnacht.
So like Lenin rising to power in 1917.
Germany invading with Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union, and then you have that kind of spontaneous wave, like, for example, in the city of Lviv, the attacks on Jews, before the Nazis even, imposed these things. And I think that's his idea of anticipatory obedience, that it's as if people try to figure out what the new boss wants, and they step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that they're not appropriate?
I think it's worth talking about all of those examples. I think Snyder's first idea or first point is the Soviets coming to power in 1917, and he kind of also compares, well, he's not comparing it, but he also mentions Nazis coming to power in 1933. And I think, how those two came to power is completely different. I mean, in Russia, there was a real revolution. There was not a really democratic government. Before the revolution, there was some sort of semi-democratic authoritarian regime. And the thing is, why would that be anticipatory obedience? I mean, who actually obeyed? There was a lot of, there was a civil war, right? I mean, like, whether they were fighting for a just cause, but especially the White Russians that were fighting for Tsarism, and which were often extreme anti-Semites. This is a different question, but they were certainly not obeying to Lenin's wishes. On the other hand, when you think about Germany in 1933, I mean, Hitler came to power by a democratic election, and you might like his program. For sure, it's for good reason not to like his program. But it's kind of, arguing from hindsight, I would say that as a democratic election, you can be against it. You're not required to like the results, and many politicians and many journalists actually didn't like it, and they tried to disobey. But in a way, it's a democratic government, so what would be the alternative? Like going for a coup d'etat, or how might that actually work? And you should not forget that very soon there was an immense pressure on the streets. Like, there were all sorts of the brown shirts, the Nazi brown shirts, the SA in particular was going out and just beating up everyone who was the real or supposed opponent, and they beating up Jews and so on. And people tried actually to go to court, to go to police, and the police said, well, listen, we can't help you, we don't help you. And if they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, well, there was disobedience, but on the other hand, was it anticipatory? I don't know. Yeah, you would be well advised not to elect Hitler, for sure, but this is kind of another question, I would say.
Maybe the problem is in the terminology, because I really like what Professor Snyder has to offer here. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory obedience, because, I'm not a sociologist, but I would guess that most people just want to keep their heads down and stay out of trouble and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people who will engage in anticipatory innovation, meaning they will say, oh, so we've got a new boss in charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need and therefore advance my own cause? And I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that. We see that, for example, in Vichy France, that even before the Nazis implemented a deportation order for Jews, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union, you see that with things like Stakhanovism, the whole idea of like trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you would ask for. So that, I think, is a real human phenomenon and quite frightening in my mind.
Yeah, I totally agree to this, and I think this is a good argument, and actually have extensive research on this when it comes to National Socialism, and Ian Kershaw, one of the most prominent scholars of Nazi Germany, he coined the term "working towards the Führer." And this is basically it. This is, and his example is basically civil servants, which are, well, trying to guess what might be expected of them, and to deliver results, though they are not yet required to provide those results. And it's not always actually is that because they're actually pushing for a career like opportunism, but it's just because they suppose, well, that's kind of their self-understanding, like being a good servant to the state, and hey, we have a new government, so we try to work for that government. And if you like, this is what also happened in 1945. It was the same personnel, and they just continued their job, and they became loyal servants to a democratic state. Maybe not Democrats by heart, but by understanding. And they actually, I mean, this is how Western Germany in the end became a successful and a stable democracy. It's with all the old personnel, despite them not being like persecuted for their crimes and so on, but these people actually continuing their loyal service to the state, even if it's regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial and totalitarian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
Yeah, I agree. Let me switch a little bit to the contemporary period. I mean, one of the things I like about this book as well is that it inspires me to think about today. And, you know, I have young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their emerging adulthood. Many of them have just got the franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens in Western democracies today?
I think, I mean, what is very obvious is that you should always reflect what you're actually requested, or maybe not even requested, but what you're going to do. So think about whether it's really like that. What you're doing is actually, let's to say, good for the people is maybe a bit pathetic, but it's not. It doesn't do any harm. And this is something what really needs critical thinking, and I think this is something what our students really are interested. I mean, many of our graduates they then move on to work at memorials, and they become educators, but not teachers, but educators, like for grown-ups. And they are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation. How can we get people to critically reflect what they are actually doing and thinking and how they are behaving?
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that, because I wanted to get an opportunity to promote the amazing work that you do at Tura University of Berlin. Do you want to just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique and so valuable?
Yeah, I mean, what we actually do with our students then often do is that they actually curate exhibitions. So it's not just about theoretically reflecting also things we were just discussing here, but also trying to get an actual outreach, like the practical relevance of history, and see that the lessons that history teaches us, and history can teach us a lot of lessons. The question is whether these lessons are actually learned, so that you can transfer them in a way that it's understandable, and it's not a book on academic writing or so, but well, an exhibition can also be an online exhibition, so that it's accessible, it's understandable, it reaches the audience. And we do this together with Berlin Memorials. So actually, this means the exhibitions, they are not just on campus, but they are really out there. They actually, I mean, some of them are prevalent. I had an exhibition that my students did, and it was actually shown by the United Nations in New York. So a huge success.
That's fascinating. I hope that we'll have an opportunity over the course of these 20 short videos to speak maybe with some of your students. And of course, I'm looking forward to speaking to some of the other faculty at Tura University Berlin. But with that, I just want to give a quick thanks to Dr. Leinstadt for participating in this conversation. And I hope all of you will join us for the next few discussions that we have on Timothy Steiner and his remarkable book on tyranny. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for having me.
Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the things that I find most fantastic about our shared interest is the fact that Jewish history is so awesomely long. So much so that even in the ancient period, Jewish history was considered ancient back then. The great Jewish historian Josephus, for example, who left us with a remarkable account of the First Roman-Jewish War, actually titled a multi-volume work, Jewish Antiquities, because that was a selling point, that people in the ancient world knew that Judaism was so old as a culture and as a civilization. And so in this short video, I'd like to just give you a sense of how awesomely long Jewish history is. Now, this is part of a new series that I'm starting. I've called it Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. Now, let me just step back for a second and tell you why I've created this new series. My wife and I recently moved to a new community where we are like on the end of the spectrum. It's a very young community, lots and lots of parents with young children. And I want to speak to the community that I'm living in, so that's why I'm sort of structuring this. I'm thinking about it, you know, kind of like, in one sense, I feel like I'm old enough that I'm like the old guy sitting around the campfire explaining the stories of the elders to the younger people, but also because, you know, it's just so crucial for the survival of the Jewish people to understand how long and how important and how varied and how complicated this story really is. It is the story that we share every Passover, as the late, great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs has shared so many times. It is that story which has really kept the Jewish people alive, understanding the arc of this brilliant narrative and where contemporary Jews and their children find themselves in. And I think it's important to speak to parents and other teachers of children because, you know, it's a little bit like when you take a flight and they explain to you, you know, before takeoff that in the event of a sudden depressurization of the cabin, oxygen mask will drop down. If you're traveling with small children, your natural instinct would be, well, let me put this on the kid first. But in reality, you're supposed to put it on yourself first, because only if you're getting oxygen are you going to be able to take care of your child as well. This is also echoed, by the way, in the thought of Maimonides, who, if you have a look at this citation here from his remarkable Mishnah Torah, in the Laws of Torah study, Hilchos Talmud Torah, he says, if a parent and a child need to learn, and there's only enough money for one of them, you might say, well, okay, send the kid to learn. You want to do everything for your kid. But in reality, the halacha, the law is, you're supposed to teach yourself. You're supposed to go out and learn yourself. And only when you have some learning, then are you able to share with your children. That's the idea of this series. There are, by the way, exceptions to this rule. You can read the text and see for yourself. But that's basically the idea of what we're trying to achieve. I want to speak to a generation of parents and teachers in the hopes that you will receive the information you need to be able to do your jobs well. Now, stepping back even a little further, you realize that this is just another way of packaging Jewish history. I mean, I like teaching Jewish history. I'm so happy that many of you enjoy listening to me talk about Jewish history. So, you know, okay, let's talk about it in this way. It's the same material. You don't have to be a parent or a teacher of young children to participate, but I hope you'll find it useful. Okay, let's go to our question. How awesomely long is Jewish history anyways? So, okay, we have to start from the beginning and figure out, when does Jewish history really begin? So, the earliest date of Jewish history, and there is a certain amount of variation here because the Bible rarely gives us clear dates. There is a tradition that was codified around the 1st century by Rabbi Yosef ben Halafta on how to count the years. But basically, around the year 1750, before the Common Era, you have the important trip of Abraham the patriarch with his wife Sarah from their home in Ur, which was within the Sumerian Empire. Yeah, look at this map here. You can see that basically he's down in sort of southern Iraq, and he makes this kind of roundabout route to get to the land of Israel, and then he goes into Egypt for a while and is back in the land of Israel. That's considered the origins of the Jewish people. Now, it's shrouded in mystery largely because the only source we have for these events, and for the first 500 years of Jewish history, really, is the Bible itself. And from a historical point of view, although the Bible has phenomenal historical data, it is problematic in the sense that normally historians like to find stuff from outside the community to validate the data they're looking at. But that's, not surprising. Almost every old civilization has its origins beyond the point where they start to actually record the data. The Bible, however you want to look at it, was not given to the Jewish people until hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis. So those first 400 years are largely kind of like in that hazy realm of what do we know about it from outside sources. The first time we have a reference to the Jewish people in any form is the Merneptah stele, as shown here, which dates from about the year 1209. So a debate of 1209, maybe a little bit later, but not too much, because we know exactly when the Pharaoh Merneptah lived, and this is an account of his many conquests. And there is one little nasty comment about Israel in this stele, and so that's the first evidence we have that begins to corroborate the narrative that's presented in the Tanakh. Obviously, there's a lot more to say about how to understand the Bible as a historical source, and hopefully we'll speak about it more in future classes. But looking at it the way the Jewish people understand their history, they would date their origins back to about the year 1750 BCE, give or take a century or so. Let me also mention one small point. Those of you who are watching who are more familiar with the years BC and AD, it is not a scholarly convention today to use those terms because they are distinctly religious, specifically Christian. The word BC obviously stands for before Christ, and although that may be the actual year we're working with, it has an internal inaccuracy built in because they're data about the actual year of his birth. And secondly, the term AD is offensive to non-Christians because it stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. And so therefore, a non-Christian who does not consider the founder of Christianity to be his or her Lord would prefer not to use that term AD. So the scholarly convention, which is secular in nature, is to use the letters BCE, meaning before the Common Era, for dates before the year 1. I like to joke about the year 0, but there was no year 0. And the term CE, Common Era, to use the years after that time. Okay, so sorry if you're offended by that. Sorry, you can leave a nasty comment in the comment box. Most people do. So go ahead. At any rate, so here we have this early start, about the year 1750 BCE, which means that Jewish culture is roughly 3,750 years old. If you want to start from the earliest extra-biblical evidence, the Merneptah stele, that's still 3,250 years long, which is a really, really long time. And I have to say, as a historian, it's really good for me because we get paid by the year, right? So Jewish history is like full of opportunity. I want to leave that as a small public service announcement for those of you who are considering Jewish history as a career. Great. Very few other histories have this long period of duration. How does that compare to other ancient civilizations? Well, we should note that if we're talking about continuous civilizations, meaning civilizations that survived antiquity and the medieval period and the modern period that come to our own period, Judaism is not the oldest civilization, but it's pretty close. Have a look at this chart here, which basically measures how long these various civilizations lasted. Now, this is basically a back of the envelope calculation. Again, working with the self-reported numbers, like we talked about with Jewish civilization, but also with Chinese civilization, which has the same kind of conundrum. It appears that the Jewish civilization is pretty much the second oldest continuous civilization in existence. The Chinese is older. A lot of people make jokes about how this meant that the Jews would have something to eat to begin civilizing, right? Because Jews love Chinese food. I don't know if you realize that. There is, of course, very old civilizations like the Mesopotamian civilizations of Assyria and Babylonia and so on. The Egyptian civilization is like super old. The Harappan, Peruvian, Mesoamerican, all these are very old civilizations, but only the Chinese one is currently extant. So the Jews and the Chinese have a lot in common. They have been sort of neighbors in time for over 3,000 years. But the Chinese have, I have to say, a huge advantage here. I mean, look at this chart here, which compares the number of Chinese people alive today to the number of Jewish people alive today. It's pretty easy to say, oh yeah, we've got a continuous civilization that stretches back almost 4,000 years, when, yeah, you've got like billions of people to count for it. The Jews are we're talking about somewhere around 15 or 16 million people here, a tiny fraction of the Chinese. If you look at this chart, you see that, Chinese people are actually just about 20% of the world's population, 1/5 of the world's population. Jews don't even make a single percent, 0.5%. So that, it is a remarkable thing that the Jewish civilization lasted so long with such a tiny population. And that number, by the way, never exceeds 2% of the known population of the world. The Jewish people seem to hang on through all kinds of very, very difficult circumstances and to perpetuate their culture generation after generation. It is really.
How are you?
Another factor besides the sheer number of people is the fact that, unlike the Jewish
No,
people,
I have
who
to
were
wake up.
exiled
How are you, Pimp?
several
I'm watching
times
the
in
William
antiquity,
Montgomery show.
and
How are you?
especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70 by the Romans, Jews were exiled.
No, I don't think I slept any of it.
You're sleeping right now, right?
Well, I just was closing my eyes, dog.
Okay.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
I just got back. I'm not waking up. You don't want to nap. I don't want to disturb your nap.
Baby, you're not disturbing shit. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I just got back from a sick walk with Yellow. Refreshment. Soaked up some nice views of the mountain. It was good. I have a fish that I got that I'm gonna make.
What's your fish's name?
It's named Salmon from the grocery store.
Tight. I hear that your iPhone or your iPad is starting to lose its connectivity with its charger. Is that correct? Yes or no?
That's my computer, and yeah, it's I don't know. It's crazy. I hope it's the cord and not the receiver end.
No, it's definitely the receiver end. Do you ever clean it out?
No, but the cord is really messed up, and if I move the cord around and fiddle with it, it'll start.
Okay, well, it could be the cord. Have you seen these AI videos with Sasquatch?
I saw one Sasquatch AI thing on Sora, and it was like riding a motorcycle.
They're hilarious. I could watch like a whole TV show just on that fucking Sasquatch.
Which Sasquatch?
On,
AI?
yeah, on Reddit they have just the AI video. There's like a whole series of it, and he just does like funny shit, like What did I find him doing? I know he was in Las Vegas and he was gambling, and then he met some chick and she like roofied him or something, and he awoke the next morning, couldn't find any of his shit. There's something like that, and it's just so funny because it's pretty realistic and the voice they use is pretty funny. Yo, dog, have you seen these suction cup things that allow you to climb up walls?
Yeah, dog, you can't switch topics. You can't. You gotta remain stuff.
You're right, you're right. But that's the next topic is the suction cups. So, what are your thoughts on the Sasquatch?
Have you seen the Big Les show?
Is it about lesbians?
No, but it's about your favorite thing in the world. That's why.
I no, I haven't.
It's, what are like the laws around playing YouTube content like other people's YouTube? Not allowed. Copyright.
It depends what it is. If it's like a big time person, like a Vivo, Lady Gaga, or like Taylor Swift video, you're gonna get in trouble for it. But if it's like Joe Rogan, well, here's the thing. This was a case involving your favorite person, Brendan Schaub, the guy from who's been on Joe Rogan more than anybody. And so long as you create, it has like the words are. Let me get the exact words. It's like it needs to be transformed in with the creative, like new creative um, elements. It's fine. Yo, dog, what are the rules on YouTube and being able to use other people's content? Like, doesn't it have to be transformative? That's the word, or something like that. Yo, dog, you're exactly right. The key word you're looking for is transformative. That comes from fair use, which is what YouTube often relies on when there's someone else's content without getting a copyright strike or takedown. Here's a breakdown of how it works. Fair use basics. U.S. law. YouTube follows this. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission under certain conditions. To qualify as fair use, a video must usually be transformative, meaning it adds new meaning, message, or purpose to the original content. Four factors of fair use. YouTube and courts look for these four main things. Purpose and character of the use. Is it transformative like commentary, criticism, parody, or education? Is it commercial or nonprofit? Nature of the original work. Factual works are more likely to be fair use than creative ones like music, movies, etc. Amount used. Using only what you need helps. Using too much hurts your case. Effect on the market. Does your use hurt the original creator's ability to make money? Examples of transformative use. Reaction videos. If you add commentary, not just watch silently. Video essays or reviews with breakdowns, opinions, or analysis. Parodies, not just copying but twisting it into a joke or satire. Educational remixes like explaining a news clip or breaking down a song. What doesn't count as fair use? Just reposting a song or video, even with a filter. Using long clips with no commentary. Compilation content like funniest moments, highlights, memes, unless it heavily adds new context. Monetizing full length shows or music without permission. YouTube specific tips. Content ID. YouTube scans videos for copyrighted stuff. Even fair use videos can get flagged. Disputes. You can dispute a claim, but it's risky if the owner fights back. Transform it well. Add your voice, visuals, editing, or critical perspective. Don't just borrow. Yo, dog, what if something is newsworthy? Then can't you use it? Yo, 100%. You're tapping into another major protection. If something is newsworthy, there's often more legal wiggle room to use it, but it's not automatic. Let me break it down. Newsworthiness does not equal a free pass. Just because something is newsworthy doesn't mean you're totally safe to use it without transforming it. Even journalists have to play by some copyright rules. But it does strengthen your fair use case, especially if you're reporting, not just reposting, adding analysis, commentary, context, using only short, necessary clips. Real world example. Let's say there's a viral video of someone doing something wild at a protest. Fair use would be a YouTuber uses a 10-second clip to talk about what it means, gives political or social analysis, adds subtitles, commentary, etc. Not fair use. Another channel re-uploads the full clip with just a title like "Wild Protest Footage." LOL. The first is transformative and newsworthy. The second is just writing clips. Journalistic fair use works best when you cite the source, you don't use more than necessary, you don't hurt the original creator's market. For instance, you are not stealing their entire you're not stealing their entire exclusive. Bonus, public interest does not equal fair use. Even if it's in public interest, like footage of police misconduct or leaked celebrity stuff, you still need to use it responsibly, add your own voice or context, be aware the copyright holder can still challenge it. TLDR, if it's newsworthy and you're reporting on it, adding value, and not just re-uploading, you've got a strong fair use case. But always aim to be transformative, even with the news. Want me to drop another example? So does that make sense?
Yeah. So we could both watch a YouTube video in the stream as long as we're reacting to it.
Yeah, I mean, it helps our case. It also helps the case that I don't make money off it.
Wouldn't you take money off it if you're
No, if I ever am monetized, I'm going to give all that money away.
all of it?
100%. Yeah, I won't need any of it. It's like Joe Rogan. He has a Spotify deal. He doesn't need any of the money that he gets from YouTube. Now, he takes it, but it's like he doesn't need that.
So we can't watch some videos and react to them. Except, I don't know, if it's a full TV show, I'm guessing no.
Yeah, that's where you get into trouble. So even though I don't make money off this, if we play copyrighted content that has that content ID that's easily identifiable, I'll get a copyright strike.
It's like a suction cup video of some guy putting suction cups on his nipples.
It depends how long it is, but yeah, generally we'd be okay with that. Dude, we have another thing to talk about after the suction cup. Can I tease it?
Oh, you don't know what the big Les show
Is it the Big Les?
Les, like lesbian.
No, what is it?
Is this like the funniest? I just think it's like so funny, but it's Australian animation show about like these Sasquatches, and it's just really goddamn. You could probably watch the clip together.
I'm looking at it right now.
I find it absolutely hilarious.
Is it as funny as Family Guy?
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm drunk and I turn it on, I mean, you don't have to be drunk, but I save it for special occasions when I am drunk. If you find they're like Australian, like, number, or like,
All right, just so we're going to watch a 55-second clip of that. That was a bad example. What's actually the Sasquatch?
Just telling you like a regular human, and like the laptop is always like stop.
Yo, were you aware? Can we move on from the topic of Sasquatch and then we'll talk about suction cups? But I have another topic.
Do you have anything you'd introduce to such cups other than like people climb up walls?
No, well, like what would you climb up first? Would you climb up a building?
If I had a parachute and there was a guy going up, probably first.
I think I'd like to start climbing
What
buildings.
else do you think? What is there to climb up? Like the walls?
No, like the Empire State Building.
You want to which building specifically?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. First, maybe some weird Chinese.
All right.
You have a particular building.
Yeah, one of those. I think it's like those one of those billionaire row buildings on Park Avenue in New York City. Word. I
So if they're like old people just having sex on like every floor that you're walking on,
then I'll allegedly masturbate to every single one of them
3 hours.
because old chicks are my thing.
Guilt, free guilt.
Free guilt, yeah, dog. So long as they consent to it. All right. So, are you ready for another topic?
I hope this topic is good because I have a good topic coming up, and it's a really good topic.
Yeah. So everybody's favorite Australian was in here. They're really struggling. I wish I could help them. They struggle with their own personal issues, and they came in here. They want to be exceptional at something, and they're like, "Yeah, but what are you exceptional at?" And I really am. I'm better at live streaming than perhaps anyone else on earth, and it's just about consistency. Yeah, and
I thought he was already kind of cool.
well, he's just he like he told you a little bit about what was going on, but like basically he wants to be a savant at something. Now, I'm not saying I'm a savant at live streaming. All it takes is just consistency and being able to press buttons. But he wants to be a savant at something. And so he keeps like saying, I tell him, Doug, you're a savant at something. He's like, what? I'm like sucking dick at mini golf. He's like, quiet. So he really wants to be good at something. And I'm like, all right, well, what is it? Like, at what do you want to be really good? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, well, like, do you think like what do you want to do? He's like, I don't know. So he comes back a few days or hours later, whatever it is, and he's like, I've got it. I know what I'm going to be. I know what I'm at, which I'm a savant. I'm like, okay, what is that? And he's like, stand-up comedy. I'm like, you? He's like, yeah. Now I'm like, I'm not saying you can't be really funny, but I've never found you to be like naturally hilarious. So do you have a joke you can tell? And he's like, no, I'm just gonna wing it. On Monday, I'm gonna just do stand-up comedy. I'm like, dude, I watch more stand-up comedy than perhaps anyone on earth. I mean, like, I'm watching a stand-up comedian's podcast right now. I watch Kill Tony. I've watched every Kill Tony. I'm like into old school stand-up, retro stand-up. I watch comedy specials of all the greats. All of them, when every single one of them will tell you, every single one, without exception, is it takes practice. You can't just go up there and kill the first time without ever having done it before, without any material. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, dude, that doesn't make any sense that you would do something like that. He's like, I'm just going to do it. I'm like, all right.
Well, it's called improv, and there are comedians, like Rory Scovel, for instance. I think it makes it funnier that he doesn't know what he's going to say next. Like, it makes it like, if you can do improv well, then it's like better than regular comedy.
Improv is different. Improv is different. Improv, you have things on which
Improv can be stand-up comedy.
they're different. Improv, usually
There's improv where you're like acting as a scene.
Hold on. Somebody's got to give you the scene, right?
But that's not what improv. That's one like category of improv. There's stand-up improv.
Hold on. The idea of improv is that you don't know what is going to be there. That's like in the name. It's improvisation.
Yeah. So have you not seen like an improv comedy stuff?
I've seen many of them. I've had friends in them.
So why is that not improv stand-up comedy?
Stand-up comedy generally is there's you and a microphone and you have to make everybody laugh, right?
Yeah, keywords generally.
That's true. Generally, it's always a keyword. Okay. With improv, even in its most basic form, where you're there to make people laugh, there's someone else giving you a scenario of what to do. And that changes everything in the expectation of the audience. What I'm saying is that if an audience sees you do stand-up comedy, they have an expectation that you've prepared whatever it is, your routine, to make them laugh. So they have a higher expectation of the comedy because of the fact that they expect you to be prepared. With improv, a lower expectation of the quality because they know that you just got the scenario seconds ago and you're just thinking off the cuff. So their expectation, their bar for humor is much lower than it is for stand-up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then what do you call it when stand-up comedian goes up on stage and saying with no material plan? Is that not improv?
It's not really improv. Improv kind of has rules to it. Like one of the rules is you can't say no to something. You just have to go with it. And I mean, like they're like that's true. I mean, all of it is unwritten. What are the basic rules to improv?
I understand like your definition of improv is like people on stage getting like doing who's line is next.
Right, exactly. So the first one is yes and. Usually you need a partner as well.
I mean, yeah, but I think on a improv is a much more general, has more general meaning. If you're
Can
on
you do
stage,
improv by
you
yourself?
stand up without any predefined material, and I think that's in the category of improv.
Dog. The way that Zoot's going to do it, he has to have 2 to 5 minutes prepared. And he just goes up without anything prepared, and he's just going to wing it. That's not going to be funny. And I told him that's going to hurt your self-esteem because people are just going to shit on you. I told him, just tell me a joke. And he's like, I don't have any prepared. I'm like, so you don't know any jokes? He's like, right. So I'm like, you're not going to be funny. He said, I'm going to just go up there and tell people that the R word. But he said the R word. I'm like, but you're not the R word. You're a pretty normal person. You may have some minor issues like Tourette's or whatever, but you're not R word. You're far from it. In fact, in some things, you're pretty smart. So no one's going to think it's funny if you go up there and just name um, a bunch of like psychological issues that you think you have. No one's going to think that's funny.
Can you acknowledge that end up in improv can't be done?
Here's the thing. At least with how I understand improv, you need someone to randomly give you a scene, right?
But what do you understand that
Then it's just stand up. But the second that somebody gives them a situation, then it becomes improv.
Okay, well, I guess I'd say that the stand-up material is using improvisation to create the material, but I understand if you want to categorize like assign improv as being full shout.
Now, there's a type of stand-up that utilizes improv a lot, which is crowd work. And if Zoot was like, I'm just going to go up there for 2 minutes and do crowd work, at least he would know what crowd work is. And I'd be like, okay, you can do that and you can make that successful. And that's improv in itself because you're getting information from the audience and you're improvising using it, you're riffing on it, you're commenting on it, whatever it may be. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT. Yo, dog, from a very basic standpoint, what is the difference between stand-up and improv? Explain it to me in 3 bullet points. No more. It could be less, though. Yo, dog, here's the difference. Stand-up is written and rehearsed. One person delivers jokes as planned. Improv is made up on the spot, usually done with a group, no script. Stand-up equals joke telling. Improv equals scene playing. I'm in agreement with that. Are you in agreement with that?
I will ask you, what is it then if a stand-up comedian goes out with no prepared material?
What is it when a stand-up comedian goes up with no material and just wings it? Yo, a stand-up comedian who goes up there with no material and wings it, it's usually called improvised stand-up or riffing. Depending on how they do it, it might also be called crowd work, when they talk to the audience and react off the cuff or going off script, when they just speak spontaneously, or freestyle comedy, less common term but some use it. It's not quite full improv theater, but it is using improv skills in a stand-up context. Comedians like to keep things fresh or challenge themselves. But Zoot didn't say, I'm going to do crowd work. he said, I'm just going to go up there and wing it, which to me is,
Bold choice.
yeah, it's a bold choice. Whether
Looking to boost his self-esteem. I don't know. Sometimes it feels good to sit there.
yeah, but he doesn't need it right now. I mean, it'd be one thing if he was just riding on cloud nine, kicking ass and taking names, but I don't know. I want him.
Not feeling good from all the fucking workout.
Yeah, he's been doing that. I'm gonna call him. I want him here. I'm gonna. And here's the other weird thing. It's not that weird, but I'm always like, Zoot, come to. Let's play. He always comes in here and he's like, my phone's about to die. And it's like, Zoot, every single time. And the other day he was, I'm like, what percentage? On what percentage are you? He's like 49%. I'm like, that doesn't mean your phone's about to die. I'm requesting him. Anyway, I wish he. I truthfully think that he could do. I truthfully think he could do stand up really well, but he just needs to rehearse it. That's all.
I think he should just start a podcast.
What would be? Have you ever heard my podcast? Have you ever heard my podcast?
Your interviews?
Yeah. No, different. I have 15. What do you mean an interview is not a podcast?
Well, I guess to me, there's a difference between a podcast and an interview, but yes, in today's society, people often say that an interview is a podcast. Podcast to me is just like natural conversation.
That's one kind. Have you ever?
Maybe they're both in the podcast form or whatever.
Have you ever seen my podcast on Spotify?
What do I type?
Rabbi Rothschild podcast on Spotify.
You mean, are they interviews or podcasts?
They're podcasts I created.
Is the structure?
The first part of it is, and then I let people talk about anything they want.
Song by Rabbi Walter Rothschild.
No, you have to look under podcasts.
I see it. I go. Yeah, I feel like I watched a couple of these. One guy was like, he was like a wheelchair or something.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, there's like some dude that like had some disability.
I don't know if that's a real thing. I've never interviewed anyone who. Oh wait, there was one guy I think maybe. I don't even know. Maybe. Oh wait. No. That's different. That was me being interviewed. Yeah, no. That you're right. There was that guy. Yeah. But I didn't interview anybody in a wheelchair, to my knowledge. I interviewed kick streamers.
Yeah, I apologize. You're right.
No need to apologize. Yeah. Well, anyway, I did a podcast, and I have 15 episodes. I could have more. The reason why I don't have more is because it takes too long for me to download them and upload them and to edit them and everything. That takes time, and I don't like doing it. Have you ever heard any of the ones where I interview somebody? Was that no? That's okay. No big deal.
Do you have a favorite one that you did?
The earlier ones I think are good. I'm not saying the later ones aren't, but sometimes the quality isn't as good. There's one that I do that a guy and I kind of like get into it. I'm asking him questions and he's just kind of being a jackass. So, but I still posted it. But like, I think they're all the greatest ones that you're ever going to hear, and they're full of content. And I ask everybody the same 73 questions.
Right. I may have heard.
Very well. Are you ready?
I don't know if you wanted to. I thought he was keen on being a.
Yeah, dude, that was the plan. And then when I asked him about it, he's like, I need a six pack. I'm like, don't you have a six pack? He's like, well, yeah, but now I'm working on bulking. I'm like, well, didn't you just need a six pack to like get this job or whatever? Dude, play Moncala with me. I'm going to teach you. It's not hard. I'm about to send you an invitation. All right. Riser is about to get an invitation. You have an invitation. Okay, so you don't know how to play, right? Okay, so basically, whenever you go first, you want to click the third one above, and then there's like a secret to it, and then like a third one that allows me to capture you. Basically, if you capture everything with a single stone on the other side, so it's your turn now. That's perfect. That's great. Now do the 1, 2 down, like the second one from the top that has 3. I just told you incorrectly. Apologies. It wouldn't have changed anything. Would it have? It would have. Yeah, so we'll get it so that you get something. Okay, so I get to go again. All right. So pick something. We'll the next game we'll go through and I'll read the instructions with you. All right, so I'll get it so that you can win something maybe. Okay, just hit anything. There you go. Perfect. Okay, now do you see your brownstone? Press the brownstone and you'll get some points. There you go. So you just captured 3. This is the oldest family of games in the world. Excellent. So do you see your lowest graystone that's like about to score? Next time you have a chance, if you press that graystone, you can score and get a new spot. No, the lowest one. That's okay. The lowest one, right, like the lowest graystone that you have. It's like, do you see this?
The one with one.
Yeah, the one with one that's right before where you score. No, not that one.
Maybe you're blind.
Oh, I bet it is. Apologies. I bet it is. You're right. Okay. Um, so I'm gonna take two of yours. I didn't want to. Okay, now there you go. Um, so I'm just gonna end it. Captured. Okay, I'm gonna read to you the instructions. Here are the instructions. Mancala is a two-player turn-based strategy game played with seeds or small stones and rows of pits in a board. The objective is to capture as many seeds in your store as possible. The player with the most seeds in their store at the end of the game wins. The game board. The game is made of two rows of six small holes known as pits and large holes on opposite ends called stores or mancalas. The game starts with four seeds in each pit. The It should be in each of the pits, but anyway, the colors of the seeds don't matter. Your scoring store is to your right, which is on the top side of the UI. Gameplay. One player will start the game by picking any pits containing seeds from their own side. The player will remove the seeds from that pit. Do you want to just play archery? Okay, well, just play archery with me once because I don't know why you haven't beat me. And no, I want to play you. I want to play you, and I'm going to play you right now. So, Riser, you have an invitation. You can make your dog dinner or whatever you have to do. You have an invitation. Here we go, baby.
You're lucky on the TV. Definitely beat you.
Oh, dude, you've beat me a lot. In fact, at one point, you were definitely, I feel, better than I was at this game. But um, you're not as good at this one than you are at the other one, where you have as much time to shoot as many as you need. Dude, we tied. That was good. Not as good, but it's still pretty good. Get this one. This is the big one. Oh, that was great, dude.
reason you're like really
I'm messing up, dude. You need to average a 9.
I love it, 10.
Okay. Okay. You need a 9 to tie, a 10 to win. 9 to tie, 10 to win. Here you go. Game winner.
No.
You want to play again? You want to play? You want to play again? All right. Well, go do what you need to do, and then come back when you're ready.
During COVID, how many people were cooperate? Like, once I saw the level of deception that was willfully pushed forth during COVID, and how many people were cooperating with this, and like how many organizations, government organizations, were cooperating and knowing that they lied, knowing that these were lies. Like, yeah, they can lie about all kinds of things, and this is today with the internet. You know, where's the MC Fox? Don't exist. Like, they can get away with shit, man. Like, once I saw the level.
Are you gonna stay in here while you make dinner? Was that a yes? Yo, pimp. Was that a yes? Are you gonna stay in here while you make dinner? Oh, okay. Well, then we can listen to William Montgomery show. How much time do you need? Do you want me to talk to you?
You know, it's a piece of feel like it's crazy in the year 2025.
A 2-in-1 microwave air dryer combo, air fryer.
That's like the potential.
A washer and a 2-in-1 washer and dryer.
Hang out the washer and dryer.
I know they. I know they do. I know they do. What is it traveling?
The piece of technology that doesn't exist yet that is staggering.
Am I supposed to guess this?
If you want, yeah, you're guessing. Air fryer.
Am I on the right? Oh, it has to do with traveling.
Yeah.
Does it have to do with?
I'll give you more hints. I'll give you more hints as you go along.
Does it have to do with helicopters?
No.
Does it have to do with?
I mean, it's like physical traveling from like place to place.
That's what helicopters do. Does it have to do with driverless cars? Does it have to do with?
Driverless flight.
Yeah, I mean, arguably, we already have that with autopilot.
Yes, that's not it.
Does it have to do with bullet trains? Does it have to?
No.
Bullet trains.
No.
Okay, does it have to do with the water?
No, let me put you on the right track more. Thing that I don't know. Like you need it going in. I'll just say it. It's the digital passport. Because if you're in like a foreign country and you like lose your passport, it's like a physical thing, and it's just really not good.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that one, big dog.
There's a lot of hassle that has to happen. Can't leave the country.
I'm in agreement with you on that one.
But you know why the digital passport doesn't exist? Yeah.
Why doesn't the digital passport exist? Security and privacy risks. Digital IDs are juicy targets for hackers. If someone steals your phone or hacks a server, it's way easier to forge or misuse than a physical passport. Governments are hesitant to fully rely on something that can be compromised with a few lines of code. Every system has their own passport system and requirements. Every country has their own passport system and requirements. There's no single international agreement or infrastructure to support a universal digital passport. The International Civil Aviation Organization is trying to push standards, but it's slow moving. Governments don't want to hand over control to a global system. A universal digital passport would require a high level of mutual trust and shared control, something most nations aren't comfortable with. Not everyone has reliable access to smartphones or internet. Digital-only systems could create inequity or exclusion at borders. Some countries are testing e-passports, biometric passports, and digital ID apps. Apple and Google are even working with some U.S. states and airports to use your phone as an ID, but we're still in the early stages. Does that answer your question? I think that we should have probably had these a long time ago. But yeah, I'm in agreement that those are the reasons why we don't have them.
So they're saying like that it's like a technology issue to get people off the same standard, which I don't think it would be. I mean, I guess it is a God thing, but
Well,
it's such international kind of it's hard to get.
yeah, I mean, I don't understand why. It's not like you have to force everybody to be on this standard. It's just like an additional thing that you could have.
Right. I mean, they want to like substitute it for the physical thing, I guess, eventually. But as you transition, you have either or.
Right, exactly. I'm in agreement with you.
And they said, like in remote places or whatever, it would be hard, you know, to have the technology in remote places. I mean, again, that could be something that eventually is built into, like for America and Canada and Europe, like you're saying that we can't coordinate with people.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't believe the bullshit answers that I just gave you because they already have digital payment systems. So if they already have digital payment systems, why can't they have digital identification systems?
Yeah. I thought it was kind of like weak answers as well. Because like you're basically saying that the number one reason, I mean, interoperability and trust, like number one reason. Yeah, PayPal exists, all banks exist. You send money over this time. So I think is like the cool future though. You know your passport will be in your future.
But
they already use this method in China for paying for things, which is crazy. But
well, I've seen some things on your phone.
they'll just scan your face.
I've seen that too.
They'll just use the biometric data of your face. They already have that in China for paying. Just pay with your face.
There can be a lot of issues with that, though. Well, like let's say you have some type of plastic surgery done, or even just fillers in your face, that can change your face makeup.
Maybe it looks at you every day and it gets updated.
I mean, that's a thought, but even still, like, have you seen the difference between some women when they have their makeup on versus when they don't? I mean, I know they do it in China, so it obviously works some way, but um, there's a very good way to do it that. You ready for this one? Are you ready for this one, son? Do you know who Bob Lazar is? It has to do with identification. Do you know who Bob Lazar is? I think you do. I talk about him all the time. Yeah. Okay, so you know Bob Lazar. When he worked at Area S4 back in like the late 80s, the technology wasn't really advanced, but one of the things that they would do for you to be able to get your identification card there is you would take your hand and put it over like a light, and the light would take an x-ray of your hand, and you can identify somebody by the size of their bones in their hand. Isn't that fascinating?
Do X-rays cause cancer?
Like enough of them, yeah.
Maybe frequently doing X-ray and
Yeah, maybe it wasn't just. Let me make sure I have the technology correct. Yo, dog, what kind of technology was used for Bob Lazar allegedly at S4 to get his ID card? Did they do an x ray on his hand, or was it some kind of other ray that allowed them to measure the bones? Talk to me like Joey Diaz. Yo, listen to me, cocksucker. This ain't no regular ID badge and barcode bullshit, okay? We're talking about deep black ops, 51 type shit. Joey Diaz style strap in. So Bob Lazar, he's a wild motherfucker who says he worked at S4 near Area 51 back in the 80s. He talked about this thing they used for identification, and it wasn't a fingerprint scanner. Nah, it was some sci-fi retina thing. It wasn't some sci-fi retina thing either. It was a goddamn bone reading device. Here's what the fat man breaks it down like. They use this device that scanned the bones in your hand. Specifically, it measured the lengths of the bones in your fingers and some space between the joints. Everybody's bone layout is different, like a fingerprint, but on the inside, real creepy shit. Lazar said you put your hand on this flat panel, and there was this little light sensors underneath. Some people say it was using backlighted X-rays or low-level infrared to see the skin and map the bones. They called it a hand scanner, and for years people thought he was full of it. But here's the kicker. Years later, a picture surfaced of this exact device he described, a real military-grade unit used in the 1970s and 80s. Some weird pegs and lights. No one had even heard of it till Lazar mentioned it. That's when people started going, wait a minute, maybe this guy ain't blowing smoke. So yeah, dog, not a palm print, not a chip in your arm, no retina laser show, just a good old fashioned bone reading light machine that made sure you were who you were before you stepped in the belly of the alien tech beast. You feel me? You want pics of that what that scanner looks like now that it's out in the open? Yeah, let's see it. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So it seems like it's called an Identimat 2000. Lazar talked about this bone-based biometric scanner called the Identimat 2000 that used subdermal bone patterns in your hand, not fingerprints or retina scans. You place your hand over it. Sensors or low-level X-ray or infrared beams would map your finger, bone lengths, and joint spacings. Why it's iconic. This wasn't sci-fi Barracuda. The machine was real and old school. Lazar insisted that it was a top secret S4 thing, and later folks dug up pictures of the same model he described. Supposedly, that exact hand scanner was even used in Spielberg's Close Encounters, commercially available since the 1970s. What it did is, as Lazar said, once the scanner verified his identity, a card authorizing access would be dispensed. No chips, no retina lasers, just bone structure, cocksucker. Joey advice in your ear. This scanner's like insert your hand, see your bones, get the fuck out. Ain't no bullshit. That's how they kept the ducks in a row at S4. Make sense? I've looked this up. Gait. They can identify you by your gait. Yeah. Could they test your hair, you asked? Yeah, that would be more like DNA testing. That could do it. Those would be unique. Who's your favorite Canadian musical artist of all time? Biggest Canadian music artist of all time. Do you like Rush? Do you like Celine Dion? No one knows who that is. Yo, dog, give me a list of 50.
Everyone knows who Take
Is that a girl? All right. The number one all time is Alanis Morissette. Yeah, why don't they have that list? Oh, they are. They're at number 35. Nickelback. Everybody hates Nickelback, but I really like Nickelback. Dude, there's something interesting about the name Rockstar. It's fucking amazing. I also like their song "The Day Nobody Died." I look forward to that day someday. Dude. I mean this. There's some okay. When I say Nickelback, what do you think? Right, exactly. But what else? What is
that name even come from?
Wait, exactly. Exactly. What does that name mean? No. Generally, it's seen, I guess, in football, like there's a position called a nickelback, like a running back, a nickelback. But it has a deeper meaning. Hold on. It has a deeper meaning. The meaning of this band is actually like something really fascinating. But I don't remember what it is. It has to do with science, though. So just one moment. Yo, dog, why does the name Nickelback band have that name? It comes from the phrase "Here's your Nickelback." Oh, it was catchy, Canadian, and weird. What does it mean that? Okay, so you're right. What position is a Nickelback in sports? A Nickelback is a defensive back, or the fifth defensive back in a field. Okay, but so that's why I thought it was called that, but it's called "Here's Your Nickelback." Okay, fine. But there's an even deeper meaning to this. Yo, dog, what is this like scientific theory? Or it's something like I don't know exactly what it is, but it's Nickelback. It's either like it's like deep science. It's really important to like the world though, or the universe. What is it? Yeah, Nickelback isotopes or nickel in physics. Um, Nickel alloys in science. No. Nickel isotopes and nickel-based nuclear reactions in astrophysics, especially in supernovae and nuclear fusion. In stars and supernovae, in some supernova explosions, massive amounts of nickel 56 are created. Nickel 56 is radioactive. No. No. What are the different definitions of Nickelback? So Nickelback the band, Nickelback a football position, Nickelback in science, nickel isotopes produced in supernovae, decays in cobalt. It's a huge part of what makes dying stars shine. Nuclear-based catalysts. Nickelback is a phrase in cash slang. There's something about Nickelback that. Yo, dog, can't you use Nickelback to like determine the age of this universe or something? Um, you're probably talking about nickel 56. And yeah, this bad boy is actually used to understand how stars die, how supernovae evolve, and how the universe unfolds. It's a radioisotope of nickel created in huge amounts during supernova explosions, like when a massive star dies and gets its blood, it blows its guts into space. Scientists study the decay rate of nickel 56 and similar isotopes in distant stars. Dog, there was something more to this. Is Nickelback used in like time travel at all? Is Nickelback not directly? Is the term Nickelback used in any science fiction? Dog, there's something to this that's not telling me. The term Nickelback, I looked this up like earlier this year or last year. What are the definitions of Nickelback? The band, football position, slang, here's your Nickelback, pop culture, Nickel 56. Not really, not literally. No. Fuck. There was something that I read that was really advanced, and it was like Nickelback had to do with it, and it was like the band, and it was it was some kind of scientific thing. I don't know. I can't find anything about it, and that's really bothersome to me. No, they didn't. They don't know what the fuck's up. Dude, there's this lady on Blue Sky. She's such a bitch. Her name is Lady B Middlemaster Neil, and she reports all of my accounts. Fortunately, she is not awake 24 hours a day, but this fucking bitch, and I say that with a capital F and a capital B, needs to stop reporting my fucking accounts. If you ever see this, you stupid bitch, I'm never mean to anybody on this, but I'm mean to you, you fucking bitch. I say that, Lady B, Middle Master Neil, like, I don't really think you're a beach. I think you are just doing your job. But quit being a bee, girl. I'm trying to bring world peace, and you're over here being a socialist, atheist, humanist, empath, mostly harmless, sweary cis woman. You're a proud mom of two, nanny to Finley. Fuck Finley. And warning, it may contain nuts. What the fuck does that mean? Save the bees? I'm all for all the shit that you just said, woman. The opposite of woke is cunt. Don't be a cunt. Okay, whatever that means. No way this is fucking recent. It is 25 minutes ago. What happened to what? This woman who has made it her duty to be like the hall patrol of Blue Sky just goes around and reports me whenever I have an account. And when she reports me, it gets banned right away, which is cool. I have over 1,100 accounts that are ready to be used. So it's not like it causes me too much despair. And I'm making them at any given time. But it's just like, mind your own business. Well, once you push the report button, basically it goes to the moderation team of Blue Sky, and then they have like about 100 people around the world who work 24 hours a day, and anybody who gets put in that queue, they review why they were banned or why they were reported and banned the people, but the fact that they see rabbi in it, they just ban it automatically. How much more time do you need? What are your thoughts on Alanis Morissette? Go. You don't know who Alanis Morissette is? Oh, tight. What'd you say?
You know who Patty Mayo is?
Nobody knows who that is. Patty Mayo? Oh, Patty Mayonnaise. Yeah. I know Patty. She's not Canadian, is she? Wait, you're not talking about the person from Doug?
No one knows what Doug is.
Yeah, they do. It's a television show about a kid. He's got a best friend named Skeeter, and his crush is named Patty Mayonnaise. Dude, it was on. It is. It was on Nickelodeon. It was also on Disney. Okay, who the fuck is Patty Mayo? Welcome. How you living, pimp? What's up, ILY? Can you hear me? Fuck you, ILY. I didn't want to talk to you in the first place. Who is Patty Mayo. On what? On YouTube?
YouTuber, and he's a bounty hunter, and he's like controls people.
No one knows who that guy is.
He has like 8 million.
All right. How many hours of footage does he have uploaded to YouTube? I'll wait. Does he have 3.5 years? Three and a half years of 24/7 content, baby.
What are your opinions on
Like lemonade stands?
there's like front yard businesses, and like there's like an actual store located on like a residential.
Yeah. I mean, normally like zoning doesn't allow for that, right?
Yeah, there's a few reasons, like blocking the neighbors.
Yeah, who gives a shit about that though? That's like a British thing. That they need to get rid of those laws. Those fucking, what are they called? Yo, dog, what are those laws in England that don't allow you to block a neighbor's sunlight? No, they're called the right to light.
You know why all apartments?
Do I know why all apartments look the same? Well, many times they don't all look the same. Many times it's because it's the cheapest way to have something look based on like a certain architect's plans.
Like the hall, like the structure is usually the same, right? Like the hallway with like
Right.
a lot of the reasons has to do with like these like building like laws. And one of them is like I think in North America at least it's like each apartment building has to you have to be able to access like at least 2 stairwells.
Correct.
And you'd be surprised at how amazing a building you can create if you just get rid of that one. Or like if you just drop the rules, like different benefits and design buildings that can be achieved are actually substantial.
Yeah, but you need that. You need that law because
Stairwells.
yeah, you do in case one of them gets blocked from fire.
Or if they both get blocked.
That are far less. Basically, I could prevent an entire building from getting outside if I just start a fire in the stairwell under your laws.
Um, yeah, I mean, some apartments in like New York and stuff, they have like that fire ladder escape thing.
Right,
Maybe those be put in.
right. But those become damaged and they're not as strong, and people mess with them. When I was like in my late teens, early 20s, I lived in a place that had one of those on the side of the building, and people would be drunk at night and grab onto it and just like slam it, and um, it'd be really loud, and they would keep me awake. But I always thought it was kind of cool, so I never got mad. But that can happen.
That is cool that they're damaging the fire escape.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of saw the fire escape as being kind of an old timey thing. So, um,
I think if like they're like support these things that are like relevant to the thing, like, you shouldn't be able to be like ridiculous. You can't freaking shake the thing attached to the building.
no, so I don't know if you can imagine this. I'm sure you can, but imagine like a seesaw, and okay, so imagine a seesaw that would go up when the fire escape was not in use, so that people couldn't climb up it and like do damage or whatever. But what people would do when they were drunk is they would like get on their friend's shoulders and grab it and pull down so that they could go up it.
Yeah. I mean, why? I thought it was just like a ladder with like a tube or
No, 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 no. This is like a fire escape with like stairs. Like, haven't you seen a fire escape on the outside of a building in like New York City?
okay, yeah, I see the stairs one.
Yeah. So it was like that.
Okay.
And those things.
I was just thinking more of like a tube that you like. You know, like the.
I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. So let's come up with a better idea. Like, imagine a fire escape that. I mean, I guess.
So, okay, you're telling me that fire escape, like the stairs one, like you're building like an entire staircase anyway. Like, why not just make it able, safe enough for regular use?
Yeah, because usually it's in a high, like a dense area, and the property values mean that every square inch will make your building cost more. So instead of having an actual stairwell, you just build it on the side of the um, building, and then people can walk under it. And people can walk under it. They don't. I mean, these are like an old building, so usually they don't anymore. But like the building I was in was like it was like a national historic building. So like they couldn't just like do all kinds of changes to it without destroying like the original intent of the building. So one of the things that they had was these old timey um escapes.
Do you have any futuristic alternatives?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, anything electronic is out of the door because it like a lot of times with the fire, it can cause it can cause like the power goes down. But yeah, have you ever seen how you get off a cruise ship that's like sinking? Well, yeah, I mean they have life raft boats, but the way you get into a life raft boat is there's this thing that like would stick out of a window or off of the side of the ship, and you slide down it almost like a when a plane like in a if a plane ever crashes or whatever, and you need to get it's like a big inflatable thing down it, but it has some friction so that you don't slide down too quickly, and then you slide into the life rafts. No, I mean you couldn't do it for like a building that's like 100 stories tall, but you could do it for a building that's like 10 stories tall. Well, maybe not 10, but like 5. Yeah, I'll get you. It's on. I saw it on Reddit. It's really cool. It's a cruise ship escape slide. Yeah. It inflates in 90 seconds. Okay, type into Reddit cruise ship escape slide, and it's the first thing that was posted 4 years ago. Damn, that's interesting. It inflates in 90 seconds, and people board a raft.
It looks like a. It does extend out of the water right now.
No, it's not a vertical drop. There's like it like expands so that there's like friction. So it's like you're going out of a birth canal, basically.
Those tubes going down to the raft are like vertical drops.
Yeah, but you don't drop.
Are they ladders?
No, no. I've seen. There's another video that I've seen of somebody going down it. Okay. Um. Okay. So then just go to the media part and a lot of these are water slides, not what I want. I want an escape slide. Let me see if I can find it. Cruise ship.
The one in the video, the blue tubes are like vertical drops.
Yeah, it's not that though. It is a vertical drop, but imagine it's like inflated on the inside so that you go down it, but you go down slowly. What'd you say, big dog? I mean, unless you were really, really fat. Okay, I found it. Okay, are you ready? Okay, type in how a cruise ship is evacuated. It's under oddly satisfying. So they actually take.
Pretty scared to drop down that far.
Yeah, but do you see how you put your hands on the side to slow yourself down?
So it's going down. Oh, what the hell? Looks like you're dropping into a car.
Exactly. That's what I said. Like a birth canal.
What you suffocate.
No, there's moving air there. The issue would be if you went too slowly and somebody came in right behind you. But that's why there's a little light inside of it that tells you when to go. Yeah.
Does the GoPro footage go? Does it go upload GoPro?
I mean, yeah. I see the one that I'm seeing
It
is
does. What the hell?
yeah. You see.
So,
Do you see the guy's hand that can slow you down?
yeah, that's wild.
Right. So imagine that, but it doesn't have to be straight down like in a cruise ship. It could be at an angle on a building. Let's ask Chat. Let's ask ChatGPT about how high this could be.
Seems like it could be.
Yo, dog. Imagine I was building a building, like a really big building, like one of those buildings on Billionaires Row, but I didn't have enough money for fire escapes, and I want to have like a cruise ship evacuation tube. How high could those cruise ship evacuation tubes go without hurting people? Like, could it go all the way to the top, or does it have to stay at like 5 floors high? How could that work? Yo, that's a wild idea. Using a cruise ship evacuation tube kind of system for a skyscraper. Let me break this down. Okay. How high could it go? Height and speed limits. The higher the tube, the faster you go when you slide down because of gravity. Speed increases roughly with the square root of the height you drop. If you drop from super high, like 50 floors, people would be hitting crazy speeds, risking serious injury. G forces and the body increase with speed and turns. Too fast equals risk of bruises, broken bones, or worse. Cruise ship tubes usually max out at around a few stories, like 3 to 5 floors, because of these risks. Could it go all the way to the top of a skyscraper? Nope, it's too dangerous. But if you segmented the tube into multiple stages with slower sections or gentle slopes, then maybe. Another idea is to use air resistance or water mist to slow people down, or build a staircase style tube with multiple exits every 5 floors where people could stop, wait, and then continue down. So that's the idea. You could have one that expands, but it just every 5 floors you hit like a big trampoline, and then you go down to the next one. Oh, wait, I've seen this. I've seen the design for something like this, but it was created after 9/11. Um, it's a skyscraper parachute. Type in skyscraper. Type in skyscraper parachute. into Reddit.
That's hilarious. Make it like modular every time story.
Yeah, but type in skyscraper parachute, and the first thing that comes up is damn, that's interesting, and that's how you could get people out in like a big fire. No, it's the first thing under. It was posted 2 years ago. It says, after witnessing the horrors between having to choose between burning to death or jumping to their death during. Just type in. It's the first post under relevance. Oh, it's also the first thing in media. It's also the first thing in media.
Damn, that's
Yes.
the high-rise parachute.
Yeah. It shows a guy jumping out a window.
3.1.
No, this one has 12, but 12,000. But
Right, it's like an interesting book.
no, it's a real person doing it. Just type in after witnessing the horrors of people.
Oh, I see it. Oh, they actually build like a real. You land on your back. Where did you see that?
Well, after 9/11, there were all these people who felt badly for the people who were burning, and like you could see them in the footage, just like hanging outside the window with like all these flames going around them, and so people were, and then they would jump to their deaths, and so people came up with this like 25 years ago.
It looks like really fun, like just to be parachuted kind of way.
Yes, it does. And I'm sure you could make a better version of it, like, I don't know, smaller, more compact, probably with like more parachutes, flame resistant, certainly. Maybe have a USB charger inside of it.
It doesn't look like we. I don't know if I can. But like, goes on the side of the building.
Right.
Something. You have to kick, or does it like explode?
It expands. You just stick your tushy out of the window and it expands and pulls you out.
It seems like dangerous if you fall.
Well, you don't fall. The parachute.
Oh wait, yeah. You pull a parachute and it goes on the wall and it goes.
Exactly. What'd you say? Not like an octopus? What'd you say?
It's just one that we like up close and close.
Oh. It could be because it's archived or something. I don't know. That shouldn't be the case, but I don't know. But then you see the guy lands and he's really safe.
Have they Yeah, on that video though, looks like, I mean, there's a few factors which I think sets up nicely for my proposal, which I think could work. So, yeah, this is that character one. Like in a lot of videos, there was not, the design in itself far from the building. And maybe that could be improved so that it like actually like launches you like 50 feet away from the building first.
That could be.
Yeah, the video is dragging down the side of the
I've got a way to be able to say people. Well, hold on, I'm cutting you off, aren't I?
Yeah, I was gonna say that we probably won't be put into the world, but I think that aesthetically it's like a zip line where you just like zip line down there another way, and that gets you away from the building and it's pretty safe, but maybe you don't want like a long zip line. But maybe there could be a designated spot like on another rooftop lower down, and it's like a grappling hook here or things passing on to that before it goes on escape that way, or another one which I think would be perfect. Is like the bungee, just like a bungee jump. And you have it so like the rope is like only like a foot down, like it will never reach the ground obviously. So once the bungee settles, you're basically like a foot off the ground, you flip.
What was that one?
Bungee jump and zip line.
Okay. What about a series of drones that just hook you to a harness and then fly you out?
Out of technology, but I think like fire situation. I mean, it's possible if they're like coming from another place. I mean, drone rescue technology is probably
Yeah, definitely.
already being, I guess,
Yeah.
nope. Maybe possibly we need a fire floating like airship type of thing to get a lot of people out. Maybe.
Well, you could just have it on top of a fire department. And okay, I saw this the other day. It was on Reddit. This oh yeah, police are already starting to do this in the United States. So it's against the law in the United States to equip drones with firearms, but they're starting to use them like at police stations that they take off from the police station and they're able to get to the crime scene or whatever faster than the police are in a car and be able to give them like a visual of what's going on, and they're just automatically deployed. They don't have to manually drive them there. They just have to know the location, and then these drones fly over it and basically allow them to apprehend people or whatever. And um, this company that I saw, because it's illegal for them to use a gun with a drone, which I hope is forever illegal, but I'm sure they'll make some change that they'll allow it in the future. Um, what they do is they have the drone. Like I was seeing it for people for mass shooter incidents where you, let's say you have a mass shooter or whatever, the drone identifies the mass shooter and like charges or like flies into the guy's gun and puts like this substance on the gun that disarms it.
Or a little bit more
Yeah, I think that's illegal in the United States still.
Making a mass shooter situation.
Nope, no exceptions to that. Because it could, if it gets the wrong person, then you have someone who's dead.
Well, it's more accurate or has less mistakes than average people.
I'll believe it when I see it. Hey, I just had someone who wants me to officiate their wedding.
Three minutes ago, they said, "Is the clit chewing rabbi available to officiate my wedding?" And then somebody else, some chick said that, and then some other chick said, "The phrase clit chewing makes me physically recoil." And then the girl wrote, "I wonder if he actually uses teeth or if he just thinks clit chewing sounds hot. I bet he's actually really, really good at eating pussy." You got that right, girl. 8 minutes ago, she made a screenshot of what I write, and she wrote, "This guy is basically an artist." I love it. All right, how long is it going to take you to make your fucking dinner, dude? All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Here's William Montgomery.
She shows her cousins within 30 minutes. Yeah, you know she's close with her cousins, Grant. You know they're gonna fucking know at the very beginning. Yeah, the cousins don't count. Do you even like them anymore? Do you even like them anymore? The cousins? Yeah. I don't think I ever did. Okay, that's what Mike said. Yeah, he said that. I agree. You're gonna fact checking what Mike is saying. Exactly. Yeah, no, he said everything Mike said is true. So Grant's actually really pussy wet. He just even like his wife's cousin. Yeah, dude. You know she keeps you in the house. I will not know. Just to be what she does, yeah. Yeah, just to move the lawn and shit. She fucking makes the baby. Well, I don't know. I don't know if we can send you this thing anymore, then. That seems like a bad idea. Did you guys try the gum? Oh, we can't try it. Yeah, let's try it. Here, it's original. That's super sour. Feature free. This is. You're free. Is that the new latte? Oh, and it's a 60% less sugar than the leading brand, which is good because, oh my gosh, I ate almost a whole chocolate bar last night. I was giving balls deep in some freaking Hershey Kisses with the almonds. Yeah. 6 months to get. So good. I was in the back of this, has some pretty confusing math. It says 37 grams of carbs minus 7 grams of fiber minus 11 grams of allulose equals 19 grams of net carbs. So there's some sort of nutrition math there. I'm not sure. Never seen math. Yeah, I've never seen carbs minus fiber minus allulose equaling net carbs. What is that like? I don't know. Is it sour? It's a sour one. Try sour one. Sour. This is real sour. Okay, let's see here. And this is because. No! Edit that out. We're talking about. Edit it. Edit it. Yeah, edit it. He didn't send it. Evan's keeping you over the bird. I feel like saying good advertising less sugar or being like raw. It's kind of like the opposite. It should be awful for you. Yeah, like you should destroy it. They're so good, they'll make you right. Are they? Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they're good. It's pretty good. It probably doesn't help. I have a sin in my mouth.
No, you don't.
It probably doesn't help with the taste. Does regular ones look like a good regular old gummy worm? How's the regular one? Pretty good. The regulars are good. Wait, what are the flavors? I see slobber and something on the image. Slobber and salamander. Slobber and loopy lime. No, it's just for crazies. Yeah. Messy mandarin. Slobber and strawberry. Weird watermelon just for freaks. Scary cherry and barfing blue raz. Look, I kind of want to barf right now.
Can you hear me?
Anything today, just that.
Do you think that William Montgomery should have called this podcast the William Montgomery Show or the William Montgomery Podcast? And why is that? Some people do. Yo, Doug, you sound like you're 1,000 miles away.
Too much salt in my rice. Oh, yeah, 2 tablespoons. Whatever it is.
Hold on a second. This other chick wrote, I unironically love the Rabbi Bot. It's very funny and have to respect the depth and commitment. That's tight. Okay, you want to play table soccer? All right, are we going to play and are you going to be closer to the phone or are you going to be 1,000 miles away? Yeah, you need to be closer to the phone because nobody can hear what the fuck you're saying. That's true. There you go. You sound way better now. Okay, do you want to play tactical or active, dog?
What do we regularly?
I'm not sure what I played to you. Okay, so tactical means you go, and then I go, and then you go, and then I go. Active means we both choose what we want to do, and then it goes at the same time.
Whatever one is.
We're going to do active because I think it allows us to do more. Okay, we're going to play 5 goals to win, one versus one, and the amount of passes limit is going to be 3.
Yeah.
Ooh, you picked the Netherlands. Do you know what color
The sign.
Do you know what the color the Netherlands jerseys are?
Like orange.
Yeah, exactly. Good job, man. Okay, you have to make a move, and I think you can. You can move 2 players at once.
Oh, I can move them. Fuck. I didn't even pick the ball yet.
There you go. And you can move 2 players at once.
What does that mean?
Like,
It's only letting me scoot the ball. I didn't move them.
well, you pull back on one of the guys, and there should be an arrow.
Oh, I have to individually up the person.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, what is this? This isn't how it was last time.
This is active.
Oh, what the fuck is this? I have to hit the ball and move my things.
Well, no, I'm hitting the ball this time. There you go.
Okay, now this is wrong. This is not how it's supposed to.
Okay, well, we can play the other way next time. So you can kick the ball with. There you go.
This is just so confusing and.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, wow.
That's the first goal you've ever had.
No, that's not true.
Really? I thought I beat you 5-0.
Nope.
Okay. Are you gonna go?
Well, let me. Oh, let's see.
Oh, where pass?
This one you have to project like 8 million different possible parameters.
Right, I like it. And you can like block the other player.
Oh no.
Fuck. I think this is a superior way to play.
It's too chaotic. Possible with it. Oh my, wow.
Yeah, this is the superior way to play.
No.
For sure.
For sure it's not.
Fuck you, dude.
Oh, I have to go to 5 to win? Jesus.
I even said we're gonna play to 5, and you said, yeah, that's what I want to do. Oh,
Oh, supporting your own net. I'm still on defense. No.
that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Oh,
No.
that's what I'm talking about. This is the superior way to play. Because then on each turn, we're both doing something, as opposed to you go, and then I go, and then you go.
No, I like that one more. I guess they're both good. I didn't know that this was even away.
I didn't either until I randomly played against somebody. Oh, fuck. That was great.
I love it. Can your guy go away?
No, it'll just stay like that. No way.
Oh. I couldn't do anything there. Oh, you might be in a tough spot.
I'm going to try to pass it.
Oh, come on.
Oh, this sucks. Now, this is a bad spot.
Get in. Now, this should be an in. Oh. Give me this goal.
This is the superior way to play. Oh. Okay, you ready to play the other way?
Yeah, the actual superior way to play.
5 goals to win tactical, 3 pass limit. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
It's the thing say to Zoo to taunt him before everything.
That's exactly right. You know, for as much as I give Zoot shit, and I give him more shit than anybody, I really like him.
He's a funny character.
Exactly. He always comes in here like Kramer on Seinfeld with something like, "I've got it." We're like, "What is it that you've got?" I'm going to be a savant at stand-up comedy. I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT told me I was going to be a savant at comedy. I'm like, okay, what's your first joke? He's like, I don't need jokes. It's like, okay, so you're just going to go up there? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Do you see why this is an inferior way of playing?
No.
It's so slow.
Yeah, but it actually gives you an opportunity to score where like the last one just felt like a crapshoot. Like it's already hard enough to score in this game. You don't need like
Oh, and notice there are more guys on the field in this game than the other one.
yeah, because you can't actually move them. Pass. Yeah, the pass. Oh wow.
That was beautiful. That might have been.
Supposed to pass anyone here.
You can't. You just like take a shot on goal. But if you make it, then it doesn't count. You just want to advance the ball. But if you make it in this version of the game, if you make it on the first shot, it doesn't count. It does count in the other version, in the active version.
I thought it did count.
No, it does not count here. It counts in the other one.
I should have gone with your defensive. I messed it up.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it to be beneficial to have a bunch of guys in the box, just because you can stop a lot of people.
Oh yeah, right. It's like I can't move any of my pieces because then score.
Do you know?
I can use it.
Do you know who Alanis Morissette is?
Dude, no one knows who that is.
She had one of the greatest albums of all time, known as Jagged Little Pill, during the 1990s. Haven't you ever heard the song? It has the song "Ironic" on it, and isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's the good advice that you just didn't take. 'Cause who would have thought it figured? Mr. Play It Safe, he was afraid to fly. Packed his suitcase and kissed his kids goodbye. He waited his whole damn life to take that flight. And when the plane crashed down, he thought, well, isn't this nice? And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? A little too ironic. I guess I really do think. It's like, right. Okay. Do you want to play the shit version, the one that you suck at? Or do you want to play the one that you're pretty good? Tactical or active, big dog?
No, no more of that. Yeah, I'm not doing that one.
Okay. Do you want to play archery?
We played Guts and Boxes one round.
I suck at this game.
Okay, we don't have one.
You want to play literati?
Okay, yeah.
You want to play basketball?
Literati.
You got it, big dog.
Wait, there's one called Rock Hard,
Never played that.
an adult-oriented party game.
Shut up. Oh yeah, that's like Cards of Against Humanity. But it would probably be too hard with just two people.
Extremely tight pants.
All right.
Why do you have to get... Wait, what do you do?
Haven't you ever played Cards Against Humanity?
No.
Oh, okay. So there's like a um there's like a card that they put down, and then you have to choose like what card matches up with the other card, and it's usually like really sexual, and then
Weird.
people vote, and then it awards points by who had the best who had the best
Are you serious
arrangement.
right now?
Dog, I'm dirty at this game. Tilt. It's 42-5.
What the fuck? No, don't take that square. No. Get out of here. Fuck off. How do you get so many for them? What? Ashes isn't a word? Okay.
No, it's AHS. Ashes is ASH. I put ahs like like when you relax.
It just literally gave me all vowels.
Yeah, that's where you want to swap out your letters.
I had no choice, and it still gave me all vowels. You can use the same word twice.
Yep. If you have the letters to do it. Two and Ted.
That should have given me like 800 points. Oh, it was a letter, not a word. No, now you're going through the three. Great. I just can't let you get any of those squares. I screwed up.
That was really good, dude.
Yeah, I needed that one. 25 points for Truth and Dan. No. No. Go. The fuck is that?
And ah. Do you know what Coast to Coast AM is?
Yeah.
You're amazing.
Yeah.
Did you know what it was before me?
No.
Like,
Apparently French words don't count.
some do, but not usually.
I got one. Except I wasted my Y. How is 2A's a word?
Let's look it up.
Is it a word?
Yeah, it is.
Just 2A's.
Yeah, it stands for a dry form of lava resembling clinkers. Whatever the fuck that means.
No, build your own fucking island. You already made your weird little fucking blinker lava shit. Wow. Okay. Oh, well, let me do that.
Your goal is to at least get half of what my score is.
Don't tell me what my goal is. Yeah, you really just. Are you listening to like medical advice?
No, I'm listening to something on the Dead Sea. Shit.
Somewhere it should be worth a lot more points than I got.
I agree.
What the fuck is this bullshit? It gave me 4N.
No, 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 no.
4N.
Well, then just swap them out.
I am still gonna have to use them and I have to waste a turn. Like it should be stupid letters. Like 4 of the same letter. But I have to waste a turn swapping.
I have, all right. I have 4 eyes.
Yeah, and that's useless. There's no word, unless there's some word that's like tornado, whackers. Now it gives me no vowels.
Rug.
Is that legal to give you no vowels?
Yep. You can swap.
You know, kind of like a funny statistic is like 92 of Americans, 92% of Americans like have never left the United States. And then I don't know like the percentages, but like a smaller percentage than that have never left their like home state their entire life. And then a smaller percentage of that is like people have never left their hometown in like their whole life.
It be like that sometimes. I mean, the United States is really big, so there's a lot to see.
Have you left the United States?
Yeah. Fuck. Fuck, I fucked up. Void. Dude, that's really good.
Oh, good one. What other countries have you been to?
Canada, and Mexico.
You've been to Mexico?
Word dog. Went there for spring break.
Uh,
Za? Go fuck yourself, dude.
21 points.
Fuck you, man.
I'm currently like double or almost half the score. Have you been anywhere outside of Mexico or the U.S.?
Canada.
You've been to Canada?
Yeah, dog.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have, dog.
When?
20 years ago. I've been to the beer store. I've told you that story, haven't I?
All right, Niagara Falls.
I haven't been to Niagara Falls.
Did you go up through Buffalo?
Windsor. I had a friend who lived in Michigan, and I went and visited him. And I was like 19, and he was 18. Or no, I was 20, and he was 19, something like that. And you could drink there, and it was fucking wild. And people were like all out in the streets. It was a lot of fun. But we were with a friend of ours. I think I've told you the story, and he got stabbed. Did I tell you this?
Possibly.
So we went with some friends, and like um, I traveled to go see my friend, and he had friends with whom like I got to know, and we went to Michigan, or we went to Canada, and then um, my friend's friend was with us, and since I was 20, uh, and my friend had just turned 19, so we went. It was like, yeah, my friend had just turned 19. So the thing is, we were going to drink there, and we did, and we wanted to smoke weed, but we didn't want to bring it across an international border because that you can get in a lot of trouble for doing that. So we waited until we got to to Windsor, and we were staying at a nice hotel in Windsor, and we packed it with like friends of ours, and one of them was like, "All right, I'm gonna go get weed," and we're like, "All right." I'm like, "Do you know where to get weed?" And he's like, "No, I just like usually you can just find somebody and they'll sell it to you." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And when you know it, he came back like 2 hours later or something, or like an hour later, and we're like, "Where were you?" And he's like, "I was," or maybe like 3 hours later. He called a friend of ours. I mean, it was like 20 years ago, so I don't remember that well. But one of our friends had to go get him or something because he was in the hospital because he got stabbed. Basically, when he was trying to get the weed, somebody stabbed him, and we were like, "Who the fuck stabs anybody?" Like, that was just like foreign to us. Like in the United States, you get shot, but nobody stabs anybody. Like that's just not like a thing. Like, it's too messy. Like if you're gonna, but our friend was stabbed and he wasn't killed or anything, obviously, but and he wasn't injured that badly. He was injured just to the point where he, um, I don't remember exactly what happened, but it was something like this. He goes to buy the weed. The guy's like, "Give me all your money," and our friend was like, "Fuck you," and then they got stabbed, something like that, and um, that was like my time in Canada. What else did we do? Truthfully, the whole fucking time was just like a blur because I was just high the whole time and drunk. But I remember the chicks were really hot. We went to the strip club. Not, I didn't go inside because I don't like strip clubs. That's not my thing. Um, and my friends knew that I didn't like it, but they liked it. So what we did is we just drank outside a bar outside the strip club. And I remember the girls were really hot. Like I remember being like, "Oh, Canadian chicks are really hot." Not like, not like California chicks, but they're like hotter than like.
Were you like living in Michigan or something?
No, no. I traveled there because my friend from college was from Michigan, and so I went and visited him and saw his friends and where he lived and stuff.
Well, most of your life you lived in California.
Yeah, and then my friend, we like after that whole situation happened, um, we whenever we like, I don't think I ever. Well, then the other time we bought like drugs in another country, it was in Mexico, where we went for spring break, which was closer to where we were, um, and we drove there. We drove to Mexico, and just like through California down to what's called Puerto Penasco, which is like Rocky Point. And my uncle owned the condominium there, and so we stayed with him and um, got fucked up. So we didn't just do weed and drinking; we got all fucked up on coke. My uncle, he he had a connection
In
to.
Mexico?
We brought it from the United States, so we had a connection.
In
Oh,
Mexico.
yeah. We bought weed in Mexico though. So
You just brought it into Mexico?
yeah, with like it was just on a plate. We were fucking doing lines. We drove down to Mexico through California, and um,
You did not think
well, it's a lot
you
easier.
guys were
It's a lot easier to bring drugs into Mexico, or at least it was then, than it is now. And
if you got stopped at a random check.
yeah, but they weren't like, I'm not want to say they weren't doing that, but it wasn't like a common. I'll tell you what, we were so fucked up. I remember we had to, um, like, we were so fucked up, and my uncle's like, "All right, we've got to leave at like 6 in the morning or something like that." And he's like, my friend, he, like, my friends were already fucked up, and I was too. And I had been snorting cocaine all fucking night. they all fell asleep and left me with the cocaine, and I was like, oh fuck yeah, good job. Um, fuck yeah, they you want to play archery?
Is it good? Yeah, the problem with cocaine is that
Yeah,
you go off now, you want to do one.
absolutely. It was great cocaine from what I heard. It was the only cocaine. I tried it at another place too, um, but it was really good, and it kept me up all fucking night. And then I crashed in the morning, and I was supposed to drive us to uh, Mexico, and I was so tired that I remember saying to one of my buddies, "If you want me to drive to Mexico, that's cool, but we're gonna have to pull over on the side of the road because I cannot stay awake." I was like driving off the road. I was so tired, and I'm like, "Is there any way you can drive?" And he's like, "Yeah." And so he drove us down there, and we we got all fucked up in Mexico too. I just get really fucked up. Not to the point where I couldn't control myself or anything like that, but um, just
Oh,
like
what a shot. This might go in.
very um, I had a lot of get in. I wanted you to make that. You deserve to make that. I had friends who just partied a lot, and
What? What? Are you serious?
no way, I didn't even see that happen,
There's a hit in the hole there? Are you serious?
dude. Didn't even see it happen. I mean,
Oh my god.
that was the
That
most.
is the most
That was the most
insanely lucky.
fortunate thing we've ever seen. So what happened? My ball,
History of this fucking game.
my ball hit a tree or something, and it bounced back and went in.
It was a dog house.
Oh, a doghouse.
They literally just tapped the dog house and fell into it.
Did it hit the wall or anything?
No, it just bounced, dropped. Just dropped.
The only way I realized that I got it was it said the rabbi had 1 point, and I'm like, whoa. Anyway, when we got to Mexico, we my uncle, he like knew like this everybody in town because he's like going to condominium down there with his friends. Well, his friends own condominiums too, and um, my uncle was having a condominium built at the time. It's a long story, but we went and we toured that, and this one night we toured this tequila factory after hours. We went to dinner and toured this tequila factory, and I got really fucked up. I was really drunk, and but not drunk enough, surprisingly, to like not have my wits about me. And my friends really wanted to go to a Mexican strip club, and I did not. Again, I'm like not like I have a lot of respect for women, even though I come in here and I'm like I'll eat your pussy and all that other shit. I have a lot of respect for women. I have respect for those women because I knew like, hey, we're in another country. We're basically like colonizers, and I don't want to take advantage of these girls. And my friends were like, dude, come on, we're only on spring break once. Like, come on, let's do this. And we, um, we went to the strip club, but I didn't want to go. And I was like, I want to stay in the car. They're like, don't be a pussy. Like, come on. Like, and I'm like, I don't want to take advantage of these girls. I don't feel right about it. And I want to stay in the car. And they're like, no. Like, well, they're like, fine, if you want to stay in the car, that's fine. But we were warned for me not to do that. And I was like, why can't I start? And they're like, you don't know, but like there's the cartel and they'll rob you if they see you alone in a car. And so they're like, it's much safer for you to come inside. And so I'm like, fine. So I just stayed inside and wow, you destroyed me this game. And I just sat in a chair and all these girls came up to me. Every single girl in the strip club offered me a free lap dance because they're like trying to get me to break, and I did not want to. And I did
accept any free lap dances.
I did not. No, I didn't want. I don't want to. I didn't want to have anything to do with that place, even though it was nice and it was like the girls were pretty. I just felt like I was taking advantage of them, and to me, it's very exciting for me to go out and pick up women, but not but I like the chase. Like to me, the chase is very exciting to me. And when a girl is just like giving it up, I'm not saying that that's like a bad thing, but I don't know. I just felt like it was good win. It was you would have definitely won if I didn't have the most fortunate shot of my life that I didn't even really see. Okay, 2 players, 5 holes. So then we went to the strip club. I did not touch any women or do anything with any women. I did not want to. And then we got back to the condominium, and everybody was like going to bed. And
Was it a strip club where people were like going to back rooms or whatever?
yeah, so I had my friends who did that. They like I don't know what they did back there, but then two of them. So I went to bed because I was just like so fucked up from all the trouble. But my friends were, I didn't know this, but they got a hooker and from the strip club, and apparently she was just like absolutely terrible looking. And they like either fucked her or got blown. I don't remember, in the bathroom. And then I remember waking the next day at like 6 p.m. like really late, and they're like, "You finally awake?" I'm like, "Yeah." What happened? And I kind of remembered that I was like, "Did we go to like a strip club?" I remember like I just remember being really fucked up, and they're like, I mean, I remember what happened, but and then my friends were like, yeah, and then we hooked up with this chick. Anyway, I remember we got weed. You could get weed there from like any taxi driver, which was really tight. And it was just I remember being a little worried about getting drugs there because like the last time I was in a foreign country and we tried to get drugs, my friend got stabbed. And like you don't think of Canada as being a dangerous place at all. The only thing you ever hear about Canada is like it's really people are really polite and really nice. But we had like we had the opposite of like what you would expect. You would expect Canada to be really nice, and if you got drugs, that would be really cool. And Mexico, with the cartel and everything, they would be the ones who would stab you and fuck you up if you got drugs there. It was the complete opposite. Canada, my friend gets stabbed when he tries to get drugs. Mexico, you could get drugs anywhere.
I mean, no, that's just like one instance. But yeah.
Oh no, I understand that.
What?
And while I don't know a lot of Canadian people, I do know a few, and they've all been really, pretty nice. But um, I know it was just the exception. But you would think like it was just an exceptional case, but that's what happened. But yeah, those are the times I was in a foreign country, and I remember wanting to get back to the United States, basically, not like immediately, but being like, we don't have the same rights here, and everybody's trying to take advantage of us. And like in Mexico, if you like, no matter what.
Are they really?
Oh yeah, definitely.
They're trying to,
Have you ever been to
they're
Mexico?
trying to freeze you.
Have you ever been to Mexico?
No, but I'm worried about getting taken for ransom there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I went, it was like 20 years ago.
This is the shot. I would have been absolutely.
But so like
I just hope.
there were just things that I didn't really like. I mean, I was like, in college, so I didn't have a lot of money, but like to like there was this bar outside of our condominium comp right outside. There was like a sports bar. It was like not a thing where like regular people from Mexico. It was like only people who were staying in this condominium complex would go, and the prices I remember were like, oh nice. It was something like let's say it would say like a beer was like 1 peso or something like that, or a beer was like, well, okay, how do I want to say this? The exchange rate was kind of messed up. So at the time, it was like 14 pesos to every dollar, or something like that. Maybe it was like 140 or 1400 or something like that. But it was like 14 to 1, and if you, ooh, that was a good shot. If you went in there and ordered something, they just automatically made it 10 to 1. So they would just take advantage of, just because it was easier to do the math. So, like if you ordered on the menu, it would be like a beer would be like, uh, let's say like 100 pesos or something like that, or 10 pesos. Yeah, like 100 pesos. It would. I beat you. What was the final score? 5 to 1. Wow. If it was 100 pesos, um, they would charge you like $10, when in reality it should have been like a little less. It should have been like $7 or something like that. But they just figured everybody who's going to be here is like a white person from the United States, so we take advantage of them. There was another thing that I found interesting, which was none of the people from the city there would visit the condominium complex. Like the condominium complex was almost kind of like a fortress. So they had walls in case like the cartel came down, and they had like armed security. And I just remember thinking like at any given point this place could go, like people could like take you hostage and stuff. It was safer then though. I don't know if I would go to Mexico now. Um yeah. You have an invitation if you want it.
I mean it myself. But, yeah, I don't want to play anymore. That's been fun.
Play me in
My brain's just
In archery.
I'm too tired for
Archery.
the game.
Archery.
I'm really too tired.
All right. All right. Before you go, let's read what people have said about me on Blue Sky.
Wait, no, when my mom was in Mexico, she said that she bought money from these guys that are like outside the hotel, and like it was like they give you like 4 times as much pesos for your money, like the banks would do, but she was telling me that it was like a financial crime to do that, and it's not smart, and she was probably helping launder like drug money.
Yeah,
Cartel.
there's definitely that. All right, big dog. Well, go get your shut-eye, get all the rest that you need, and be ready to take me on tomorrow, okay?
Right.
Peace out, big shot.
Addicted to this new show. It's about it's called Banged Up Abroad, and it's the people that get arrested in foreign countries, and the jail and corruption in these countries are things you don't want to be a part of.
Dude, totally. That's always
a lot. A third world prison is like pretty much the worst environment you can be part of.
right. But then you hear about
They don't care.
you hear about Scandinavian prisons, and they're like, I would live in that place.
Yeah, the Norway ones are like a little too nice.
Yeah, I know. They're like, we have this communal room, and we have this kitchen, and we got a nice view, and then we've got our individual bunks that have televisions and like soccer jerseys, and it's just like that doesn't like what's the punishment?
You can't leave.
Yeah, but I mean,
No woman.
yeah, that's the issue, I guess. But like, if you were gay,
No internet.
yeah, no internet. Is that they don't get internet?
I'd assume that it's limited. If it's unlimited internet, then I would live in that prison.
Exactly. I've seen people on Reddit who say that they're in jail and they get like use of a computer.
I was on Monkey app, and there were guys from jail there that I was talking to
That's absolutely hilarious.
in the jail on Monkey app.
Wow. Isn't that something?
Yeah. The craziest prisons, I think, are like the ones that are like, they're literally run by the prisoners, and they're like found in like South America, like
Right.
random like fucking
Brazil.
Ecuador, and like
Colombia.
Yeah.
Right.
It's literally, if you've seen the show Prison Break, they go to a jail in Panama that's like that, where it's like the guards basically like patrol like the outside, but the inside is just like run by like the prisoners, and yeah, some of them like they're openly selling drugs. They're making money, like tons of money selling drugs inside the prison. They have guns, knives. Like you'd think that there'd be. And this is like one thing I disagree with a lot. Like if any place on earth should have like laws, it should be prison. But for some reason, it seems like they skirt around those laws, and like they just don't. Like the guards are like, yeah, we'll turn a blind eye or whatever because everyone is equal. Therefore, we're just gonna like allow rape to happen. I think that's
right.
Fucked up and wrong.
Like I've always felt that like of any place that should have cameras everywhere, it should be a prison. Like 100% everywhere. And it's like, nope, this was an area that didn't have cameras and they like kill somebody there. And it's like, well, what the fuck? Like,
If you can't remain safe in prison, where can you remain safe? Did you ever see Narcos with Pablo Escobar's his the prison that he built for himself?
I did watch that show a long time ago when it came out. I was pretty hyped about it.
Yeah, that was a sweet show. Where they have like pool tables and they had like telephones. They had all kinds of drugs in there. And then the other one that I find.
How,
Go ahead.
how was that like his own prison? Was he a prisoner there?
Yeah. So here's a quick breakdown from Joey Diaz. I know you want to go to bed. Just one. I'm gonna do two.
No, it's fine. I was,
Yo, dog. What's the Pablo Escobar jail? Like, what kind of amenities did it have? And didn't he like buy it, or isn't it like today like a museum or something? Or it was something like that. Okay. Oh yeah. So La Catedral, like the cathedral. Pablo Escobar's so-called prison, but it was really a luxury hideout he built for himself. So it was built by him in 1991 when the Colombian government agreed to let Escobar surrender on the condition he wouldn't be extradited to the US. He said, "Fine, but I'll build my own prison." It was located on a mountain in Envigado, his hometown near Medellin. High altitude, hard to access with great views, made it easy to defend. So, oh yeah, this is what it had: a bar and nightclub, a waterfall and jacuzzi, a soccer field, professional teams to play, pool tables, giant TVs, and game rooms. It had a helipad, a gym, secret rooms and tunnels, a full kitchen with personal chefs, views of the city so he could spy on rivals, guards, which were his own men, not government officials. It was more like a spa retreat with guns than a prison. Did he really control it? Yes, completely. The Colombian military wasn't allowed within 12 miles of the place. He kept doing business from the inside, even tortured and killed two guys in the prison who were skimming money, and the government let it slide until it didn't. What happened later? In 1992, after the murders inside, Colombian authorities decided to transfer him to a real prison. Escobar got tipped off and escaped before they arrived. Manhunt was back on. Where is it today? It was looted and abandoned. Today, it's part of a monastery run by monks. There's a small chapel and museum honoring victims of violence. Some ruins still exist, and tourists can visit. You can actually see the remnants of his jacuzzi and old lookout tower. It's eerie. And then the other one, yo, dog. What was the story of El Chapo? He like was able to escape through a tunnel to like a house that his his friends bought on the outside of the city. Yo, dog, El Chapo's tunnel escape is one of the wildest prison break stories in history, straight out of a Hollywood script. Here's how it went down. El Chapo Guzman was the head of the Sinaloa cartel, one of the most powerful drug traffickers in the world. He was known for escaping prisons twice. In fact, the tunnel escape was his second big jailbreak, and it was next level. So it was in 2015, the Tunnel to Freedom. The prison was Altiplano Federal Prison, a high security facility in Mexico. It happened July 11th, 2015. The method was a mile-long tunnel dug directly into his prison shower. How did it go down? Chapo was in his cell under 24/7 video surveillance, but the one blind spot was in his shower stall. One night, he walks in the shower and vanishes. Security checks the footage. He's gone. They later discovered he slipped through a hole beneath the shower and dropped into a custom-built tunnel that was over a mile long, had lighting, ventilation, and even a motorcycle on rails to speed his ride out. Led to a construction site in a cornfield where his crew had bought property specifically for the escape. Literally, they bought a house in a rural area just to dig the tunnel right under the prison and bust him out. It took them over a year to dig it. The insane details. Engineers used GPS, blueprints, and survey equipment to match his cell's exact coordinates. The tunnel was so precise it popped up directly in the shower stall. He rode the cart motorcycle for part of the trip, then escaped on foot. What happened after? He was on the run for 6 months. He did an interview with Sean Penn, and Kate del Castillo, which tipped off Mexican authorities. He was caught again in 2016. That time, Mexico said no more games and extradited him to the United States in 2017. Now he's locked up in ADX Florence, Alcatraz of the Rockies. Zero escape chances. TLDR, he escaped from a max security prison, etc., etc. Oh, I didn't know he was still alive.
Yeah, no, I heard about that. The tunnel digging one. There was one guy in France who was like a big, I don't know, powerful enough to convince like two people to just like hijack or like take a pilot by force and like force the pilot of the helicopter to break a guy out of jail. And that like actually happened.
Yeah, okay, so maybe we're talking about the same story. Is this the one where a guy's wife learned how to be a pilot just to get him out?
No, I don't know. This was not the guy's wife. This was like some helicopter pilot that his henchmen on like the outside like came into the helicopter with guns or whatever. Like, you're flying to jail right now, please.
Dude. Okay. Yo, what's up with that ride or die bitch who learned how to become a helicopter pilot to bust her husband out of jail? Yo, dog, you're talking about one of the most legendary ride or die jailbreak stories of all time. Nadia Litzman style. Nah, you're thinking of Natasha Bokart. Wait, nope, you're talking about Natasha de Kronbrugge. No, wait, the real one is Nasiria El Houari. Nope, but the actual queen pin of the helicopter jailbreak story is Natasha Bokart. Nah, just kidding again. The real one, why does it keep saying nah? The real one, Natalie Nath Steffen. But the most famous one is actually Nora or Noria, depending on the source. But hold up, the baddest of the bad. Pascal Payette escape, female pilot connection. There are actually a few cases, but the OG helicopter jailbreak involved a woman learning to fly to break out her man. That's likely linked to the French gangster war. That's why when you said it was French and helicopter, I thought it was the same one. Where these types of escapes were like action movie level. Closest match to what you're describing. In 2001 France, a woman named Natasha, sometimes reported as a girlfriend lover of a French convict, trained in secret as a helicopter pilot. The mission bust her man out of prison with a chopper. But the even wilder and more documented case is the Redion Fayed 2018 helicopter escape. Who? Redion Fayed, a French gangster and known prison escape artist. This is the one I think you're talking about. Inspired by Heat, the Robert De Niro heist movie, career criminal, armored car robber, and escape specialist. What happened? In 2018, Fayed escaped from a French prison via helicopter and then landed in the prison yard. The pilot, hijacked at gunpoint by his armed accomplices, including allegedly a woman who helped coordinate. They cut through doors with angle grinders and snatched Fayed in under 10 minutes. The helicopter landed in a field nearby where they switched vehicles and dipped. Was there a woman who trained to fly? It's rumored that in earlier attempts or planning phases, a female accomplice had considered learning to fly or help coordinate the plan. Not 100% proven in court, but French authorities were investigating women close to Fayed who may have helped coordinate the logistics. So, what? So, like, I guess this one in 2001, a woman named Natasha did it. But like, okay, tell me about that one. Yo, tell me about the one in 2001. Tell me everything you know about it, not just their names, Natasha, all the other stuff. Okay, so then they say it didn't happen in 2001, that it happened in 1986. Okay, well then why the fuck did you say it was 2001? Michael Vauhor, a convicted bank robber and attempted murder, locked up in Paris's La Santé prison. His ride or die partner, his wife, Nadine Vaujour, sometimes Nadine on Wiki, maiden name Rigo. The two were basically the perfect crime couple. How she pulled it off. Secretly, Nadine learned to fly a helicopter. She took lessons under a fake identity at a school near Annecy starting around 1983. After months or years of training, she was ready. The escape plan, they rented a chopper, a white Alouette from the Paris area. Nadine flew it low over the city to the prison. Michael and another inmate were waiting on the roof with what looked like grenades, actually nectarines painted to look like grenades to scare guards. A helper on the ground dropped a cable or rope, and Michael clung on as Nadine flew him out. They escaped, landed on a nearby soccer field, and took off by car, but didn't get far. Aftermath, Michael got a head wound in a later failed robbery, but kept fleeing. Nadine was caught soon after the escape. The couple was eventually recaptured. Mike continued a lifetime of crime afterward. Why it's legendary. This is literally a ride or die helicopter jailbreak. A wife's flying skills, plus painted fruit grenade bluff, plus chopper rooftop pickup. It inspired security changes. France started installing anti helicopter nets over prison courtyards. It's one of their true action movie prison breaks. Why 2001 is different. In 2001, there were helicopter escapes by Pascal Payet and other inmates, but no female pilot involved. Those were hijackings from outside, not wife pilots. That's baller, though.
I agree. It is pretty waste. I was watching one yesterday of the show, and these guys were trying to smuggle a bunch of marijuana from Mexico to Canada, like in a surfboard, and then they met up with this other guy. They only wanted to do it because their boat sucked and needed to be repaired, but they met with this other guy who had like a bunch of like kilos and kilos of marijuana that he was taking over. So they just hitched a ride with him, and then their boat hit a fucking rock, and then like they sank the boat, and then they fucking had to swim to shore, and then they like woke up and like there's like tons of these fucking like marijuana packages floating on the shore, and they try to fucking hide them and shit, but the locals saw them. The Mexicano police took them to jail, and they're now in like this Mexican jail. And this is in like the 70s, and it was like some old prison. They somehow managed to like use a butter knife or rock to chisel a tree in their room under like one of the beds, and then they just started digging this hole out of the thing, and they literally had to dig themselves out of jail. That they were giving the story, and it was pretty cool. One guy was like, this is like a 2-hour class that he did. It was like just insane. It made me never want to go to Cambodia and possibly other countries, because this guy was supposed to be in Cambodia for like 14 days, and he, on like the second day, his drink got spiked because possibly someone was trying to like kidnap him. His drink got spiked, and he had to pay for these drinks at the bar, but he like smashed his head on the bar and cracked the screen of the ATM, and then wandered back to his hotel, and then was safe, and then he went back to the bar the next day. He paid the bill for what he owed, and then he continued on his journey, and he was leaving on day 14 at the airport, and then they said, no, you can't leave. They detained him, mugshot, sent him to the police station, was in a holding cell, eating like bread, and sleeping on concrete for like 6 days, and then they chucked him into like the regular prison jail there. It's like overcrowded. People, there's like diseases and infections and no medical help. People are being stabbed and raped and damn screen incident, and he was literally just like locked up in there for 8 goddamn months in like this hellhole, basically. Where, like, rice had like maggots in it and shit. And yeah, the law, like, the government's corrupt there, and you have to like bribe judges, and then if you don't pay enough to bribe them, they'll throw you in jail for more time for trying to bribe the judges. Very corrupt, and he said like his lawyer was fleecing him for money, and like all his money is just being drained trying to get out of jail. He was like running out. Barely made it out after 8 months, and he would have been screwed. So yeah, made me not want to go to Cambodia.
Word, dog. That sounds awful.
Yeah, or any foreign jail is a bad place to be, unless you can somehow break out, or unless it's Norway.
Yeah, dog. I would take that Norway, especially if you got, what do they call it? They call it
The emergency parachute escapes in case of fires.
yeah, that, and what do they call it? Hold on. Yeah, what do you call that time if you're in prison to have sex with your wife? Conjugal visit. Imagine if you got conjugal visits in that Norway prison and you were with a bunch of cool people. That'd be like the ultimate. I think they have video games in there. I'm not kidding. Like, I think they do. They have big TV.
Food is amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing food.
I remember like watching the sunset and it was like, they have a fucking view?
Now, yeah, what do you think of the concept of just both populations in prison? Or sorry, like both gender or all genders allowed in prison. The same prison.
Yeah, so I think that
would that be more dangerous? Do they do it because it's more dangerous, or do they do it because they don't want people getting hurt?
they don't do it. People are separate. Oh, but you're saying and
why do they not do it?
And I believe
is it just because they don't want people to fuck?
Yeah. And to rape the women.
Right. But they're cool with raping the men.
Yeah, that's a sad thing.
Do you think rapists should be in their own prison?
Yeah, usually they are. They're in like they're not in their own prison, but they're in their own like sections because they're seen as targets. Which kind of doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you let's say you rape a chick, she's still alive. Which I'm not saying rape is cool at all. I'm against rape, and I think it's really bad. But if you rape a chick, then you're like a target in prison when you should have just killed her, because then you're not a target in prison.
So it's incentivizing people to kill her.
Word. Kill people, yeah.
To get some prison respect.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I heard this thing where it's like, hey, like there's instances where like, okay, if you kill someone, I don't know if the penalty's less or whatever. If you kill someone in jail, the penalty isn't less, and you get like 25 years for stabbing people. But the people that are already like serving life,
Right.
they don't care like if they stab people because it's like they already have a max sentence. So
Right.
they literally have like a free pass to just keep stabbing people.
Exactly.
They can stab as many people as they want.
Exactly.
And there's people apparently like that just get shuffled around from prison to prison with like their gangs that like they literally just do that, and like the jails are just they just shuffle them around, and like they're just crazy murderers that have nothing to lose and they'll just kill. And then they also paid money to kill people because people don't want to do it themselves, I guess.
The prison escape stories. I mean, those people, they have to live. They're like on the run, like with that on their conscience. Um, all the time. It's got to be hard, like this and stuff. But they're free. And it's got to be better than being behind.
You could disguise yourself if you're in jail.
I think I could do it.
Let's say you're on the run.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think I could do it, right?
How are you gonna escape? Or like not get caught? Things like that.
Well, probably like avoiding traveling internationally. Probably like not, well, I don't know, probably just not talking about it a lot. It depends why you were there. If it's like there's like a huge manhunt for you, the the federal marshals, the U.S. Marshals will come get you. But probably changing my location a lot, like that can be beneficial and it can be um, disadvantageous. But I think that like the people who I've seen in those kind of movies are.
How do they not trace you with like your money and transactions? Bank account?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how badly they want to get you. If you're like a stone cold murderer, or probably what they consider worse, like a bank robber or something, then they're going to trace all that stuff to you. But let's say you didn't do something that was that big, then they'll just wait for you to get picked up for something else and then take you in for that. I would probably do my best to stay off the internet in like every single way that I could. I definitely.
I'd be tweeting at the cops on Twitter saying, can't find me.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea, or like being friends with them on Instagram. But I would. I just would not go on the internet a lot. I'd try to get.
Going to a small town.
I'm trying to get to another country at that point, and not Canada. I would try to get to Mexico. Like, depends what it was. Like, let's say I'm going in forever. I'm going to try to get to Mexico. And if I can't get to Mexico, I would try to get on a cruise ship and something that, like, docks in another country and just try to hang out on some island. Some stuff, yeah, go to one of those states.
Damn, what the hell?
Like,
But can like the feds come find you?
well, if it's a federal crime, then you're going to be done for. But if it's a state crime, I think the state of Florida allows you, like, they don't extradite for most things. I think South Carolina's another one. So I would probably try to live.
Really? So if you steal a car, like you're in for Grand Theft Auto in New Jersey and you make it down to Florida, you just have to not go outside those places and you're okay.
Well, okay, let's say you steal a car and get caught in New Jersey, and then somehow you get away in New Jersey. If you go to Florida, you'll probably be okay because they don't
What
extradite.
the?
Yeah.
It's really weird.
Well, let's look it up, but I think that's how it works. Yo, dog, let's say I'm in the state of New York and I get caught for Grand Theft Auto, but it's a state crime, not a federal crime. And somehow I get out of jail. Could I go to one of the non extradition states like Florida and just live my life normally? Yo, dog, real talk. That plan's not going to work the way you think. Here's a breakdown. Non extradition states. That's a big myth. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's see here. All U.S. states, including Florida, participate in extradition under the Uniform Criminal Extradition Act, or federal law. If you've got a warrant in New York, another state can and will arrest you if New York requests it. Oh, okay. Maybe I thought I read that there was something like that. Hold on. What happens if you're wanted in Florida and you wanted in New York and you flee to Florida, you get pulled over, arrested, or even just ID during a stop, then your name gets flagged in the National Crime Information Center database. Florida cops will see the warrant. Then what? If New York wants you bad enough, they'll file an extradition. Florida will hold you in jail, and New York has up to 90 days to come get you. If New York decides it's not worth the cost, they might say don't extradite, but that's up to them. All right. So what is it that I read? Weren't there some states like South Carolina and Florida that were non-extradition states like this? I feel ya. Yeah, a state like Florida can choose not to extradite someone for minor crimes. That doesn't mean extradition is illegal or impossible. Just that the governor or prosecutor might say, "Nah, not worth it." Sometimes the warrant is only entered. Oh, okay. Okay, so the only non-extradition scenarios in the U.S. You flee to a foreign country that has no extradition treaty, like Russia, Iran, or North Korea. You stay in the U.S., but the charging state decides not to pursue you due to the cost or low priority. That's very rare with some things. Okay. So, to clarify, basically, there's no state where they're not going to come after you.
Yeah, that makes more sense, I guess. And most countries will probably send you back, I'm guessing, if they stop you and look you up.
Right. Probably the best thing you could do is enough money, if you can, to be able to get a good lawyer and get.
Oh, I thought you were going to say make enough money to buy an airplane and then just fly to Colombia.
I mean, there's that too. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that would be a lot of money. I'm just talking like enough to have a good attorney.
I don't think planes are that expensive for like a small little ship plane.
Well, let's see. What countries don't extradite to
Like
the United States?
A Cessna or whatever.
I mean, they're expensive enough. So Iran, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Yemen, Somalia, Sudan, Libya, Algeria, China, Mongolia, Vietnam, Laos, North Korea, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Cuba, Venezuela. So if you get Cuba, you'd be maybe okay. Kosovo, sometimes Serbia won't cooperate. Countries with a treaty but may not cooperate Even if you have a treaty, these countries might not send you back due to no death penalty allowed there, political disagreements with the U.S., claims of unfair trial, human rights issues. So those would be France, Mexico, sometimes um, Brazil won't extradite its own citizens, and Germany, Norway, and Sweden. Same deal. May block it if they think the legal system is too harsh.
Right.
So, like,
There's this amazing show called Airplane Repo about these people, repossession agents, and they like their job is to literally steal airplanes, and it's quite exciting.
and then they say, if you're thinking about safe places to run, I can break it down by you. The easiest, most stable countries that won't sell you out, France. So the safest, United Arab Emirates. Many white-collar fugitives have hidden here. Qatar, politically chill and modern, no active extradition treaty with the U.S. U.S. has strong ties, though pressure is possible. Morocco, Vietnam, no treaty, not tight with the U.S., easy for foreigners to live. Russia, straight up doesn't play ball with the U.S. That's where Edward Snowden is. But now they're under heavy sanctions, political tension, and not a chill place unless you're very well connected. So there are some others.
You've got some options. They're not maybe the funnest countries, but
yeah,
who doesn't want to live in Libya?
Yeah, what about Cuba? I don't know. I don't want to think about it.
I don't know.
I mean, I guess if it happened, it'd be difficult to get you on a plane. You know what I mean? If they're like, it's like, I don't know. Doesn't
If they're really, really looking for you,
yeah?
I don't think so, because I mean, you have to contact a pilot, assuming they have like a pilot, and like let's say you're just renting like the plane, right? The private airports, they don't have security, so you just like they have some security, but it's like they're not checking you and all this stuff. So it's pretty lackadaisical.
You
I
kind of
don't know how it is if you land the airplane if they're checking you and stuff.
you kind of run into that same issue that you said, like, okay, let's say you're on the run for murder. You know you're fucked anyway. So why not just become a large-scale drug dealer? Because if you're going to go to jail, then you're going to jail anyway. So at least try to make some money in the meantime.
Yeah, no, but like just assuming that you have money and you're trying to escape the U.S., I think you have to like rent a private plane and then make your way down to like Colombia or Costa Rica or wherever you want to hide out. In my opinion, I don't know. But yeah, secret agents will still find you probably in those countries, anyways. Eventually.
Yeah, it seems like you're basically going to be fucked in many ways.
I mean that, yeah. Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
I only know how to identify him by the bones in his hand.
Okay. X-rays.
Would you rather be the president of the William Montgomery fan club or the Bob Lazar fan club?
What was option 2?
Be the president of Lazar fan club.
Oh, William Montgomery.
Dude, isn't that interesting that there used to be fan clubs that made money off of people, and there are no fan clubs anymore. There's like no Justin Bieber fan club, or like even Taylor Swift doesn't have a fan club. She has Swifties, but she has like no real fan club.
I don't know. What does a fan club do?
Dude, they used to be huge, like the Beatles fan club and the biggest fan club of like Elvis's fan club. They would send you newsletters about where they were going to be, and I guess because all that information could just be published online, they kind of lost their purpose. But let's ask ChatGPT. Yo, dog, why don't they have fan clubs anymore? I think like David Cassidy had a bigger fan club than the Beatles and Elvis combined. Why doesn't like Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber or Justin Timberlake, why don't they have fan clubs? Yo, that's a fire question. And you're right. Back in the day, stars like David Cassidy, the Beatles, or Elvis had huge fan clubs with newsletters, membership cards, and even exclusive merch. It was a whole thing. So what happened to fan clubs? Let's break it down. Why old school fan clubs faded out? The internet replaced them. Back then, if you were a fan, the only way to get info or to connect with other fans was to join the official fan club through mail, get updates in magazines or newsletters, wait weeks for photos or posters to come. Now, fans get real time updates with Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter. You can DM, comment, stream, and obsess 24/7 for free. Forums and Discord serve the same purpose, but fan run, not official. Artists run their own platforms. Taylor Swift doesn't need a fan club. She's got direct access to her fans through social media, control over exclusive merch drops, surprise announcements, and Easter eggs. Massive fan communities like Swifties that organize themselves. Same with BTS Army, Believers, Beehive, Directioners. These are all de facto fan clubs, just decentralized and online. Fan clubs used to be a business. David Cassidy's club was like a money making operation. People paid for printed photos, signed letters, updates in the mail, official membership cards. Now the money comes from VIP concert packages, subscription services like Patreon or paid newsletters, merch sale via Shopify. So an old style fan club just doesn't fit anymore. Fun fact: David Cassidy's fan club reportedly had over 500,000 members, more than Elvis and the Beatles combined at one point in the early 1970s. And it was run like a machine. Letters, promotions, exclusive behind-the-scenes stuff, tons of merch. The era was peak of the official fan club model. Bottom line, old fan clubs were run like 1970s versions of a private fan page. But in the 2020s, that's Instagram stories, Discord, and TikTok live streams. You still get the fandom, just no envelope and membership card in there. Well, I'm going to tell you what. When I go viral, I'm going to have a fan club. It's going to be old school. We're going to have membership cards, and people are going to want that shit. It's going to be like, we're going to reverse it. People are going to be like, oh, fuck your online shit. That's cool. But are you a member of the fan club?
Um, you, so the David dude, was he? It wasn't like some third party fan club profiting off the guy. It was like an official one.
Yeah. Do you know what the
Right?
Partridge Family is?
The Partridge Family.
Yeah. It was a pretty big show in the United. They had a band, and then David Cassidy was like the lead male singer in the band, and then he went independent, and that's how he got bigger than the Beatles and Elvis combined.
Okay. The Beatles fan club was weak. And they have like more fans overall.
Well, so David Cassidy's fan club was able to. Well, okay, let's talk about this for a second. The Beatles weren't an American sensation; they were a British sensation. So it wasn't like they were from here. Also, David Cassidy had a television show, and the Beatles did not. So he was like more in the limelight. And David Cassidy's um, fan club used what Elvis's fan club did, and used what the Beatles fan club did, and just did it bigger. So it would be like saying like, um, well, Taylor Swift is really big today. She sold XYZ amount of records. Isn't she like the biggest pop artist ever? And you could be like, well, yeah, but what she did actually built off the model that the Beatles created, and they built off the model that Elvis created, and Elvis built off the model that Frank Sinatra created, and Frank Sinatra
He's a joke stealer.
exactly, and Frank Sinatra did it off of what Bing Crosby had done, and Bing Crosby off of what people from before then did. Al Jolson, and Al Jolson did it from somebody else. So
Did fan clubs have like in-person meetups?
yeah, so they were huge
Oh, they
deals.
did.
They would like have a thing where like the fan club would be sponsoring a meet and greet, and David Cassidy would go there or whatever person and sign autographs for 2 hours and take pictures of people and do all that other shit. It was a lot like Comic Con, but like for just
I
one.
was literally just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Was Comic-Con. Anime convention count? Does a Pamela Anderson book signing count?
Are you thinking from the movie Bruno? Is it
Borat?
Borat? Yeah. Did she have a fan club? I bet she had a fan club, like a small fan. She was old enough to be able to have one. Yo, dog, did Pamela Anderson have a fan club back in the day? Yo, Pamela Anderson definitely had a massive fan following back in the day, especially during the Baywatch and Playboy prime of the 90s. But did she have an official fan club? The short answer, yeah, she did. Or at least something close to it. Here's how it went down. Pamela's official fan club was mostly run through magazines and fan mail. Back then, celebs like her even had mailing addresses managed by their teams where fans could send letters and sometimes get photos or autographed stuff back. She was featured in tons of official merchandise, posters, and magazine covers. Yo, what up, pimp? Join my Discord. Before the internet blew up, a lot of her publicity and fan engagement was done through print media, TV appearances, and events, rather than fully organized fan
Okay,
club.
we get it.
So yeah, she had one. Perhaps I'm the president of the Pamela Anderson fan club to this day, secretly, and you don't even know it.
Two questions. Do you think detention should exist? And second one, have you seen the movie The Breakfast Club?
Yes to both. Do I think detention should exist? Yeah, I do. I mean, it provides for disincentive to not do bad things, but I think it should be, well, the way the Breakfast Club worked, that didn't really seem like detention. I guess that was Saturday school, and the way that we had detention, I think, is the way that detention should be. So let's say you did something minor, like you had your shirt untucked, you get a 15-minute detention. Let's say you had something a little worse than that, like you got caught in the hall with permission. That might be 30 minutes. Let's say you
Pissed all over the bathroom floor.
yeah, I don't know if something like that, but like
Graffitied in the bathroom.
no, that would be worse. But let's say you got caught drawing on your books. That might be a 45-minute detention. And then if you did something bad, like let's say graffiti, it would be what we would call a double 45. And the way that this worked was, it was really like, I went to school with all boys, and so if you got one of these detentions after school, detention started at 3:15. So school was done. You went to like one of the classrooms, and the teacher would put everybody in a different seat in like a straight row, and then look you would be staring directly at the chalkboard, and they would take a piece of chalk and put it on the chalkboard, like just a little dot, and then draw a circle around the dot, and like a nipple almost. And he would just do that in a bunch of different spots where you were supposed to stare. And then you'd have to sit with your hands flat on the desk and feet flat on the desk and sitting up straight, and you just had to stare.
Wait, feet also on the desk?
No.
Like a frog on the
Apologies. No. Feet on the floor. Apologies. Feet on the floor, hands on the desk.
desk?
Feet on the floor, hands on the desk. And you just had to stare at the dot. And if you stare at the dot long enough, the circle goes away. If you just keep
Like an optical illusion?
Exactly. And you weren't allowed to scratch yourself. You weren't allowed to talk, of course. You just stared there. And it was dead silent.
What happened if you scratch yourself? We're going to admit that's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't supposed to. They weren't so strict that if you hit yourself, they added time, but that you might get a warning about it. And it made you really appreciate time and how long time can take. Because when you're talking with your friends, time goes by so quickly. But when you're in there, it can take a long time.
It's like a minor jail sentence. It's 45 minutes of jail.
Exactly.
But I mean, even in jail, you can talk.
And scratch yourself and stuff, yeah. And walk around and do other things. So I didn't get detention a lot. And it was like something that I would get detention when I wanted detention. So let's say my friends had gotten detention for something and I wanted to hang out with them. Even though we couldn't do anything, I just wanted to maybe, we were getting a ride together or something like that. And I didn't want to have to wait outside. I might do something small. But I remember I really didn't get a lot of detention. This one time I remember, because I didn't get a lot of detention, my friends dared me to curse in front of a teacher. And there was this word that I started using a lot, that I just knew I was going to get a detention for saying what I was going to say. But it's like, fuck it. I'm a junior or senior in high school or something.
Fuck it, I'm the West Side Pen.
Exactly. So my friends wanted me to say a word, and because this kind of become my word, and so we had this period where like we would have these reading days, and we would basically have the opportunity to catch up on a reading of usually it could be Torah, but it would be like maybe the classics or something like that. And the teacher told me where to go, like in some room, and I go, badass. And he's like, what'd you say? And I said, badass. And he interpreted me saying badass like I was saying to him, you're a badass for telling me to go in this place. But I wasn't necessarily saying that. I was saying like sweet, like badass. That's cool. You know how it could go either way? Like it could be interpreted as me saying to him, you're a badass. Or like badass, that's sweet. And while you normally can't, you shouldn't say that. I didn't think that it warranted a double 45-minute mention. But I remember my friends wanted to hear me say it because I never got in trouble, and they always did. So it was like, all right, I'll get in trouble this one time. And so
double 45, was it like, does that mean like an hour and a half?
Yeah. Yeah. So the way that they would do that is you wouldn't spend an hour and a half doing it because that was seen as too much of a punishment. So you would just have to do it on 2 different days. Usually, I think it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. So you'd have to go in for 45 and then 45 minutes for the next time.
But you can still think, obviously, in your head about whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember I appealed. You did have the opportunity to appeal any kind of detention. And I tried to appeal this one. And the dean of boys was just like, no, you can't say that. And I remember trying to tell him, like, it's a saying. It's not like a bad thing. It would be like saying, I don't know, sweet or cool. It was just like badass. And but I think because the word ass is in it, you know. And the other thing is he couldn't go and reverse it because if he did, then it would be like, you know, that teacher would be like, you know, this guy called me a badass. He's undermining my authority. And how are you gonna reverse my decision? So I took it, but I really didn't get a lot of detentions, fortunately. Um, I
Was there an all girls like Jewish school
yes,
somewhere?
yeah. So generally, the way some are on the same campus, some are separated. So um, in our case, we had a campus that was mostly separate, but we did like there were separate um, facilities, though we did have some shared facilities as well. Like our athletic fields were shared, but um, we didn't didn't have really any interaction with the girls, and that's generally how it is. Though not always. I mean, there are some Orange County schools, Jewish schools, where they have they're all in one facility, and then there are others like uh, uh, it's called Beulah in Los Angeles, and they have separate campuses. It just depends on, but they have like my school, they had shared facilities as well. So it just depends on how wealthy the
Did you
school.
ever get to interact with like the girls' school?
Yeah. So there was like a time, if I recall, not up until I was like at least a junior in high school, and then um, as I became
Really, grade 11?
yeah,
That's when they were like, you can go talk to a girl for 1 hour.
no, it wasn't anything like
One
that.
day.
We weren't allowed to like sit with each other. We weren't allowed to date. Certainly, we weren't allowed to date. Dating was if you did,
Really?
yeah, if you dated, you got kicked out of the school. And so there was nothing like that. Um, it was like maybe we might have a speaker or something, and the girls would
Do you
sit.
think that is like just at all? Is that
You know what? There were some real positives to it, and I liked being with all dudes. I mean, it was. I know girls would distract me, and that happens where a young man gets a crush on a girl, and that's all he can think about. But when you're having just classes with him, it that does become an issue. Um,
do you
and
think it's just less distracting?
yeah, I mean, it is less.
Because I went to a mixed school and I was not like distracted from freaking crushes.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, if I ever had any kind of like, I'm trying to think, like, you would have maybe you had a crush on some girl outside of school or something, but you were around all dudes, and I can tell you it made us more um, mischievous. Like instead of flirting with girls, we were making like pen launchers or spitballs or um, like doing what we could to get away with just being mischievous kids. And um, like we,
Isn't that bad though?
yeah, I mean, there's no perfect system, but I found it to be less distracting. And like for instance, we learned Torah, and if you're reading Torah and they're talking about, so and so knew so and so in biblical sense, that means that they had sex. Well, you're gonna laugh about that as a seventh grade boy or something like that. Um, and if girls are there, it can become more awkward. When you were just with boys, it was like the male teachers would just correct you if you spoke out or anything like that. But we generally handled that kind of stuff, I would say, with more maturity than most people. I would say that when I got to know girls as I got older, um, I
So
think
you would rarely speak to girls outside of school, or were you outside of the school trying to find girls and go to parties?
no, not till I was a senior in high school. But then, as a senior in high school, um, I got to be friends with college kids, which made me really cool because here I am going to college parties and like my friends are still in high school. So I was like big man on campus. Um, and I could take girls like uh, perhaps like as I'm a senior in high school. I mean, I never kissed a girl in high school or anything like that. I had my first kiss the night of my graduation party, something like that. So I didn't kiss anybody, and it was a whole softball team. It wasn't just one chick; it was an entire softball team. Uh, and
What the fuck?
yeah, it was.
You made out with an entire softball team?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So the way that went down, we had my graduation party, and we had a very close friend of our family who came to the city to um, basically just wish me happy graduation and stuff. And um, he had had a few drinks, and I took him to his hotel. And as I dropped him off, there were a bunch of girls at the hotel as well. And they were like, I remember like dropping him off, like making sure he was okay. And they were like, hey, come, like who are you? Like I'm one boy and there's like, I don't know, at least half a dozen softball chicks. And they're like, come to our room. And I'm like, huh? And they're like, come to our room. And I'm like, I'm really nervous and shy as a boy, especially because I've never dated a girl. And they're like, I'm like, what are you guys doing here? And they were at some like softball tournament, and they, I mean, I think I was so shocked that there were so many girls in one room that I was just like, no way. So they're like, I don't know, we got to talking, and they were like, do you have a girlfriend? And I'm like, no, I'm not allowed to date anybody or whatever. And they're like, all right, well, have you ever kissed a girl? And I'm like, no. Like, they're like, okay, well, you want to kiss us? And I was like, oh, you bet. And some of them were really pretty. And um, then there was just, it was girl after girl. They lined up to kiss me. And then it was like, wow, I just had like,
All in the mouth?
yeah. And so I kissed like, I don't know, between 6 and 12 girls at once. I can't even remember how many it was. It was a softball team. Did I rape them? No. And then they wanted to see me again, and because they were in town for this like baseball tournament or whatever. And um, I remember, like, again, this is like almost, yeah, it's again like 20 years ago, but they um, told me to meet them at their hotel again, and I did. And then we I remember just like being in like one of them, like a Ford Expedition. That's what I remember. Or, yeah, an Expedition, and one of them drove around, and um, one of them drove around, and I was in the car with like the other 5 or 6 of them or something like that, and then there was one who I liked. The prettiest one was like, okay, maybe. Well, this girl, she we didn't live really close together, and I got her number, and I remember at the time I was working at a financial institution as like a bank teller, and I had to go to work the next day, and so I couldn't like stay out that late. But it was like I went from like no chicks having made out to making out with like double digits, like in one night, and um, I've got to say I think that was really good for me because I didn't like fall for some chick. It was like one after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, and
That's strange. I don't know. I mean, I guess it was good, but a little strange.
yeah, I mean, I'm not.
I guess they're no big deal. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm not recommending it, and it was different then, from like the standpoint, like I don't know, girls would think more like about. I guess like it was more innocent, is all. I mean, in today's day, people would be like, I don't think people just go that long without uh, that. It's the exception to have such a conservative background, but that's how it was, and I think today, I mean, kids start so much younger that to not have your first kiss while you've been in high school is quite unique, and um, that's kind of that's how it went down. And then as I got older, I explored a lot with a lot of chicks, and um, like basically became more mature, though not all at once. It's still a process. And then once I became like an adult, then started having sex. I then became really good at it to the point where women would ask me to have sex with them, even if they were married, or they would pay me to have sex with them, and so I became a gigolo, and that was all cool and everything, but then around like there's nothing in particular that happened, but I just started becoming more religious again, and realizing that I wanted a family, and probably I had sowed my oats, and then I started attending synagogue every day, and started ensuring that I followed really the traditional teachings of Judaism, especially Orthodoxy, and then like basically went back to God to some extent. Um, and now I'm at this point of like it's neutral. I mean, what do I mean by that? Obviously, I'm not having sex, but I'm okay with that. I'm because I know if this works out, if this plan works out, oh, I've got every chick I've ever wanted. I could have any chick on earth, married, unmarried, the hottest chick in Hollywood, the hottest chick, hottest international model. I've got it. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm making a sacrifice for the the future of my lineage, um, and I'm okay with that.
you don't think you could pull supermodels right now?
Dude, dude, when I date chicks, I've never dated an unhot chick. So I've only dated really pretty women, and not just pretty. I mean, sure, one thing, but really smart girls. I don't. I go for pretty faces certainly, but I go for really smart chicks. So, do I think I could pull them now? Um, I know I could. I'd have to get in shape though, and I could certainly do that, and like have a career
Were
again.
you more in shape back then?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't exercise the way that I should. I mean, I play golf, I run, I swim. I'm a very active person when I'm not doing this whole live streaming thing. But I know that if I go viral, I'll be able to afford the best of the best medical care to be able to get Ozempic and Wegovy and all that other shit to lose weight very quickly. I'll be able to get, if I needed, uh, testosterone replacement therapy. I'd be able to get nootropics and um, everything that I need to just be in super good shape and like really life extension technology. And I, let's say, I mean, I know if I do this for another 10 years, I'm going to go viral. But let's say I didn't for whatever reason. Okay, that's fine. I can find some lady out there who wants to have perhaps children or maybe not or whatever and just live a normal life for the rest of my life and I'll be okay with that. But the flip side of this is if I'm right, I've basically discovered like a new gold rush or a new oil boom. This is the biggest event in global history. And so it's taking a big risk, but I know that that risk could potentially give me digital immortality. If I don't do this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford all of the peptides and the oxygen therapy and all those other things that would be really great that extend your life. Even if I go back to having a six-figure career at some Fortune 100 company, that's still not enough to have like huge amounts of money. It's nice, but I mean, at least in Southern California, it's not enough to even like purchase a house. And so perhaps with a combined income, I might be able to, but even then, things will be tight. And I'm going to die at age 80. If I live stream my life, there's there's the, there's the possibility and a good,
real possibility of getting immortal money.
exactly. And that's not even kidding. I'm not kidding about that. And I know you're not kidding about that. With mind uploading technology and life extending technology, I'll be able to afford those things and be able to help a lot of other people too. And that's important to me. So it's like, all right, so I'll dedicate, like before I did this, I dedicated like, I don't know, a half decade of my life to being extremely religious. And now I'm dedicating a half decade of my life to live streaming, if not more, if I need to. And we'll see where it goes. But this has the opportunity to pay off, unlike any lottery ticket that you could ever want. And I know the more that I do it, the more people I'm going to meet and the more opportunity I'm going to have to be extremely successful. The way that I see it is like a lottery ticket that I just know is going to pay off if I do it for long enough. And if that occurs, there's immortality involved.
And you're the mascot of Harry Potter, Obama, son of Penny.
Without a doubt, man. We're going to make it the world reserve currency. But, I mean, think about what I say when I say the risk that I'm taking. I could have had, right before I started live streaming my life, I had a matchmaker and she was setting me up with people to perhaps with them to settle down, really serious girls from great families, and to have traditional Orthodox marriages. And that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. But chances are I'm not going to be able to afford all the things that I want to be able to give my kids. And perhaps not be able to live forever. With this, there's a real church, and I don't think we can even. I know I can't wrap my head around that. I just see it as something really good might happen in the end, and perhaps that's true. But I mean, the conversations that we're even having now might be watched by people generations from now or centuries from now, and people would say, "Look how smart that motherfucker was to make the sacrifices that they made, and now that they're still alive, they're still alive when before they would have just died."
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, I don't know. It's trippy to think about.
Zoot comes in here all the time.
The internet?
Go ahead.
What?
Zoot comes in here all the time, and he asks me what intelligence is. At least he's been doing that recently. And as I said to him, generally it's seen as pattern recognition. And you said the same thing, and it is. I saw this documentary once, though, like, I don't know, 5 years ago, when I first started streaming, and it was on which were a band that were like the Beatles, but they had their own television show, and they were very popular. But the reason why they didn't become as big as the Beatles is they didn't play their own instruments. And this became a very taboo thing. They don't play their own instruments, so let's not like them or whatever. And at least within this documentary, this guy who was their manager, who was kind of a scumbag, had this quote that I'll never forget, or I hope to never forget it. It was something along the lines of, "Genius is the ability to identify analogy." And then I went back to watch this documentary, at least the one that I could find online, and it was like that part of the documentary was cut out because I could not find it. Anyway, that rings true with me, that like genius is the ability to identify analogy. It's very similar to pattern recognition and such. And if I had to identify an analogy for me in what I'm doing, it would be like just coming up with like Christopher Columbus, who people probably said, "You're crazy, dude, to just want to sail westwardly. You don't know anything that's going on there." And he eventually had to say and convince enough people, "Look, I'm going to do it, and we'll see what happens. I will either."
Have you seen that? Have you seen that meme? Like, there's two like rows, and like on like the top row, it shows like these miners, and they're mining for diamonds.
Dog, I talk about this all the time.
On the other side.
I talk about this all the time. Oh, all the time. Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't mentioned it to you. I love that meme. I always think about that. And the one guy who turns around, and then the other guy who keeps on digging.
Right. Yeah. And he was like so close, but he gave up.
Exactly.
The diamonds are right there.
And that's I think about that meme all the time, perhaps almost daily. I don't think about it daily, but I think about it a lot. And I know if I just keep going that there's going to be diamonds in the end. And so I've just got to keep going. And it's just like with an explorer. Columbus could have said, "I'm going to just die an Italian man in Spain, just like anybody else. Or I'm going to take the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria across the Atlantic Ocean or whatever's out there, and we're going to see if there's anything there. And then if I discover something, I'm going to be remembered in the history books forever. And what I have done is going to be seen as a very heroic thing." Now, is what he did with enslaving people and all that other stuff cool? No, not at all. But nevertheless, we remember his courage for what he did. And I think people will see me in the same way as a modern day Christopher Columbus, somebody who has dedicated their life passionately to something they love at perhaps a better future, not just for themselves, but for the future of humanity.
Have you tried contacting any like mainstream journalist people like
Yeah, so
New York Times or some shit?
well, LA Times and Orange County Register, and what they say is what you're doing has to become newsworthy, and just live streaming your life, there hasn't been anything newsworthy about that. And I
Do
understand.
they not see the fucking quest of the world's largest live stream ever had?
Well, yeah, and then other people who I've
And the mission?
because I contacted, yeah, the New York Times, the Washington Post. I've emailed them, and some have gotten back to me, and there's a newsworthy aspect of it, and then the other one becomes I run into an issue where I show copyrighted content, and they have advertisers, and they don't want their to lose advertisers because someone basically thought of a loophole in the system. And what's the loophole? Well, you can watch the Super Bowl if you put it on a projector and play other music over it. Or, if you want to listen to any music that you want, you just have to play multiple versions of the music simultaneously. And you can get around all of these, the content ID identifier or the content identifiers. I mean, I've developed a lot of different strategies that I think aren't that attractive to some.
No, if they're publishing an article though, it's just like an article. They're not linking this, or they could link the stream.
Yeah, I mean,
they're saying because you've done that in the past, they don't want to promote it somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically showing copyrighted material. I get copyright strikes. What I'm doing isn't technically illegal, but it is a gray area because I've lost accounts, and what do? I just another account. You're not allowed to do that. Once you lose your YouTube account, you're not supposed to create another one. So I do. That's against their terms and conditions. When they hear allegedly, yeah. When I tell, like, I've made 100 YouTube accounts and 200 Instagram accounts and 500 Twitch accounts and 1,000 TikTok accounts and 2,000 Twitter accounts and 5,000 Blue Sky accounts and 10,000 Kick accounts. That sounds great to the common person, but to these giant corporations that own these companies, they don't like to hear that.
But you're comfortable with announcing it anyways.
Well, yeah, because I'm just announcing it on my stream. And like, did I tell you about? I think I told you that guy who came in the other day from UAE Falcon and Finance. Did I tell you about him?
Yeah, you did.
Exactly. So I just need somebody like that who has. I mean, he brought in like 25 people. I just need someone like that who has a big pull, but a bigger pull, to just tell people what I do, and I'll go viral. But I'm going viral. It's a slow but steady process. But every single hour, I get 2 or 3 people who comment about me. Just while I'm with you, I get people who talk about. I mean, who either complain about me or say what they think I'm doing is really funny, or that they love what I do. And that's all I need to continue to do. And
have you tried making like a contest or something that like in exchange for like, I don't know, something that ideally A is fun, B promotes your stream, and like C whatever else the winner, perhaps plural, gets a free $1 trillion future immortality.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed to give that away. You were saying
you're allowed to. You get a trip to the space hotel when you go viral.
Exactly, the space. You had asked me about, well, have you ever contacted any organizations to do an article? I did, and I've had stuff published. So when I surpassed 444 straight days, I had some press releases that were published. Now I'm long after that. I'm at like 1,300 days now, or something like that. And but I did do that, and they were published in. I think the biggest one I got in was like temporarily in Bloomberg News or something like that, which is great. But unless you're reading that website, which most people aren't, it's not. It's not. It didn't stick. Um, like I did. I've got some that are still out there, but so to answer your question, like why don't you contact any organization to do this? I do, and I have been published. Um, and then to the most recent thing that you said, have I started a contest or whatever? Um, I mean, I don't really know what I give away. I mean, yeah, okay, I give away. This is a contest. Repost and you'll become a trillionaire. And I mean that. What do I mean by that? What if when I go viral, I'll be able to give anybody whatever they want, and all you have to do is show me proof that you tried to help me along the way. That's it. The whole thing is the raffle, and so I do talk about the space, and life extension technology, and mind uploading technology. So I am basically running a big raffle, and the way you get a raffle ticket is by promoting it.
I suppose that's correct. I meant like a more like formalized raffle like contest that you'd see in like on Twitter or something.
Well, at least in California, you've got to be careful about that kind of stuff. There are laws that govern it, and there's like.
It doesn't have to be a monetary prize.
Okay, what am I going to give away?
What are those cruise ship escape ladders?
I'd love to.
Installed in your home.
Right.
Emergency escape ladders.
If I could, and I'm sure those things are like hundreds of thousands of dollars just for one of them.
No, really? For a slide?
Yeah, let's look that up. How much do you think it is?
I would say $20,000.
I'll say $100,000. Yo, Doug, how much is one of those slides for a cruise ship that allows you to take like 2 tubes into the water onto rafts that inflate? Oh, there's no separate purchase. You're using the ship's built-in. Wait. Hold on. No, they don't know what I mean. No, I'm talking about the emergency tubes, the emergency slides. How much are the emergency slides and escape rafts of a cruise ship? Just to buy one system. I bet it's more than $100,000 actually.
No.
Okay, so each life raft, the big one, is like $60,000, and then the marine evacuation system with the slide capacity. It says like $200,000 to $1 million for the slide and shoot plus the rafts.
Dang. Yeah, I guess that was way off.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff has to work. And so, can you imagine the quality assurance that goes on with that?
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. It's not just like a cheap inflatable from China.
Right. So, all I have to do is get together between $200,000 and $1 million per station, and that's per station. I don't know if that means 2 tubes or just 1 tube. I think it means 2 tubes, but I don't know. And I don't know if people really want that.
I'm assuming you can reuse those slides again and again.
That's a good question. Let's see. Yo, dog, can you reuse one of the slides, the emergency slide systems, and the boats? Or is it just like a one and done thing? Once that stuff expands, it's done. You have to buy a new one. Those marine emergency rafts are not just one and done. But they aren't exactly reusable in the way you'd think. Here's a breakdown. Can you reuse an emergency slide system? Yeah, but only after repacking and servicing. The slide and inflatable rafts can technically be reused after deployment, but they have to go through rigorous inspection, drying, testing, and repacking by a certified technician, usually under SOLAS and IMO rules. They're not designed for casual, repeated use like a playground slide. They're life-saving gear. So what happens after deployment? You retrieve it, you send it to an authorized service center. They deflate and clean it, inspect it for damage, replace gas cylinders, and repack. The cost to service these could be several $1,000s per unit. But that's good.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That's good that you can reuse it.
You know what happened to my cousin? This is like the last thing I'll say before I dip.
What happened to your cousin, Big Dog?
She's like first year of college in the U.S. And so she just got a car. Like last week, she was staying at my mom's house where I used to live in Oakville because she was playing a golf tournament in the town next door. She didn't play too long in the golf tournament, but like 2 days after she stayed at our house, she got her first car ever. And so 4 days after she got her first car, she was driving on the 401, which is like this congested, crazy highway in Toronto. And she rear-ends somebody. It's her fault. And her car is totaled because the airbags went off. And the other car's totaled because of the airbags.
It's unfortunate. Did she have insurance?
Oh, yeah. She has insurance, but her insurance is going to like go up a lot.
Right. Is she okay?
Yeah, luckily she's fine. I don't think she was going extremely quick or anything. Probably like, yeah, I don't know how fast she was going, but it wasn't like a life-threatening situation, thankfully.
Is she going to be okay to play golf again and everything?
Yeah, she's totally fine.
How were her golf clubs?
I'm not sure if if those were in the car, but she is like a top 30 women's golfer in Canada.
She's excellent.
She is excellent, yeah. Super excellent.
What's her handicap?
And it's very low, it's like low single digits, depending on the course.
That doesn't make sense. You mean like low 70s?
Like single digit handicap,
okay.
Like maybe like one to three over or something.
Wow.
Like very, very low.
Does she want to play on the Canadian tour?
I thought you were going to ask that you want to play golf.
Oh, that would have been funny.
Yeah, no, she's in college in the U.S. on a golf scholarship, and I think that's her life is golf. She travels around all over the place playing in these golf tournaments. It's pretty cool. And she was, I think, it's kind of like there's sports where like you can play the sport and be just considered good at it because there's just not a lot of people that play that sport, you know?
Right.
Like I got into kayaking and canoeing when I was like probably like 10 or something, and I was competing for Team Canada in like the national regatta or some shit. Like I went to like the national, like I guess I don't think I was competing for Team Canada, but like I was just like already like going like a national thing because for like one of them was like the C1 was because I don't know, I was good at C1 and not a lot of people were even in C1 races, so I got to literally like compete at like this high level. But I feel like the same thing kind of happened with her because she started golfing when she was like 5 or 6 years old, like super young. So I think there's just not a lot of girls, especially like way back when, like 15 whatever years ago, that were into golf. Probably has increased now as the popularity of women's golf has grown and gained more popularity. But yeah, I think that has given her an edge, but she's also talented. Not trying to discredit her talent, but it's just a good combination of being in a sport that isn't so overpopulated where you have like zero chance of actually making it.
I get what you're saying. So you come from a very athletic family.
Yeah, we've got some athletes in the fam. Yeah, I haven't golfed with my cousin yet, but I would like to see how good she is.
Are you that good?
Great. I hit some amazing shots and some god awful shots.
Welcome to the club.
I don't go out enough to be consistent, but
do you know what your handicap
I have
is?
the ability. I have the ability to hit the ball well. My handicap's like at least plus 18. Like I don't know, I shoot in like the 90s usually.
Yeah, you play bogey golf. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, I'll occasionally birdie a hole if I hit a few pars, but mostly bogey golf.
What's your handicap in mini golf?
0. I win every time.
Not today, you didn't, son.
I did win one today.
No, you didn't. You tied to win one.
I did win. A tie counts as a win, and you won that one because your ball bounced into a treehouse and won.
You know what's interesting? I don't understand this with Plato.
Zoo would have freaked out.
Zoo would have shit himself. Especially because I was so far behind. And on top of that, you almost got that hole in 3, which is like the best you can do. Okay, in Moncala, if you tie, no one gets the point. Nobody gets a win. But in mini golf, if you tie, you both get a win. Isn't that weird?
Is there a reason for that?
I mean, I'm sure there is one, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Are you going to ever play Moncala?
I've played it before, like a while ago in person, played in it a long time, but I don't know if it seems that exciting, to be honest. Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I do. I like it a lot.
Is there actual strategy?
Yeah.
What's your strategy?
On the first time, if I'm going first, it's to go.
Yeah, you take 3 ones so that there's one that goes into your head.
Right, right. That's exactly right. And then my second shot, so I get to go again then. And then I get the ones wherever there was an empty one that I had. I do the math so that it's in the right one. And then I get the other person's. So I start off with like a +5. And then from there, I have a strategy to try to get it so that I get the individual pebbles like in a good spot to where they can take advantage of my opponent at the right time. So like it's not good if like I'm gonna only 1 or 2 pebbles from him or them. That's fine. 1 or 2 is fine. But what you really want to get is when it's like 6, 7, 8, 9 of them at once. That gets you a lot of points. And then another thing that I do, I don't want to go too quickly around the board because if you go too quickly and you don't have any stones on your side, the game ends and the opponent gets all that were on their side. So like there's some strategy to it, and I feel like I play the same type of strategy that the pharaoh from Egypt would have played. I think I would have made a very good opponent for them.
Probably, arguably probably the world's greatest Mancala player.
It's Mancala. Let's look this up. Let's see if there is one. Yo, dog, is there like a world's greatest Mancala player? And if they are, is there like a deep blue chess version of someone who has like figured it all out? And is it played competitively and like for money and stuff? Yo, dog, that's actually a really interesting question. I love how ChatGPT always is like, that's a really great question. Mancala's been around for thousands of years, but it's kind of slept on when it comes to big time competitive scenes like chess, Go, or even backgammon. Let's break it down. Is there a world's greatest Mancala player? Not officially like Magnus Carlsen of chess or Hikaru of Blitz, but yes, there are elite Mancala players, especially in countries where it's deeply rooted, like West Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Southeast Asia. Depending on the variant, and there are many, certain players are known regionally for mastering the game. A few big variants include Ghana, East Africa, and popular in the United States, Kala. In some African countries, there are actual national championships, and top players are locally recognized legends. I want somebody someday to be like, oh, motherfucker, that's that Mancala player. Not that I'm a live streamer. Has anyone deep blued Mancala? Yep, Mancala is solved in some form, specifically Kala. The common American version was solved by computer scientist Glenn C. Rhodes in the 1990s. For Kala with 6 points and 3 seeds each, perfect play from both sides results in a draw. That's very interesting. Some algorithms play perfect Mancala, like Deep Blue for the game, just not as hyped because it's a smaller game than chess or Go. There are AI bots and computer programs that can play optimal Mancala, and they absolutely smoke humans unless you're playing a variant like Bao, which is a way way more complex and less solved. Is Mancala played competitively for money? Yes, but not often on big money international level. In Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanzania, there are national tournaments for. I just thought of something really funny. Okay, so you know how like in American basketball, every once in a while they'll get some guy from Africa who's like the ringer and just comes here and destroys everybody. Imagine getting off a little plane in Ghana and it's just this little Jewish rabbi comes in and smokes everybody in Mancala. I love it. In Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanzania, there are national tournaments for variants like Aware and Bow, sometimes with cash prizes or TV coverage. Some African cultural festivals and games expos include Mancala tournaments. You won't find a Vegas style Mancala tournament with $1 million stakes, but there's an underground grassroots feel to the people who do take it seriously. So TLDR, there are Mancala players, especially in Africa and the Middle East. Some versions of Mancala are solved and computers can play perfect games. It's played competitively, sometimes for money, but more at a cultural and national level than internationally. The more complex versions, like Bao, still challenge humans and computers alike. If you want to gnarly and if you want to get gnarly and play like a beast, I can break down some perfect opening strategies. Fuck yeah! All right, you go to bed, big dog.
No, that just that just reminded me, like, my YouTube algorithm one day just, like, gave me this video with, like, 15 million views. It was, like, the national, like, it's called, like, the Chronodil Championship or something. And there's, like, this fucking weird game that, like, no one has seen, and it's this board. It's basically like miniature shuffleboard, but with your fingers, and you're flicking these like tiny little pucks, and you try to get it into like this little like perfectly like puck-shaped circle. Like you have to hit it perfect to get it to sink into like the circle and score points, and then you have to like you can shoot at it from like two angles, and you have to defend off the other pucks.
Is it like
And there's
Carom?
this guy.
Yeah, it's similar to Carom. Crokinole.
Oh wait, what did you say? What's it called?
Crokinole.
One more time.
Crokinole. Crokinole. It's of Canadian origin. Yeah. It's similar to Carom. We've played Carom. You and I have played Carom.
We did?
Maybe it's Zoot and I. Before you go, I know you want to go to bed. You don't even have to play, but just look at the invite I'm gonna send you.
Yeah, it's Crokinole. And
but no, look in look in go to Plato for a second.
Okay.
Look at the invite I just sent you.
Is it actually like Crokinole?
It is.
Mini golf?
No, I sent you a different.
Oh, what the hell is this? I've never played this game. Oh, yeah, wait, make sure the queen. Oh, what the fuck is this? What do we do here?
You pull back. You pull back, and you want to get.
I want to get the black one. I want to get my black ones in there.
Exactly. Oh, like that. So
and
you
I
just
get to go again.
Yeah. So you just got one in.
I can hit yours too.
I think so.
Yeah, this is similar. We've never played. Oh man, now we might have a game.
I think we do.
This is some real. Do I have to place?
You can slide it. You can slide it like left to right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't letting me place. Can I go on any one of them?
You can slide as far left to right as you want. And you can play with up to 4 people. That's what the other 2 spots are for.
Okay.
There you go. Oh.
Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna take me like a game or two to get the feeling of it. New slider. Let's see a big dog.
There you go.
I don't think that was intentional, but
Definitely not.
do you want to sync the red one?
No, so the red one is the queen, and that's at the very end. You do that one, or like the second to last one. Oh shoot! I just put your ball in.
Oh, sure. This is like kind of like cool, but with fingers.
Exactly. If you've ever seen this game played, though, it's played in the Middle East a lot, and it's got like sand or like good job, or like sawdust to make it slide really well.
Yeah, it's literally like a shuffleboard.
Exactly.
What happens if I sink my like thing that I'm shooting with? Negative point?
No, nothing happens. I don't think.
No, so that's allowed. You can sink the thing.
I think so. It's called the Striker, and the little ball things, or like the white things and the black things, are known as caroms.
Okay. I've never played this game and I just won. Oh, was that one round? Is there multiple rounds or something?
No, you have to get 9. You have to do them all.
Didn't you just sink the red one?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the game's over.
Yeah, it does.
No, because if I don't put it in now, it goes back, I think. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, I thought it was like cool where if you sink a ball, you're
It is
done.
not like pool. You just have to get that red one in before your last shot. So a lot of times it's like the second to last thing to go in.
That's not even the last one.
Right. Oh, I hit yours in.
See, if you hit mine in, I should be able to shoot. Oh, that's actually a strategy then, potentially. You knock. Oh no, but you have to knock one of yours in. You can't just knock theirs in.
Right. I mean, then you just get into pool.
But in pool, you can just knock whatever ball in.
No, I mean in some versions of it, but generally, no. You have to knock in whatever balls in your assigned. I can tell you this, at least on here, I am very, very bad at pool. It's my worst game. If I look at my record of all my games, it's like it's unbelievable how bad I usually win most games with people with whom I play, but not pool. Not pool at all.
Is the thing sensitive?
I don't.
Or like, does it feel weird?
You've never played pool on here?
I don't think so. Maybe like one time, but
Yeah, it's not that sensitive. I just always put in. Welcome, guys. I just always put it in my own the 8-ball in. 8-ball, big dog.
The video isn't the best part of it.
I know, we're playing a game.
The whole thing.
Do you know what carom is?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. You want to play?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, download an app. It's called Plato. Plato.
Yeah, I already have it.
Okay, excellent. And I'll send you an friend me. Oh shoot. I'm the THE Rabbi RABBI. Send me a friend request.
Okay.
we all sent it.
Okay, excellent. We're almost done, and then I'll send you a Kerm invitation. How's your day going?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Excellent. Riser, these are my friends from Estonia.
Yeah.
Oh, nice to meet you. It's not the Guana, what's it called? Guana, the Bacchanal championship video that I was watching, the guys that were playing, one of them looked like Harrison Ford and the other one looked like Steve-O.
That's hilarious.
Did not expect my algorithm to send me Harrison Ford and Steve-O.
Right.
Bacchanal.
Uh-oh. So now you have to, or
Win here.
you have to get one more of the black caroms in, and then you have to get the red one in, the queen.
Oh, come on.
Okay, maybe they aren't gonna play. Isn't that hilarious that he was like, yeah, I have it. Like, do you know what carom is? Like, I'm thinking it's like this esoteric game. It's like, yeah. Oh, do you have Play-Doh? Yeah, I have it. Okay, now you want to get the. Do you see the red one blinking?
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna win.
That was nice. I'm actually curious to like watch like real people.
Oh, like
mine. This is like a makeable shot.
it's easy.
There we go. Absolutely bulldoze you.
You want to play again?
Absolutely bulldoze. Yeah.
Oh,
My
tight.
First ever win.
Okay. So there are different ways to play. There's classic, which we'll play, but there's also pool, freestyle, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210. I don't know what any of those are. And then we could have turn-based or live. We'll just play the way we just played. I don't know all the differences.
There you go.
So this is like the game that you saw on YouTube.
It's similar in that you like are flicking beads with your hand on like a shuffleboard. There's a different version, which I like this version a lot actually. Probably more than the other one. The other one would be very boring to play here.
This is a lot like pool.
I think there might be strategy because if you, I don't want to tell you my strategy, but I think I know a good strategy.
Isn't the strategy to just
Which is knock your balls into the thing. Harem World Championship. Wow, LeBron.
this one? I don't really know what to do.
Oh my lord. I'm gonna have to get really lucky. Oh no. Oh, now you have two. Makeable shot. Oh no. Oh, I'm in trouble. You sucked the first game, and then this game, it's like you literally can't miss.
Fuck. Now you're gonna get a bunch in,
No, it's so hard.
dude. But everything's gonna go in.
All in the worst spots. Literally.
Okay, now you put the thing in. Oh, so it's my turn now.
What?
It's like
What?
it's like a
I fucking-
it's like a
that's
scratch.
awesome.
It's like a scratch.
I thought you were allowed to do that. Oops. I thought you told me that it's fine if you do that.
I did. I didn't know. I've only played this game like 3 times.
Okay.
Apologies.
Well, I know. What happens if you sync the last one for the red one?
To my knowledge, then it just goes back. You put the other one on the table, and the red ball goes back to the middle.
Have you tried it? I haven't seen a bank shot. We're about to witness one right now. Well, you did witness a bank shot.
Yeah, I did have a bank shot. That one that you were like, I don't think that was planned.
Oh, that almost was a bank shot. Nice. And your other one is like right on the edge now.
Yeah, that other one's easy. Oh, wow.
Yes.
What a good shot. This is a really difficult shot.
If you shoot the puck thing into the goal, it should be like add one. Maybe.
I'm down for that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there might be that rule. I don't know. We just played the class way.
Look at this. Look at this move. Look at this move.
You just helped me so much.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
It's over, baby. I had it counted. Now the red ball comes back.
Oh, if you did, you can't even. You have to sync them both in a row. Shit.
You don't. You could do the other ones, but chances are. Go, baby. Go, baby.
No, 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 no.
That makes it.
Okay, good.
That makes it really hard to hit.
No, no, no. I keep doing the sliders.
I know. I do the same thing. Okay, I got that. You ready for this bank shot, baby?
Yeah.
This is a
This
tough
will
shot.
be probably one of the most incredible carom shots in the history of the fucking world if this goes in. Oh, are you trying to hit it like backward?
No, I was trying to hit it to the side. Easy shot for you. Now these are hard. These are hard shots for you.
Now you are. Oh yes.
Get in.
Oh, this could be one of the greatest carom comebacks you've ever seen.
I'm in agreement with you on that, big man.
No.
So what happens? I don't think. I think that it comes back out. Yeah, there you go.
No, it's the perfect spot. No. Oh, this is the perfect spot. Oh my god. No. These are the moments where people love
James.
go, 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 go.
Dude, you put that thing in the wrong spot.
Oh!
What an amazing shot.
No.
Now, I had this bitch counted earlier.
Nice. That was a beautiful shot.
Got it.
Oh, and he finishes it up.
2 out of 3.
Amazing game.
2 out of 3.
Run it back.
That's what I'm talking about. I like how you said you're leaving like 4 hours ago.
Well, now I'm hooked like Joey Diaz on cocaine in the 80s.
That's right, baby. Oh no, I just put
Thank
one of
you.
yours in.
Hey, you're another one. It's might be hard to not sink it. No, 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 no.
God, nothing. Oh, that was great.
This is a big game right now. I love this game.
Excellent. I do too.
I don't know how I've never seen or tried this up until now, but
The way that I learned about it was on like TikTok or something. I saw these guys in the Middle East playing, and I was like, that game looks pretty tight. It looks like this game that I've seen played like shuffleboard. It's called like barroom shuffleboard or something, and you like use these little pucks. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
no.
Come on, baby. You
I might
got.
have to knock some of yours in.
Why don't you do it? Oh, that was smart.
I mean, I feel like they might be different. Oh no, they're easy for you to get in. Yeah, you just. Oh, never mind. It's hard because sometimes you just don't have any good angles.
So if I put one of yours in, it goes back to being your shot.
Yeah, unless one of yours also goes in.
No, I thought mine went in. One of them.
No, I don't think so.
I do. I think I put one in, and I still get it counted. But because I put one of yours in, it's your shot. I could be wrong though. Okay, you just
I
put
mean, we'll
one.
see right now. I didn't sink any of mine, but it's gonna
No,
go
we
good.
won't. We won't see right now because that's not what happened. What I'm saying is, if I put one of mine in and I put one of yours in, I think they both count. But stop.
Yeah, if you sink two, one of yours and the other team, you keep going.
I don't think so.
You just said that, didn't you?
No. Oh, dude, what a great shot. Oh, look at that. Okay, I'll just try to do it. Okay, I put one of yours in. I put one of mine in. Whose turn is it?
You keep going.
Okay, you're right.
Even though it's one of each.
So I must have not put any of mine in or something like that.
That's correct.
Get there. Get
no,
there.
No.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, baby, come on.
Oh. I'm sure that was intentional.
For sure. Look at this. Ooh.
I think it's hard to get them in when, or harder to get them in when they're at like the center of the board.
I think they're harder to get when they're on your side. That was great.
If they're like behind you, maybe. I mean, you got a bank shot.
If you miss this, I'm going to destroy it. I'm going to now just clear the board.
I don't know. Yep. You have to get this one in. It also becomes, I guess, kind of easier once the board starts getting more clear. It like becomes easier. No.
That's what I'm talking about.
No. Oh no! What? It comes out. What?
Yeah, because your thing, your slider thing.
I thought that was okay.
Big shot.
Oh my lord!
You made it.
Mine's kind of.
You made it really difficult for me, though. I wonder how they came up with the idea of the queen. That that has to go in before the other ones. Uh-oh. Now you have to get the queen in.
Oh. And now I have to get this one. I need to cover the queen.
You have to get this in. No way. No way.
Oh.
You just fucking played like a champ.
Wow.
F off.
Amazing comeback. Oh, host advantage, okay.
No, actually, there's a
interesting the way you see the way that the lines were like lined up.
Yeah. It's not host advantage, or I at least allow it to be random, so it's whatever the computer said. Oh, get in. Look how sick.
It's training for Karen should be in the Olympics.
There should be like an Olympics for board games.
The board game Olympics.
Okay, I put one in and I put another one in. It's still my turn. All right. What do I do here? You've got some difficult shots.
My iPad died.
All right. Well, you better take your shot.
Is there a timer on this thing or no?
Yeah. That's okay. I'll skip it just so it's even. Is your thing starting up?
The Apple logo is on.
Okay.
I'll let mine go. And in the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom. All right. You're up.
It's your turn.
Well, it's your turn. Just hit it. Is it my turn? No, it's your turn. Hit it.
I already did my turn, so
Oh, okay.
I'll shoot it into the nothing.
Well, that was kind of you. Okay, is your iPad charging?
It sure is.
So I don't really know what to. Oh, here. I don't really know what to do here, though. It's like if I hit it, it's gonna hit all your shit. Oh, don't hit his shit in. Don't hit his shit in. Fuck.
That's fine.
No way is this a good shot.
Oh,
You just gave me a beautiful shot right here.
yeah. They're mostly not guarded now.
Right.
If they're guarded, I think the guarded strategy is like just keep the other person's things guarded.
No.
That one's gonna need a nice bank. Oh, you have to get the queen in now. Yeah, that is a one. That's gonna need some luck.
I did what I wanted, which is to get it in the middle. Hey, my thing went in, and it did gain. I did gain an extra thing.
Maybe when you get down to like the queen level, it's like alright.
No, I don't think so. I think you do. I think it goes. You add an extra one anyway, and we just weren't noticing.
Stay. Go in.
No way. Okay, here's one of the greatest 1, 2, 3s you're ever gonna see in your entire life. 1. Fuck. I hit the.
This next one is. Oh.
And I kind of
Is
fucked
it
myself.
possible to even hit it like sideways like that?
Quite an angle. Oh.
Oh no.
Fudge. And I just opened up the board to you. And you have the iPad advantage. Is a major advantage. In the World Board Game Olympics, it's going to be seen as like juicing. What is that bullshit? I'm going to shut your shit off. Don't fuck up. Fuck. Oh, you helped me. No, you didn't. You hurt me.
Bulls are not as generous as mini golf.
Not at all. You're right.
That was mini golf. That's what you.
Dude, mini golf is easy. You just have to get it like somewhere just remotely close, and it'll suck in. Which I'm happy. I like that it's
the
like
thing
that.
is a goddamn whirlpool.
Right, and I'm glad that it is. Look at you. You got this. Now you got to get the red one.
Queen.
The
I
queen.
like how all these games have been like super close.
Yeah, same.
Like it's always like bouncing back and forth. Go. Oh, what a shot.
No
What a
way.
shot.
No
Finish.
way.
Finish it. The greatest comeback.
No way.
6 points down.
No
From
way.
Downtown. Oh, I almost sunk my own shit there. Fuck. Oh no. And now the queen is in the middle. That's like easy. Hey, should put the thing like not in the middle, because the middle is too. Oh no. No. No.
This is a tough shot, though.
No. Oh.
Dude, and it put it in a bad spot.
Oh.
No. Don't miss. Yeah, that's easy. And this is super easy. Don't miss. And he didn't, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Another
win.
He's got it tied up.
Another win.
3-3.
We're tied up.
All right. Now I'm going to start playing tough.
That's 5 out of 7.
Well, I've only won one game. You won 3.
No, that's 4 out of 7. Sorry. Now there's got to be some strategy here. I think I know what it is. I'm not going to hit it too hard. But I don't know what it is.
Dude.
Was that, what is the serve called? The breaking thing called in this game?
A slide?
You know?
A slide? Oh, the first one?
Yeah. Is there a name for it?
Dude, I don't think it added one to you because you had never put one in,
I
right?
don't have any.
Right. Dude, I don't know where to go with this.
Because my like serve was too good.
I'm gonna try to move your fucking thing. Wait, I just put it in.
Were you trying to do?
Yeah. Why not? Dude.
That one was clean. Now it's just like. Oh
No. Come on, baby.
Oh, you're going. Wow, that was.
Totally
Nice
planned.
thing.
Totally planned. Oh, fuck.
Sink it. Sink it. No. Put some more fucking wood chips on this table. No.
Dude, where did I put this? Oh, that was tight.
As a professional Quran player, you should.
Come on, baby.
Lucky.
I planned on that.
Okay. Alright, let's see if I can.
No.
Can you get to 5? Oh. Going for 6.
That was garbage. Don't miss.
I never miss. The most clutch Quran player there is.
Oh.
Oh. No way.
Are you
This
sure?
thing is pretty sensitive. It's like you gotta have the angle really good or else.
Fuck. Dude, it did go back. It did go back.
No. Oh, I did this. It's a slider. And then he go again. No.
Look, you're going to get an extra one.
Yeah. It didn't go back to the middle there. That went like some random. Alright, these shots are pretty tough. This next shot, I don't know what the hell you do. Just
Oh,
pray, I
easy.
guess.
Dude, I just spread it out for you. Easy for you. No way. No way.
Oh gosh.
No way. No.
What a shot. Oh, I almost went for like a rare double park hit on the same.
What a good shot.
Oh no, that's not good news.
Yeah, you're fine. I wouldn't worry about it at all.
These leads.
I need like the greatest shot of my career here, and I don't even know how I'd get this.
Get the puck in. Puck in. We gotta take the freebie, thank you.
When you said freebie, you mean the queen?
No, like the one that does. Oh, your queen's gonna block it.
It's not my queen, it's the queen, dog. We share her.
Oh, what a shot. Stakes there.
And she's been a whore to me. Actually, she's been cool. It's that last Karen that sucks. No way.
Shit.
Go, 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 go.
Oh, I should have moved the queen or
Oh,
something.
this. You hooked me up.
I should have moved the queen.
Fuck.
Oh.
Fuck.
Alright, should be a good player should be able to make this, which I am.
Both of them?
Oh, bullshit.
Now you're talking. That might have done it for you. You might be
The
done.
other one was in the way. They're both in the way of each other. Oh no.
It all comes down to this.
No, choke.
Fuck.
Choke.
Get in.
No. Oh, mine's kind of blocking it at least.
What are you talking about?
That you're going for that pocket, it's not good. No. I can still come back. This like biggest choker. Oh, we did it. Nice. Were you scared you were gonna blow it?
Oh, I'm not good at this game.
You're better at archery.
We're done. Oh, get in. Get in. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, what a good, interesting. No way. No way. That would have been amazing.
I was not getting you that feeling. Oh,
Fuck.
oh, nice shot.
Dude, I don't know what I do here. Oh, that was bad.
Not bad. You took away my freebie, okay? Help you my strategy.
But I had to get one back. Oh, no way.
Who?
My
Has anyone even gotten two in at once? Like two of your own in at once yet?
maybe. Get in.
No. Oh my god. I'm just sinking all yours this turn. I got bored of winning, so now I'm just playing both.
Boy, this would be an incredible bank shot.
It was quite a sight to see.
No way.
Oh,
Get mine in.
go get your own fucking there. Very intense moment here, no pressure. One more till the queen. Oh, if you got this, that'd be quite a run. Oh,
Easy shots for you. Easy.
you always say that.
I mean, I know you're going to make it.
Oh my god. Easy shots for your ally. Easy. That should have gone out. This is an easy shot. Oh my god. Wow.
Bank shot.
Oh,
That was
wow.
fucking. That's the best I've ever played. Like where I actually
That was a good one.
had to like. Wow.
I mean, I sunk like half your balls. It was pretty good.
I can't.
need to not sink all those.
I can't believe I made that. Get in. I wonder if it's possible to make one on the first shot. I think I made one of yours on the first shot, so perhaps it is.
I think I made one on the first shot. Like the first time I did it.
That was good.
Two.
That was good.
Looks like a perfect run here. These ones always mess with the ones that way, like on the edge there.
Oh, and you screwed mine up.
That's-
Dude, you've gotten 3 in a row. Hit mine in. Just hit mine in.
Oh no. Gosh darn it. I was doing so well. Wow.
Fuck. No way. Look how tight those balls are.
Oh, come on. Really not getting right. If you did a better, like, break shot, though. Go in. I just gave you, like, 5 each.
1. Two.
Let's see, this one gonna require a little bit of skill.
I just made all of your shots really easy. That was a great shot.
1. Oh, come on, go.
No, it's not.
You sink the puck, too. Go, get in. You tie it up. Oh, this is a pretty easy shot. Oh,
Oh,
oh no.
no.
Choke. Big choke. Trying not to sink the shooter thing here. Okay.
You gotta get the queen now.
This will be quite a run.
Oh, no way. No way you're gonna get this. This is like such a hard shot. No way. No way. All right. Now I'm gonna make the greatest comeback you've ever seen, son.
I almost won there. I almost won there. Let's see. One.
One.
Like 5 shots in a row.
Oh fuck.
Oh, you got a thing.
No.
Go.
No way.
Go.
No way. Game winner. Game winner. Fuck, man.
Easy.
That was great.
Alright, GG's.
All right, take care, big dog. We'll play again soon. Isn't that funny that you were just randomly like, yeah, I saw this thing on your YouTube algorithm of like Canadian skee ball or something. And I was like, oh, you mean like carom? You're like, what? I'm like, we've played that before. You're like, no, we haven't. I'm like, well, it must have been Zoom. Like this, and you're like,
It was Crokinole between Devo and Harrison Ford.
there you go.
Actually, I got really into it. It was funny.
There you go, pimp.
Yeah.
Well, we have a new game.
Thanks for chatting.
You're welcome, big man.
Alright, later, friend.
Take care, pimp. Peace.
One thing really sick here to my tummy. Yeah, mixed with this kind of.
Around the world living in even smaller concentrations. Whereas if you look at this comparison map, you can see the size of the historical land of Israel is just so tiny within the geographic scope of the country of contemporary China. And as this map indicates, Israel is 437 times smaller than China. So again, it boggles the mind that Jews are still here, that they have survived so much with a tiny little territory from which they have been separated for the last 2,000 years until 1948, when it was reconstituted as a modern state, and they're still perpetuating the same civilization. It really is. I mean, what can I say? I don't know how to understand it myself, even though I spend so much of my own time studying this situation. Okay, so that describes the ancient civilizations that were around when the Jewish people emerged onto the historical scene. if we were to look at empires that fell since then, we would see that there are so many of them. I mean, the Jewish people have witnessed the rise and fall of so many empires, including the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, although Zoroastrianism, the faith of ancient Persia, is still around. The Greeks, still around, but they're very different from the ancient Greeks of the period of the Periclean age with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. The language is modified significantly, and of course they're largely Christian now. They're not, pagans of that era. And the Roman Empire, of course, is very significant in terms of Jewish history as well. And this is the same thing that's true of empires outside of the land of Israel as well, like the Harappan civilization in northwest India, or the Peruvian civilizations, the Nazca peoples, the Mesoamerican peoples like the Aztecs and so on. They're all gone. All these empires rose and fell. Rome itself, which destroyed the temple and much of Jewish sovereignty in the first century, it falls just a few hundred years later. And then the Jews see the rise and fall of three Muslim empires, the Safavid, the Umayyad, and Ottoman. I should also add, by the way, the Mughal Empire, also Muslim, and a whole slew of European kingdoms fall during the modern period, including France and England and Germany. Russia even falls twice, not counting the Mongols. I mean, the Jews have gone through all of this. It really is something astounding. And if I were to deliver a single message about Jewish history to my children and my students, I would really emphasize how Judaism has proved its ability to last through such vagaries of the human condition, historical circumstances, different cultures, and different languages, and Jews are still here celebrating pretty much the same kinds of things that they've been doing for centuries, engaging in conversation with rabbis who left their thoughts 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. This is all still part of the contemporary conversation. I can't emphasize much how phenomenal that is and how unusual that is. So as we look at it sort of in a timeline to just get a graphic view of this, the green bar here represents Jewish history. This is a very schematic thing. Basically, I took an Excel spreadsheet and I used each box to represent 500 years, more or less. So this is the extent of Jewish history. If we overlap that with Roman history, you can see that it's a big chunk of Jewish history, but Jewish history predated it and certainly postdated it. You compare to other major faiths, the daughter religions of Judaism, Christianity occupies roughly half of Jewish history, but there's another half of Jewish history that extends way back before Christianity started, Islam even more so. And just to give it a contemporary feel, the United States has been around for over 200 years, but if you place that against the breadth of Jewish history, it's almost like a hiccup on the grand scope of the history of this very unusual people. Okay, so that's just a very quick look and answer your question, just how awesomely long is Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed this short video, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, I mean, think about anybody you know who's a C-section grade and has to see their belly button. Yeah. And they don't have one. Yeah. It's like Kyle XY. LXY. What is that? What is he in? He had this wonderful little show on CW. I think he was Superman's son or something. No belly button. No belly button. Weird. How did he look when he was a baby?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish history for parents and other teachers of children. One of the things that I find most incredibly valuable about Jewish history is not only that it gives me personally a sense of my place in space, like in my community with my family and so on, but also my place in time. With just a minimum of historical awareness, I have a sense of where my family comes from, going back a ridiculously long time. We've already spoken in the previous lecture about how awesomely old Jewish history is. And so precocious children may ask the question, how did we end up here? And that's my goal in this short video, to give you a very quick look at the overarching patterns of Jewish migration throughout the centuries and help you answer that question when your child or your student asks you, how did Jews end up there, or how did I end up here? So let's start with the ancient period, and we're going to go blindingly fast through all this, but I hope in subsequent lectures to spend a lot more time in many of these periods. The very beginnings, as we discussed last week, begin in what will be southern Iraq, as is described in the book of Genesis, when Abraham takes his family and makes this roundabout journey up the Euphrates River, and then makes a sharp left down to the land of Israel with a very short stay in Egypt. That stay in Egypt, of course, would be extended under later generations, and that's the whole Passover story. That's not for our topics today. But the end result is that the Jews settle the land of Israel. Here's a map that shows you how the Bible describes the distribution of land according to the tribes, and ultimately they come together as a monarchy. And this exists under the kings Saul and David, and then later Solomon, where it's expanded considerably. Unfortunately, this doesn't last. After Solomon, there is a split between the northern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Israel, and the southern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Judah. And ultimately, that northern kingdom will be taken away by the Assyrian Empire. You can see in this map here how there are several population transfers from the northern part of Israel in particular, and they're sent off. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. A lot more to say about that later. In the 8th century before the Common Era, where they would be in a contemporary map would be something like the boundary of Lebanon and Syria, and then a little bit to the north between Syria and